Welcome to Santa Clara University's Louis B. Mayer Theater. At this time, please turn off all electronics and refrain from texting during the show. Audio recording, video recording, and photographs of the performance are strictly prohibited. Please take a moment to observe the emergency exits in front of you and behind you in the theater. Thank you, and enjoy the presentation.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Ray Plaza, Senior Director in the Office for Diversity and Inclusion here at Santa Clara University. It is my pleasure to welcome you to today's inaugural Native American Symposium at Santa Clara with a focus on the challenges of the federal recognition process. I serve as co-chair with Lauren, who will be introducing shortly, of our Ohlone Initiative's implementation efforts on campus. We appreciate you joining us today in person or those of you watching the live stream. We know that these past 3 years have been difficult with the pandemic, issues around racial justice, the economic challenges, political polarization, etc. And we see that manifested in our communities, the lack of engagement, the lack of civility, the lack of empathy. So our hope is that by gathering today, this is our opportunity as a community to come together and engage and learn from each other and role model to others what it means to sit down and have a conversation, discussion about these issues. This symposium has been 2 years in the making, and it's an opportunity for us as an institution to engage critically on Indigenous issues. We see this as our way, as Santa Clara University, on a mission campus to give back and help advocate and raise awareness, not only for today, but our hope is future symposiums to come. We are grateful to the close collaboration with the Muwekma Ohlone community, who were open to this idea when it first emerged in a meeting in November of 21. We are excited about the learning and engagement that will take place today, but also the actions, and I stress actions, that will emerge from today's discussions. We also know that this is an ongoing journey for us, not only in terms of engaging the Muwekma Ohlone, but also the other Native communities that are connected to this land and space. Lauren?
Thank you, Ray. Good morning. My name is Lauren Baines, and I'm the Interim Director of the Desase Museum and co-coordinator of Ohlone Initiative's implementation with Ray. Programs such as today take a community effort and a lot of people and organizations that come together to create these spaces for conversation. I really want to thank the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area for partnering with us on this and other initiatives and programs that are ongoing. We also have co-organizers across the campus, the Office for Diversity and Inclusion, the Desase Museum, the Community Heritage Lab, and the Center for the Arts and Humanities. I also want to thank the Planning Committee, many of those who are here today in the audience, for the efforts to really make sure that all the logistics came together so that we could have this day and have a space without having to worry about all the technology and all the logistics, that we can just be in community together. This conversation, as Ray has already alluded, is very important for our campus community, but beyond our mission history, it's also a contemporary issue for our faculty, staff, and students. Students who attend our university come from, at times, federally recognized and at times not federally recognized tribes, and that affects them in the application process, the Common App. It also affects the scholarships that they're able to apply for when attending college. In the fall, on Indigenous Peoples Day, Santa Clara University announced the Muwekma Ohlone and Ohlone Indian Student Scholarship Fund that I hope that you will consider donating to. This will support future students from both federally recognized and non-federally recognized tribes to attend Santa Clara University. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Restrooms are in the lobby, as you may have seen. There's also refreshments that you can enjoy. And please feel free to come and go throughout the day. We know you may not be able to stay with us for the entirety, but you're welcome to come back if you're able. This is being live streamed, as you know. It's also being recorded and will be available at a later date. I would now like to introduce Dr. Kate Morris, who is acting co-provost of Santa Clara University. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kate Morris, and I serve as the acting provost here at Santa Clara University. On behalf of President Julie Sullivan, it is my honor to welcome you to Santa Clara. President Sullivan wishes to extend warm greetings to all of you and to Charlene and Monica in particular, who honored Julie with their presence at her inauguration last fall. We understand that it is not our place to welcome you to this land, to this place that our university occupies. That privilege belongs to Cultural Ambassador Julie Dominguez, who we will hear from in a moment. As the institutional host for this symposium, Santa Clara University wishes merely to extend our support for the important work of the indigenous leaders, activists, and scholars who gather here today. We are honored to contribute our resources in support of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe's campaign to achieve federal recognition. On behalf of myself and President Julie Sullivan, I'm delighted that you are here, and I wish you productive conversations and a most successful inaugural symposium. Thank you.
Makimak mawikma, wuwulam, akoit makwarep, mane makiswi, Jorge Tuhi, Kana Krakat, Julie Dominguez, Kana Hini, Dolores Sanchez. We are Muwekma Ohlone. Welcome to the lands where we are born. Hi everyone, my name is Julie Dominguez and I come from the Dolores Sanchez lineage of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. Here today to read Muwekma Warep Tashu, our Muwekma Ohlone land acknowledgement. Jorge Tuhi. We would like to recognize that while we have come together at Santa Clara University and Mission Santa Clara in the city of Santa Clara for the Muwekma Symposium on Indigenous Recognition, we are gathered on the ethnohistoric tribal territory of the Taimian Ohlone-speaking tribal groups of the greater Santa Clara Valley, which includes the lands of the Taimians, Alsans, Matalans, and the Paleños, whose tribal region was named after their powerful Chief Captain Pala, and the 2 Mexican land grants located in the East Hills above San Jose, and who were intermarried with the direct ancestors of some of the lineages enrolled in the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area, who were missionized into Mission Santa Clara, San Jose, and San Francisco. The present-day Muwekma Ohlone tribe, with an enrolled Bureau of Indian Affairs, documented membership of over 600 members, is comprised of all of the known surviving Indian lineages aboriginal to the San Francisco Bay region, who trace our tribe's ancestry through the Missionicma, Mission Santa Clara, the Taimian San Jose, and San Francisco. During the advent of the Hispano-European Empire in Alta California, beginning in AD 1769, Makmawikma Suyakma, our Muwekma families are the successors and living members of the sovereign, historic, previously federally recognized Verona Band of the Alameda County, and now formally recognized as the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. Muwekma means la gente, the people, in our Chocheño Ohlone language. The lands on which Santa Clara University and Mission Santa Clara in the city of Santa Clara has been established was and continues to be of great spiritual significance and historical importance for our Muwekma Ohlone tribal people. This region extends to surrounding areas that held several tupentaks, traditional semi-subterranean spiritual roundhouses. Tupentaks were places of celebrations, healing, spiritual cleansing, rituals, dances, intertribal feasts, and religious ceremonies, which were once located on the historic Lope Inaugural land grant, Rancho Pozolimi y Positas de las Animas, Little Wells of Souls, and also at Marcelo Pio and Cristobal's land grant, Rancho Uleshtak, as well as our historic 19th and 20th century San Leandro, San Lorenzo, the Springs, Alisal, Pleasanton, Niles, Sonoma, and Livermore rancherias. In addition to the nearby ancestral heritage and Salmount sites that serves as the tribe's territorial monuments and our traditional cemetery sites for high lineage families, craft specialists, and our fallen warriors. The region surrounding the Santa Clara University and Mission Santa Clara in Santa Clara County is where many of our tribe's ancestral heritage cemetery and villa sites are located, especially adjacent to freshwater corridors such as the Calabazas, San Tomas Aquino, Stevens Creek, Saratoga, and the Los Gatos Creek in the Guadalupe River, where many have been destroyed as a result of unbridled development. And these localities are viewed as historic and sacred places, and it is acknowledged that these lands have been previously settled, harvested, and controlled by our ancestral Muwekma Ohlone tribal groups for many thousands of years. Today, we, the Muwekma Ohlone tribal leadership and members, work as stewards, addressing and protecting many of our up to 10,000-year-old ancestral heritage and village and cemetery sites, such as the pre-contact CA-CSL-755 and the two historic Mission Santa Clara Indian Nephite Cemetery, CA-CSCL-30H, where 6,000 to 8,000 of our ancestors are buried, to the 9,900-year-old Metcalf Road site located along Mayan Rumai, Coyote Creek, and Highway 101. The city of Santa Clara and the Santa Clara County are established within our ancestral Taymyyan Ohlone tribal ethno-historic territory, which, based upon the 18 unratified federal treaties of 1851 to 1852, includes the unceded ancestral lands of the Mucma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area region. Some of the enrolled Mucma lineages are directly descended from ancestors aboriginal to the Taymyyan Ohlone tribal territory, whose families had affiliations with Mission Santa Clara the Taymyyan. Also, some of the enrolled Mucma lineages are descended from direct ancestors from neighboring Ohlone tribes who were missionized into Mission Santa Clara Clareño Indians. It is important, though, that we pause and we recognize the history of the land of the Taymyyan Ohlone, on which we gather to participate, enjoy, learn, and honor, but also to acknowledge that the first people of this region, our Mucma Ohlone people, are alive and thriving members of the city of Santa Clara and Santa Clara County and the broader Bay Area communities today. Even though our tribe was denied a land base through the gross negligence of derelict BIA officials after our tribe was first federally recognized in 1906, it is because of the tenacity, tuyeste, strength, and legacy of our ancestors and elders that Makmawikma, our people, have been able to maintain our identity and traditions and keep our culture and Maknono, our language, alive today. Furthermore, Makmawikma Wuwulam Suyakma, our Muwikma Ohlone Indian families have never left our Aboriginal ancestral homelands of the Bay Area. And today we attempt to repair the sustained ecological, environmental, and cultural devastation to our tribe wrought by over 251 years of colonial processes of disenfranchisement through the politics of erasure. We are focused on keeping our culture tuyeste strong while we work for a bright and favorable future for Makshin and Nikma, our children, and ensuing generations as we follow in the footsteps of Makmakushkish, our ancestors. Makunye Rashe, we respectfully request that the good citizens of Santa Clara and the surrounding towns within Santa Clara County strive to be faithful stewards on behalf of the Mucma Ohlone tribe by maintaining the bay, freshwater creeks, native plants, and animal habitats, and the air that we all breathe. Furthermore, we request that the city of Santa Clara and surrounding towns within Santa Clara County honor the military service of the Mucma men and women who have honorably served overseas during World War I, World War II, Vietnam, Korea, Desert Storm, Iraq, and who are still serving in the United States Armed Forces today, and honor the tribal veterans and service members from California, North and South America who have honorably served this country with dignity and honor. In closing, it is of great spiritual significance to acknowledge the special relationship of this whole Shewarep, beautiful land, to the indigenous Mucma Ohlone tribe of this region, as well as to all people residing in the Bay Area. We respectfully request that everyone who lives, works, or visits Santa Clara University and Mission Santa Clara in the city of Santa Clara and surrounding towns to be respectful of our Aboriginal lands and our natural habitats, and consistent with our principles of community, diversity, and inclusion, strive to be good citizens on the behalf of the Mucma Ohlone tribe on whose Aboriginal lands you are our guests. Makish Horshe Ekinan Utashpu Makamak Iwe. Thank you, and on behalf of the Mucma Ohlone tribe, we hope that you celebrate, honor, and stand in solidarity with all Muwikmas, indigenous people, with their struggles to reverse the adverse colonial legacies affecting all people of color in the city of Santa Clara, the Greater Bay Area, California, the United States, and the Americas, as we gather and reflect on the sacred lands of the Taymyyan, the ancestors of the Mucma Ohlone tribe. Aho.
Good morning. My name is Tony Ferrari. I'm actually a campus minister from down the street at Bellarmine College Prep, and it's my great honor to open us in prayer this morning. So now I invite you just to prepare yourself for prayer, and whatever is natural for you, whether that be bowing your head, deep breathing, whatever is typical for you in your tradition. This morning, we are gathered for the Native American Symposium, and we are in the presence of the Creator, the Divine Presence, or whatever is sacred to you. We ask that as we gather this morning, we might open our eyes, our ears, and especially our hearts to the stories and information that is shared today. We ask that we might recognize all of those ancestors from thousands and thousands of years who have lived here, coming to join us this morning for this special gathering. And finally, we ask that we might feel rooted in these sacred stories and in the community that we share together today, and that together we may walk forward on the path of justice. Amen.
It is now my pleasure and honor to introduce Charlene Nishma, Chairwoman of the Muwekma Ohlone Tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area.
Thank you, Lauren. Horshe Tuhi, Ganakarakat, Charlene Nishme. I am the chairwoman for the Muwekma Ohlone Tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. Welcome to Santa Clara University's inaugural Native American Symposium. This year's topic focuses on the challenges of the federal recognition process. This event has a special meaning for us because we have a very deep and complicated relationship with this institution. That's why this is such a profound moment in our tribe's history, ushering an era of reconciliation and collaboration that embraces our people's culture and history. I want to thank Santa Clara University's acting co-provost, Kate Morris, for welcoming us and opening this space for us to explore the failures that resulted in my peoples being marginalized and politically erased for the last 100 years. I also want to thank the Symposium Planning Committee, Dr. Raymond Plaza, Lauren Baines, Dr. Lee Panich, Jonathan Lockwood, and Matthew Ricciazzi for all their hard work in organizing this event. And of course, thank you to all our wonderful and amazing presenters and panel participants, Dr. Lee Panich, Dr. Les Field, Muwekma's tribal ethnohistorian Alan Leventhal, Dr. Michael Wilcox, and Dr. Laura Jones, and Colin Cloud Hampson, and our tribal advisor, Kennedy Nishma. Together, they represent the foremost experts on the Bay Area, California Indian history, including the origins and continuity of the Muwekma Ohlone people from our villages pre-contact to present day. Today, we dive into how Muwekma was a federally recognized tribe in the early 20th century and why we are currently not on the list of federally recognized tribes today. Even though our status was never terminated, and even though our community continues to live and work and die on the same lands our ancestors called home for thousands of years. If Muwekma's ancestors had settled somewhere other than this beautiful Bay Area of ours, we wouldn't face the same political opposition to restoring our status that we do today. Senator Feinstein made it crystal clear to me that she would not support what she called an urban tribe. For decades, the senator has been opposed to Muwekma, not because of our evidence or legitimacy, but because of our location. Our Aboriginal lands beauty and wealth of natural resources was the main reason we were enslaved by the missions, by the Spanish in the missions here in the Bay Area, and why the new state of California back in 1848 went into debt paying the bounties to hunt and kill my people. These lands are too valuable to have us Indians living on them. Of course, today, our Aboriginal lands are occupied by some of the wealthiest companies in human history. Our homeland is considered the center of the universe when it comes to innovation, technology, and wealth creation. These companies generate immense wealth while occupying unceded Muwekma lands, never asking the question, what happened to the Ohlone Indians? These billion-dollar companies turn a blind eye to our injustice because they don't want to justify their unintentional role in our political erasure, in the gentrification of our 10,000-year-old homeland, and our continued colonization. Political erasure is what we faced in the early 1900s when they labeled us the Verona Band after a railroad station built on the homelands of Phoebe Hearst. It's what we faced in 1927 when an Indian agent took us off the list to receive land because he unilaterally decided we did not need land. They thought if they ignored us and displaced us from our lands, we would simply disappear, assimilate, move away, or die off. They don't understand the deep connections we have to our lands and the duty we have to protect our ancestors who rest beneath our lands. If we weren't here in 1965, who would have saved our Ohlone Cemetery from Caltrans, who tried to put a road through it? If we weren't here during the 70s, 80s, and 90s, who would have stood up for our dead relatives who were being displaced from their resting places because of the mass development? Political erasure is what we faced in the past, and it's what we face today when cities and counties in our Aboriginal territory refuse to acknowledge our history and our presence and our existence today. Last month, Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors President Susan Allenberg committed to pass a resolution in support of our federal recognition. But days later, she quickly changed that position and now, for some reason, is in opposition of supporting our tribe. California State Senator Dave Cortese and 5 other Bay Area state delegations sponsored legislation that would have allowed California to support our restoration of our federal recognition status, SGR 13. But special interests in the form of Great Rancheria and other gaming tribes interfered and lobbied Chairman Bill Dodd of the Government of Organization Committee. Dodd gave in to the special interests and refused to bring SJR 13 to a vote, effectively killing the bill in his committee. The chairman of Great Rancheria, Greg Sayers, has spent tens of millions of dollars opposing and oppressing my people, donating to institutions and politicians to gain favor and support against our efforts. This is not a secret. I say shame on Greg Sayers. When he was a student at Stanford, he worked with other students to get the Muwekma Rook House named after our tribe. And now he and other special interests work to suppress our voice and oppress our people. The noblest of pursuits are the ones that consider the truth as their guiding light, guiding principle. And it breaks my heart to see my Native brothers and sisters turning away from the truth and working so hard to continue obstructing our efforts and the efforts of other legitimate, unrecognized tribes because of greed and possessions. They truly, I believe, have lost their way. Special interests and political erasure go hand in hand. If there was no interest or money involved, there would be no reason for politicians or institutions to ignore us or attempt to erase our presence. Take, for example, my efforts to engage our Bay Area congressional delegation in sponsoring legislation to restore our status. It took me 3 years, that's 36 months, just to get Representative Zoe Lofgren to respond to my dozens of phone calls and emails asking to meet. Imagine that, a congresswoman who doesn't respond to her constituents. It wasn't any better with Representative Barbara Lee, who still refuses to meet with me and answer my calls and answer my emails, even though she is running for Senate and built her political career on Muwekma land. Why do politicians continue to ignore Muwekma when the evidence and documentation clearly point to our legitimacy and as a sovereign nation? It is no secret that special interest casino tribes and local Bay Area card rooms do not want Muwekma recognized because they fear any possibility of competition. But why do politicians do the bidding of these special interests? This question is not meant to be naive. I do understand why, but I ask the question, why do we allow it? We need to elect leaders who represent us and share our same values, not politicians who serve corporate interests. I want to really stress that Muwekma has two viable paths toward restoration of our status. I say restoration because we don't need recognition. We were already recognized, and our status was never terminated by Congress. One viable path is through Congress. Congress can pass legislation to restore our status. Since 1970, Congress has federally recognized or reaffirmed 26 tribes. This includes tribes that were terminated and denied recognition in the federal acknowledgement process. A second viable path is through administrative correction. Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland or Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs Brian Newland can restore our status with a simple letter correcting the BIA's mistake and adding us to the official list of recognized tribes. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, has restored 3 other California tribes in the same situation as Muwekma. One last point before we hear from the experts. I wanted to share my thoughts on the federal acknowledgement process. Today, you will hear about the federal acknowledgement process and how it was created to acknowledge the existence of tribes who were never recognized. It was not created for tribes like Muwekma, who had been previously recognized and never terminated. So one must ask the question, why was Muwekma made to go through this process in the first place? I continue to ask that question, and no one has a good answer. You will also likely hear how the BIA made mistakes in the analysis of Muwekma's evidence, how they restricted evidence prior to 1927 and after 1985 from consideration, how they ignored or misconstrued evidence because they didn't look at any of the evidence of the tribe's origins. They didn't analyze the entire body of evidence that supports a positive determination. For those who claim that the FAP process is fair, I want to read you testimony from Bud Shepard. On September 15, 1992, John Bud Shepard, former branch of acknowledgement of BAR, the branch of acknowledgement and research from 1978 to 1988, he's the primary author of the acknowledgement regulations, worked after his retirement as a consultant for 5 petitioning groups. Shepard's experience on the other side of the petitioning process led him to make the following statement to a congressional committee, and I quote, "After 14 years of trying to make the regulations which I drafted in 1978 work, I must conclude that they are fatally flawed and unworkable. They take too long to produce results. They are administratively too complicated. The decisions are subjective and are not necessarily accurate. The criteria are limited in scope and are not applicable to many of the petitioning groups, which are in fact valuable Indian tribes. To continue to operate under the present regulations or any legislative approximation will not resolve the question of unrecognized Indian tribes in this country. The present regulations cannot be revised, fixed, patched, dabbled with, redefined, clarified, or administered differently to make them work. Additional money, staff, computer hardware, or contracts with outside organizations will not solve the problem. The problem lies within the regulations. In short, the regulations should be scrapped in their entirety and replaced with a simpler, less burdensome, and more objective solution. They should be administered by an independent agency that does not have a vested interest in the already recognized Indian tribes. So, if anyone tells you that all the tribes must go through the federal acknowledgement process to prove their existence, remember what Bud Shepard's testimony to Congress. Thank you for listening, and I'm hoping you will learn something from this symposium that will bring clarity to a broken and corrupted process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charlene, for your opening remarks and providing some context and information and background that we can carry throughout the day. I hope there are questions that you're already percolating that will be answered or not in our further conversation. We do have a break now. I invite you to stretch, to enjoy some refreshments, and come back around 10:20 for our first presentation at 10:30. Thank you very much. Welcome back from the break. There are still some cards going around, and just a reminder, these are for Q&A, so if you have questions during the next two presentations, if you can write them on the cards, and we'll be collecting them. At this point, I would like to introduce Dr. Lee Panich. Panich is the chair of the anthropology department at Santa Clara University. In his research, he employs a combination of archaeological, ethnographic, and archival data to examine the long-term entanglements between California's indigenous societies and colonial institutions, particularly the Spanish mission system. He has conducted investigations of Native life at Mission Santa Clara and Mission San Jose, as well as at Mission Santa Catalina in Baja California, Mexico. His recent book, Narratives of Persistence, explores the long-term histories of Ohlone people in the San Francisco Bay Area. His most recent projects center on collaborations with the Muwekma Ohlone tribe to tell a further and more inclusive history of Mission Santa Clara on SCU's campus.
Thanks, Lauren. Thank you. So with my presentation today, I want to look a little bit at the historical context for this broader conversation that we're having with this symposium. And so in particular, I want to talk a little bit about the historical context for why the Muwekma Ohlone tribe does not have federal recognition today. As the chairwoman mentioned, there are some very kind of current politics, but there are some other factors that go back over the past 250 years and really talk about why tribes like Muwekma are at a particular disadvantage when it comes to federal recognition. But I also want to talk about why that's wrong. So it's erasure and resistance, and about why, if we take a long-term view, some of the determinations made by the Bureau of Indian Affairs are just incorrect. And this kind of gets to what the chairwoman was talking about, and we'll hear from other speakers later when we talk about kind of the nitty-gritty of the case of looking particularly at the years between the late 1920s and the early 1980s, and why, if you look at the fuller context, a different picture emerges. So I want to start first with erasure. So kind of thinking, what are the different factors that make federal recognition so challenging in California, and why is our federal recognition process broken in the state, or for tribes that share their geography with the state of California? So what's this historical context? And so in many ways it starts with places like Santa Clara. And if you look at the patterns of federal recognition today in California, I made this map for an article I was writing over a decade ago, and really nothing's changed. And the pattern that you see is that all the little dots are federally recognized tribes. And so there's 110 federally recognized American Indian tribes that share their geography with the state of California today. There's 574 in the entire nation. And what that means is we have just a little under 20% of all the tribes in the entire country are here in California. So you don't often think maybe of California as Indian country, but it really is. But when you look at the distribution, the geographic distribution of those tribes here in the state, you'll notice something. And in this graphic, I've overlaid the dots represent individual tribes, and the dark kind of line is the limits of the Spanish mission system, of the Franciscan mission system. And then the shaded area is later anthropologists' estimates of native population in the early 20th century. But the really stark pattern is, when you look at the dark line, there's not very many tribes within that on the coast, right? And this is illustrating that tribes whose ancestors were in the Franciscan missions are at a disadvantage for federal recognition today for a number of reasons, which I'll discuss. The exceptions to that are down in San Diego County. There's a lot of tribes associated with Mission San Diego and Mission San Luis Rey, whose ancestors didn't face the full brunt of missionization the way that people did here in the Bay Area or the Central Coast. And for that reason, many of their descendants today are recognized by the federal government. And you'll notice, other than those tribes down south, there's really only two. There's a Santa Ynez Band of Chumash in the Channel Islands region near Santa Barbara, and then there's the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria, which only had their federal status restored by an act of Congress in the year of 2000. So otherwise, along the coast, there just aren't federally recognized tribes, due in large part to what happened at places like Santa Clara. And there's a quote here from Alfred Kroeber, and those of you who are not anthropologists, Alfred Kroeber was kind of the grandfather of anthropology here in the state of California. And he and his students went out in the early 20th century and studied tribes, and particularly focused on communities who had elders who could remember a time before the gold rush. And they, as I'll talk about, neglected the tribes in their own backyard. He was a professor at Berkeley, started the anthropology PhD program there in the early 20th century, and neglected tribes like Muwekma, who were literally in their own backyard and were connected in other ways. But when they looked around in the early 20th century, these early anthropologists, many of them, what they saw along the coast were tribes who spoke Spanish, who maybe lived in urban areas, who practiced agriculture, and in many cases had the Catholic faith. And so to these anthropologists, they did not make up what they expected California Indian people to look like, and they were ignored for that reason. And similar things happened within the federal government. And these two processes built on each other in a synergistic effect that's left us with this pattern today, which is a pattern of erasure. So let's just briefly look at why the government and anthropologists both bought into this. Why was this a prevalent interpretation in the early 20th century here in California? And part of it, again, has to do with what happened at the missions. So here in the Bay Area, like other regions in California before Europeans arrived, Tribal people lived in relatively small communities, spread out across the landscape into many independent nations, each with their own leadership and defined territory. And these tribes in many cases moved within their territories at different times of year to map onto different resources that were coming into season. From the point of view of the Spanish, this was totally untenable. It was very hard to govern people that moved around, very hard to govern dozens and dozens of small polities. And so the missions, in part, were, of course, to spread the Catholic faith, but also from the point of view of the Spanish crown, it was really to bring people in, to literally reduce and congregate them so that they could be more easily governed, and kind of to turn native people here in the state into essentially a peasantry like existed in Spain at the time. And so what you see within a generation, at least in the southern part of the Bay Area where we are, and kind of the core Ohlone-speaking territories, in 1775, a year before the first missions were founded here in the Bay Area, there were literally dozens of independent tribes. Within a generation, there were a handful of missions: Santa Clara, San Jose, San Francisco, and of course San Juan Bautista and Santa Cruz to the south. And the quote there is by Randall Milliken, who is an anthropologist who studied this phenomenon and really kind of was one of the first to dig into the mission records. And his interpretation, like other anthropologists before him, was that this was a one-way process, that once you stopped seeing the names of particular villages or tribes in the mission baptismal records, that those tribes ceased to exist. And so you get quotes like this, which I think is factually incorrect. But this is, part of that conventional wisdom. Things did not get better. When the mission started shutting down in the 1830s and 40s, Mexican elites, many of whom were retired soldiers, other folks who had been here in California and had always kind of resented the amount of land that the missions held, sought to get that land. And from the point of view of the Franciscans, even though we'll talk about some of the challenging aspects of missionization, they believed they were holding the land in trust for Native people. But the politics of erasure started very quickly in terms of local elites wanting that land, seeing the wealth that that land represented. And so in Santa Clara County alone, by the mid-1840s, more than 55,000 acres had been gobbled up of former mission lands, had been gobbled up by elites. And the same thing happened in Alameda County and San Mateo County and basically every county where there had been missions, all up and down the state. And less than a decade later, when the Americans came in, most of these lands were basically stolen. The lands that the Mexican elites had stolen from Native people were, again, stolen by Americans coming in. And so land has been kind of a crucial factor throughout. Native people had to abandon their territories to join the missions, and then those lands that they thought were being held for them were, in most cases, stolen from them again. The other side of this coin, of course, is just the effects on people themselves. I put that Sherburne Cook quote at the bottom. A very marked decline in numbers is kind of the understatement of the century. The missions, in short, were disastrous for Native people. The loss of life is just almost incalculable. And you can see in this chart, the dark bars are births, and the lighter bars are burials. And you can see in every year, burials by far outpaced births. And so the missions were not reproductively viable, and most people that entered the missions faced drastically reduced life opportunities, and children that were born in the missions had an average lifespan of only 3 years. So really, tragic circumstances, of course. And just like with land, this did not get better. As the chairwoman mentioned, when the Americans came in, it was really an out-and-out genocide against Native people. And here in California, this was, literally supported by the state government, and the federal government reimbursed the state government for its expenses in outfitting militias that would go out and just really massacre Native people up and down the state. And I think, for us here at Santa Clara, we have the mission, of course, and that's important to think about, but we're tied into this other tragedy as well. And so Peter Burnett was the first American governor of California, and he has this awful quote from one of his first State of the State addresses. Maybe you've caught Gavin Newsom on NPR giving the State of the State. Well, this was 170 years before, and he's basically advocating for genocide. But one of the things that we learned through the Ohlone History Working Group process over the last several years was that Peter Burnett was on the first board of trustees here at Santa Clara College. And so just thinking about how these events of the past are implicated in all of our institutions here in California. It runs deep. For later anthropologists and government officials, the challenges of the mission period, of the early American period, were, when they were looking at tribes in California, trying to figure out who to allot land to, and these types of questions, they relied very heavily on census records. There's different officials in the early 20th century went out and tried to record communities that were in place on the ground. And, I've looked at some of those records, and our other speakers, Alan and Les, and of course, folks from the tribe have looked at these records. And a lot of times it's clear that they didn't really go on the ground. They didn't really go and visit communities because they relied on census records to enumerate people. But the census records are chock full of errors. And especially for the kind of decades of the second, or the kind of mid-decades of the second half of the 19th century, 1860s, 70s, and 80s, the U.S. federal censuses are almost meaningless in terms of true calculations of Native people. And so for some of my research, I was looking at Santa Clara County, of course. We're here in Santa Clara County. I wanted to understand what happened to Native people leaving places like Mission Santa Clara, but also Alameda County. Mission San Jose is just in the very far southern portion of Alameda County. And of course, as we'll talk about some of the other speakers, the Mission San Jose and Mission Santa Clara were very closely tied together in terms of their Native populations. Moving back and forth between those missions had a lot of familial ties. So I was trying to understand what happened to folks who had been in these missions and where did they go in the 19th century. And what I found was kind of shocking. So in Santa Clara County, in the federal census from 1860, there's 157 people listed as, Indians. And that's obviously an undercount. But in 1870, just a decade later, there's only 12. And there's just no way that that's possible, right? It's just not, it just is an inaccurate count. Alameda County, 1860, there's 131, also almost certainly an undercount. But in 1870, there's 114. Seems like, okay, well, that could be possible. I went through and double-checked every single one of those individuals. Nobody from the 1860 census listed as Indian appears in the 1870s. It's a completely different set of people. And so that just kind of speaks to the challenges for anthropologists or for government officials of understanding, how big these communities were, where they were, and that. But from the point of view of Native people, you can understand why this happened. On the one hand, census enumerators are, for people that do this type of historical research, it's not just Native people that they skipped. There's a lot of great work on the Chinatowns here in the Bay Area, and census enumerators, skipped other forms of marginalized communities as well. They just weren't interested. But for Native people, there was also a vested interest in not revealing your identity, right? In that period of genocide, it was very dangerous to be an Indian person, a Native person in California. There were literally bounties on people's heads in parts of the state. And so, there's this kind of often repeated quote that says, it was better to be a hated Mexican, because of course there was prejudice against people from what's today Mexico and other Latin American countries, but it was better to be a hated Mexican than a dead Indian. So people hid their Native identities. Of course, it was, within their communities, they were able to be open about their heritage, but from the point of view of the kind of settler population moving in, Native people realized they had to kind of pull back. And so that made it very difficult, especially in a place like the Bay Area where there was this huge influx due to the gold rush and this kind of the urbanization for these communities to be visible to outsiders who weren't particularly interested in looking for them in the first place. Which brings us, to the early 1920s. And so the other, Alan and Les will talk more about the details of, the previously acknowledged status of the tribe in the early 1920s and how that was unjustly undone by, kind of one person. But I think in thinking about the kind of historical context for this, there were, if you knew where to look, there was documentation of the Ohlone community broadly in the Bay Area, and in particular of the Muwekma ancestors in the East Bay, which we'll talk about throughout this symposium. And we can see this in census counts, almost certainly undercounted, but known individuals who belong to tribal lineages are in those census records. There are maps that show where people were living. But these kind of prevailing attitudes that the kind of settler society, the dominant society had about Native people in California, right? Kind of going back to the very beginning when I was talking about. Native people here were seasonally mobile. They lived in small polities. When they were brought into the missions, they were taken out of their homelands. They were taught Spanish. They were taught agriculture. They, in many cases, picked up the Catholic faith. And so when they came out of the missions, in the context of genocide, they turned to those skills that they had picked up in the missions, right? They could speak Spanish. They could attend Mass. They could plant. They could serve as cowboys. They could essentially take on that mestizo identity and protect their families. But what that meant from an anthropological point of view, and I'm an anthropologist, so in thinking about the culpability of our own discipline here, like I said, Kroeber and these early anthropologists weren't interested in that. They weren't interested in the daily lives of people in 1920. What they wanted to know was what life was like, this quote-unquote pristine indigenous cultures, which is itself very problematic, right? It's very essentializing. Native people have lived here in the state for 15,000 years and probably more, essentially since time immemorial. To think that they were exactly the same for that whole time period is ridiculous. But at that time in anthropology, that was what they were looking for, right? Was this pure essence of what it meant to be a California Indian. So they didn't see the people in their own backyards. They didn't see Muwekma's ancestors living around Pleasanton and Sunol and Niles. And the same thing for the government, right? This is kind of these two institutions had this symbiotic relationship. If you think back even into the 1870s and 80s, the way the government kind of worked with and against Native people went hand in hand with anthropology, the growth of anthropology as a discipline. So it's no surprise then that the groups that anthropologists didn't see as authentically Native, the government did either. So that's kind of the historic context for erasure. But I also want to talk about resistance. Well, first let me just say that in thinking about this context for the erasure, it puts Native people here in the Bay Area, it puts the Muwekma Ohlone tribe in what we might think of as a double bind. It's a double form of coloniality, right? The government, in a sense, is saying, because your ancestors suffered so much, because they had to do what they had to do to survive, you are no longer truly who you are, right? And I think that's kind of, obviously, politically that's, their position, the government's position. But if we think about it from a moral standpoint, that's really challenging to think through. That, some people could have suffered, a group of people and their ancestors and their lineages could have suffered so tremendously because of what happened at places like Santa Clara here in our own community today. And because of that, we're going to punish them further. So I think, that's something that we need to think through as, for us that work and live here as a campus, but certainly, as a Bay Area, as a community. And last week, we had an environmental justice conference here on campus, and we had Chairman Valentin Lopez of the Amamutsan, which is the tribe just to the south of us. And one of the things he said was that the perpetrators need to heal just as much as tribal communities, and if not more. And I think that's true at Santa Clara, and I think that this symposium is a great step in that direction. We need to own up to what institutions like this have been responsible for in the past. So I think there's a lot of truth in that. But I think in the focus on loss, right, there's a risk there. And that's the same risk that we can see repeated in these patterns that I've just been talking about. If we focus on the loss of life, right, the missions were truly disastrous for Native people in terms of just the tremendous loss of life. If we focus on the loss of land, if we focus on the loss of culture, then that's just buying or playing into the politics of erasure that we see and that other speakers will talk about. And so I think you need to acknowledge that harm that was done, and places like Santa Clara have a lot to think through as a community, but we also need to focus on how people resisted that in the past and into the present, just to kind of provide that context of, there was loss, but people didn't give up. And so that's kind of the second part of my talk today. And so how can we see how the ancestors of the Muwekma Ohlone and other Native groups in California, how did they cope with this? How did they cope with being relocated into these missions? How did they cope with the loss of life? How did they deal with the pressures of the early American period? And I think, again, this kind of gets to the chairwoman's point about if we only focus on that period between 1927 and the early 1980s, we're missing this broader trajectory of how people made do, how they kept their communities alive. And I think that's really critical. All right. So the first thing is, like I said, I'm an anthropologist and I'm an archaeologist. And I think, over the last couple of decades, there's been a tremendous amount of archaeological work here on our campus with the Mission San Jose, other missions in the area, Mission San Juan Bautista, Mission Santa Cruz. We've got colleagues working down there. And just what we know historically, but also archaeologically about how Native people lived in the missions has really changed dramatically in the last 20, 25 years. And in the slide there, I use the term rancheria, and that just means the native neighborhood at a particular mission. That was kind of the colloquial term for it. But there's been lots of excavations now. In the old days when people did archaeology at missions, it was kind of in the service of reconstructing the churches or something, other architecture. But there's really been a radical reorientation to try to find out, well, how did Native people live? What kinds of things did they do in their own backyards or in their own homes? And that's where we really see how people kept tradition alive despite the challenges of the time. So, I don't want to go into all the weeds of the archaeology, but, we see things now that, like tobacco, for instance. One of the digs I did here on campus, we found thousands and thousands of tobacco seeds. And, of course, tobacco was sacred for Native people. They used it in their rituals. And so we can see that people kept their rituals alive. There's also a raptor talon. I believe it's a golden eagle talon there on the slide. People, we know in pre-contact times people would raise eagles to use their feathers for regalia. And it seems that either they were hunting eagles or perhaps even raising them here in the mission as well. We see their bones, and in this case, a talon. We see shell beads, which were literally money. In the image in the middle, it might be too small to see, but this is an image that was drawn in 1816 at Mission Dolores up in San Francisco, and it shows Native people gaming. And they're in the person seated kind of on your left. In front of him, coiled up, is a whole thing of shell beads. And we know people use beads essentially as a currency here in California. And so we see these all over in the mission context. So there's so much we can learn about how Native people kept their cultures alive in the missions by kind of critically rereading the documents and looking at the archaeology. And we also know that despite the tremendous demographic challenges that people faced in the missions, as I showed before, the deaths outpacing births by a long shot in any given year, but we know that people intentionally tried to keep their communities alive. And we can see this in the mission records. The missionaries recorded, for all their faults, they were great record keepers. They recorded every individual's baptism. If they got married, they recorded their marriage, and ultimately their burial. And when we look at the mission records, there's a lot we can piece together about how communities intentionally thought about how they were going to replicate the next generation. And we know, through various sources, kind of how intermarriage worked in pre-contact times and pre-colonial times, and we see those patterns continue in the missions. Here at Santa Clara, Ohlone people from different tribal communities intermarried, and over time, as more and more people from outside Santa Clara Valley were recruited to this mission, Yokuts and Miwok people, or speaking people from the Central Valley, those folks often intermarried into existing Ohlone lineages. And so we can kind of see these core early lineages at the Bay Area missions intentionally taking in new people, often kind of solidifying alliances between high-status families, and so on. And we can kind of piece together how they kept their communities going in spite of the tragic losses. We can also use those same records to see how people maintain connections to their homelands, right? So I was kind of talking at the beginning about the process of reducción, of literally reducing Native communities into the missions, and how some anthropologists have taken that to mean that there was no autonomous Native communities after about 1810 here in the Bay Area. But we can see in the death records here at Santa Clara, about 9% of Native people who are listed in the death records actually died, and in many cases were buried in their home villages. So they found ways to escape, either just literally as fugitives, sometimes manipulating a pass system that the missionaries allowed them to go back to their homelands. So we know, just by proxy, that there were communities out there who were never enumerated in any colonial documents. And of course, again, with the archaeology, we can link obsidian. It's a volcanic glass that's used for manufacturing stone tools, and we can use different geochemical methods to determine exactly where those stones were picked up on the landscape to produce these tools that were used here in the missions. Similar things can be done with beads. We can infer trade networks that crossed the entire state. So we know people here at Santa Clara at San Jose, at the different missions that the tribe's ancestors were a part of, we know that they were keeping connections up with people outside of the mission communities, keeping connections to their homelands. And of course, I think one of the other things to point out is that Native people didn't give up. When you talk to tribal folks today in California, a lot of the times, what they want you to know is that their ancestors didn't kind of just take it, right? That they stood up for themselves. And we see this in the missions. Here at Santa Clara, Native people, there's all throughout the entire period, Mission Santa Clara was founded in 1777, so we can see resistance in the records at different points. But especially in the later years, there were some pretty big rebellions. There was a fellow named Pomponio who led raids against Santa Clara and San Jose and San Francisco throughout the early 1820s from his cave over on the coast that some of my colleagues here have been working on identifying. At Mission San Jose and Santa Clara in the late 1820s, there were two men, Stanislao from Mission San Jose and Cipriano from here at Santa Clara, that led a huge multi-year revolt where people fled the missions and set up out in the San Joaquin River Valley and resisted many military attempts to bring them back into the missions. And then late in the mission period, all the way into the late 1830s, there was another revolt, a fellow named Yoshkalo, who this one is not as well documented in the historical record, but we think led a revolt against Mission Santa Clara and fled out into what's today Los Gatos with a whole bunch of people from the mission. So we know from these records that people, were taking up arms literally against the missions in many cases. In other instances, people worked within the colonial system to try to get what was rightfully theirs. So the missions here in California, you may remember from fourth grade if you grew up here, they were officially what's called secularized in the mid-1830s, and that just meant that they turned into parish churches. The native population, some people, especially those from the San Joaquin Valley in the Sacramento River Delta, went home. They left. But Ohlone people stayed because this was their homeland. And we can see here at Santa Clara, at Mission San Jose and Mission San Francisco, there were not as many formal land grants. But here at Santa Clara, there were 5 that went to Ohlone men. And what's interesting is that when you look at where these were located and you look at who was given the land grant, almost always they correspond exactly to where those people had grown up or where their parents had grown up. So kind of the most famous example is Inigo. That's the gentleman in the picture there. He was baptized here, I believe, in 1781 as a young man. He was originally from Mountain View, around Moffett Field, and he's lived through the entire mission period here. He suffered tremendous losses. I think 11 out of his 13 children died before adulthood, and lost several wives. But he survived, and in the 1830s and 40s, he moved back to his home village there where Moffett Field is today, and was officially granted that by the Mexican government in 1844, Rancho Pasolmi, which was mentioned earlier in the land acknowledgement. And so, it's really telling, I think, that these men went back to the same places where they were from. And even we can see this in the men and women who ended up working at those ranchos. Those colonists that took the land often relied on native labor. And when we know who those people were at those different ranches, oftentimes it's people that were from those same areas originally. So people wanted to have those connections to their land. And of course, you'll hear a lot about this in the coming presentations, but by the 1860s, in those federal censuses that don't show that many native people, the ones that are enumerated, over time, you can see them coalescing in the hills right on the border of Santa Clara County and Alameda County, kind of behind Mission San Jose. For those of you from the Bay Area, if you take 680, once you kind of pass, 680 east, once you pass Mission Boulevard, you get into the hills. A series of communities out that way, Niles, Sonol, a place near Pleasanton called Alisal. And in the 1860s and 1870s, this was a site of cultural revival. The documents, accounts of the community there talk about a tupintak, a ceremonial roundhouse or sweat lodge. We know that there was a revitalization of the Kuksu religion that actually spread out from Pleasanton, and people from there went out to other native communities as part of this big revival in the late 19th century here in California and into Nevada. And later, in the early 20th century, this community was documented by anthropologists. Alfred Kroeber went there, but he was, again, focused more on people in the Sierra foothills in far northern California. But other anthropologists, like J.P. Harrington, who worked for the Smithsonian, who you'll undoubtedly hear more about, worked fairly closely with this community and documented language and other important traditional knowledge from elders like Angela Colos, who you see here at the bottom, and Jose Guzman, who is the man seated there on the top. And, we've been working with the tribe to kind of go through some of Harrington's field notes. I know Mike Wilcox from Stanford, who you'll hear from later too, has been also engaged in some of this work. And this is, just a snippet from the literally thousands of pages of field notes that he took there. But this is, earlier in the land acknowledgement where Julia was saying, Muwekma means la gente. This is, you can see that in these field notes that are a century old. Oops. All right, so I've got, I think, 7 minutes. So the last thing I want to talk about is justice. So, we talk about erasure. We can see how tribes in California, whose ancestors were in the mission, are kind of, at this structural disadvantage with the federal recognition process. Native people in California who weren't ever in the missions, who, were in the Sierra foothills or somewhere else, face challenges for sure, right? The genocide affected everyone. But when anthropologists and government officials came in, they looked more like what they expected Native people to look like. Missionized people elsewhere in the country, in the Southwest, were already aggregated into cities. And think about the Puebloans in the Southwest, the Pueblo folks. They had missions, but they were already hierarchical, living in cities and so on, and again, met certain expectations. But Native people here on the coastal strip where the missions were, because of what happened, were not, or did not meet those expectations. But we can also see, again, that they didn't give up, right? That you can see these patterns of persistence in the way they kept their culture alive, the way they kept their communities alive throughout both the mission period and the later genocide and into kind of the 20th century. But I also want to think about this topic of justice, since a lot of speakers have mentioned this, and it's kind of the theme of the program today. And I've been doing some work with my colleague Gustavo Flores from Evergreen Valley College and also Mike Wilcox from Stanford, looking at, when the mission started closing down, how did Native people seek to regain what was rightfully theirs? And so a couple of documents that Gustavo and I were just up at the Bancroft Library a couple weeks ago, and we kind of found a couple of things that were interesting I just wanted to highlight. On the left is an emancipation petition from an Ohlone guy named Juan Santos, and he was actually the recipient of one of those land grants, bless you, that I showed earlier. But Juan Santos, in the letter on the left, it's probably hard to read from the audience, but he's basically saying, it's from 1839, he's saying that he's already living in the Pueblo of San Jose. So he's living in what's today the city of San Jose, and he's working there as a bricklayer, and he's building the church there, is what he's saying. And he wants to do it as a free person. He doesn't want to do it as a neophyte, which is what the Native people who were legally attached to the mission were called. And so he wanted his freedom. He wanted sovereignty. The other document is from that Ulastok land grant that was, again, mentioned in the land acknowledgement earlier. And this land grant's just right up the road from us. If you took Lafayette, which is a street running behind this building, out toward Alviso, it's just out that direction. And this is a letter. It's an early translation. This is from a court case in the early 1850s. So it's a translation of a Spanish document, but it's easier to read this way. But it just says, and it's signed by Marcelo, Pio, and Cristobal, who were the men who petitioned for and received that land grant. And they were all Ohlone men who had been at the mission for many, many years. Marcelo was kind of like Inigo. He had been born outside the mission and survived the whole time period. But it says, we ask your excellency, they're petitioning the governor, to grant us the favors which we solicit, from which we will receive justice. Right? They're using the language of justice in 200 years ago almost. So that's, I think really powerful to think about. Another document that Gustavo found in the archives of the city of San Jose is really fascinating. It's a court case, kind of a trial of a number of men who were arrested for plotting to overthrow the civilian administrator at Mission San Jose, a man named Jose de Jesus Vallejo, who was the brother of General Guadalupe Vallejo, who you've probably heard of. And so as the missions were shutting down in that process of secularization, a civilian administrator was appointed to take care of the missions. And at Mission San Jose, the men, or at least these men that were documented, and I'm sure women were involved in this as well, but just because of the patriarchy, were not recorded. When they were arrested and interrogated, they said time and again that the reason why they were plotting to overthrow this guy was to literally remove him, was because the theft of land. That he was giving the land to the colonists, this land that had been promised to them. And so when we look at who these guys were, there are 17 of them, and we're still working through some of the genealogy here, but these names stand out, and they stand out for these reasons. This guy, one of the ringleaders, Zenon, his native name was Pacha. He was originally from Mission San Rafael, but he was closely associated with Mission Dolores in these records. They called him a Doloreño. And he actually probably spent a lot of time here at Santa Clara. He was married here in 1838 and had a daughter baptized here. But he's the father of Angela Colos, one of the key Muwekma elders from that community of Alasal. Avencio, whose native name was Zapais, was baptized at Mission San Jose, and he actually had ties to Santa Clara too. He had a son baptized here. But he was the father of Jose Guzman, another key elder at Alisal who was interviewed by J.P. Harrington. Two other men, Liberato, as he was called in the documents, he was also part of this plot to overthrow the administrator of Mission San Jose, and he actually lived into the 1900s, but he's a key member of the Marine family lineage of the tribe, as is Leopardo, another man who was part of this plot. And so even though they were unsuccessful, you can see that they were fighting for the same things that the tribe is fighting for today. That's land and recognition. And so just to sum up here, since I think I have 1 minute left, when we think about what the tribe is facing today, we can tie it back directly to places like this, to the missions. And that, depending on whether or not you're part of the SCU community, may have different resonance for you, but I think it's important that our institutions acknowledge their role in these histories. And not just the missions, but, the American settler colonialism is a huge part of this story, the genocide against Native people in California. We need to reckon with these. But that doesn't mean the Native people are gone, right? The Muwekma Ohlone tribe and other Native people throughout the state are still here, and they're still fighting for what's rightfully theirs. So thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Thanks again. For our next presenter, Dr. Leventhal is going to be joining us via Zoom. I just want to, for the folks watching on the live stream, we have received your emails and are working to ensure that you have access to seeing the screen. But if you're continuing to have challenges on the live stream, please email me, and we're trying to respond quickly. And just a reminder, we'll be doing the Q&A after Alan's Zoom, and so we'll be collecting those questions at the end. So let me go ahead and introduce Dr. Leventhal as we get the Zoom set up. And so Dr. Leventhal is a trained archaeologist, anthropologist, ethnohistorian. During the early 1970s, Alan had worked at the American Museum of Natural History in New York in the departments of anthropology and education. Mr. Leventhal completed his undergraduate degree in anthropology at City College of New York and did graduate work at City University of New York and at San Jose State University. He had also worked as the state archaeologist at the Nevada Archaeological Survey in the University of Nevada, Reno, and taught classes there. In 1978, a National Forest, Alan briefly worked as a Forest Service archaeologist in the Laysan National Forest before coming to San Jose State University in 1978, where he spent 9 years in the Department of Anthropology as the Anthropology Lab Director. From 1987 until his retirement from San Jose State in 2019, Alan worked on the administrative staff in the Office of the Dean, College of the Social Sciences, while continuing to teach as a lecturer about contemporary Native American issues and topics on advanced methods and theory and archaeology in the Anthropology Department. He has lectured and conducted archaeological investigations in New York, Georgia, Nevada, California, and Hawaii. His principal study was titled A Reinterpretation of Some Bay Area Shell Mound Sites, A View from the Mortuary Complex from CALA 329, the Ryan Mound. He is also the author of numerous publications on Bay Area archaeology and California Indian ethnohistory, as well as the military service history of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. For the past 42 years, he has worked with the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area as a tribal ethnohistorian and senior staff archaeologist. Mr. Leventhal has also worked as a volunteer for from 92 to 98 on the congressionally created H.R. 2144 Advisory Council on California Indian Policies Unrecognized Tribal Task Force, and was the National Congress of American Indians Recognition Task Force 2006. He was also one of the few advocates for the previously federally recognized tribes in the state. Alan has also worked closely with other tribes throughout California as they seek restoration and reaffirmation of their tribal status. He has also served as the ethnohistorian and archaeologist for two other previously federally recognized tribes, the Amamutsan tribal band of the Castanoan Indians since 1989, centered around Mission San Juan Bautista, and the Ohlone Castanoan Esselen Nation since 1992, centered around the greater Monterey Bay region. And so it's my pleasure to welcome Alan Leventhal via the Zoom. Are we all set, Lauren? I think we're getting everything ready, so give us a moment. We apologize for the slight delay, but we should be getting the Zoom set up shortly.
Can you hear me? You can hear me, good. Am I loud enough?
A little louder.
Can I? Okay. I didn't hear if you read my bio or not. Thank you. Oh, I'm Alan Leventhal, from tribal ethnohistorian, and I'm going to do contextualize a visual odyssey of my involvement with the tribe since 1980. So this will also include some of the evidence that the tribe submitted to the Bureau of Indian Affairs in the 1990s. So I can move this ahead. Back from extinction was also a term that the tribe has used. It's an overview of the Muwekma Ohlone tribal history, including a sampling of evidence that was submitted to the Department of the Interior for the federal acknowledgement process, which is spelled 25 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 83. And as was stated earlier, Al Kroeber, his legacy, which he published in 1925 through the Bureau of American Ethnology, he wrote the Costanoan group is extinct for all practical purposes are concerned. And in 1980, I met the woman on the right, which is Charlene Nishma's mom, Rosemary Canberra, who introduced me to her mother, Dolores Sanchez. And she said she was an Ohlone Indian, and I came to San Jose State in 1978. And I said, I really don't know anything about your people. I've never heard of you. And she said, well, I'm an Ohlone Indian. We went to the library, pulled out Kroeber's handbook on California Indians. We read his statement that the Costanoan group is extinct for all practical purposes. And I said, you must be from some other tribe. And she said, I beg to differ with you and Dr. Kroeber. I am an Ohlone Indian. My mother's an Ohlone Indian. She was born on the Sunol Rancheria in 1911 and baptized at Mission San Jose in 1912. as well as other members of the various families. So I said, what do you want me to do then? She said, we want help in researching out our genealogies through the mission records, and also to deal with various kind of legal issues in archaeology, because the local archaeological firms would not permit the Muwekmas to be on any of their ancestral heritage sites. So who are the Muwekma Ohlone? They are a tribe comprised of all the surviving Native American lineages who are aboriginal to the greater San Francisco Bay region, and whose ancestors were missionized into Mission Dolores, Santa Clara, and San Jose, and who comprised the historic BIA documented, federally recognized Verona Band of Alameda County. The Muwekma became federally recognized after the discovery of the 1851-1852 treaties and through Congressional Homeless California Appropriation Acts of 1906, 1908, and through other federal actions during later years. So California became a repository of almost all of the major language groups or families in above Mexico, including the Euro-Aztecans, and the Muwekmas were considered the Northern Costanoan speakers, and so their territory was circum San Francisco Bay, all the way down to around Morgan Hill. During the visits of distinguished European visitors, this was from the ship, the Rurik, the Russian scientific ship, the Rurik, in 1816. A artist on board named Luis Choris was able to sketch and later on color tint and paint the various regalia and the people residing at Mission Dolores. You can see by the complexity of both the symbolism, such as the fellow in the center, the duality between two different colors, which symbolically could refer to their moiety system of land and water, but also the complex featherwork. The world would change for California Indian people when this handsome dude, who is the Duke of Naples, he became King Carlos III of Spain under the House of the French, the Bourbon kings. He was an adept administrator, and it is he who sent the various expeditions in 1769 into Alta California because of the encroachment of other European and Americans in Spanish territories in the Americas, at least North America. So we know about the Portola expedition and the Dienza expeditions that came up from the south. One of the military commanders was Pedro Fejas, who gave us a very deep description in his 1775 publication, A Historical, Political, and Natural Description of California. And he tells us something about their socio-cultural complexity, which also challenges Kroger's single village communities as the unit of complexity, the tribelet. Besides the chief of villages, they have in every district another who commands 4 or 5 villages together, the village chiefs being his subordinates. Each of them collects every day in his village the tributes which the Indians pay him in seeds, fruits, game, and fish. The subordinate captain is under obligation to give his commander notice of every item of news or occurrence. So this gives us a first-hand pre-mission account of the sociocultural complexity, which we can call kind of ranked chiefdoms. So the San Francisco Bay Area were a client of related languages, and in the San Francisco Bay there was a ship called the San Carlos. It was a packet that circumnavigated San Francisco Bay, and up where you see the Carquine area, which is northern Ohlone, this is the ship. A part of the crew landed, and they made notes of their encounters, saying there was an authority over all these Indians whose kingly presence marked his eminence above the rest. Our men made a landing, and when they had done so, the Indian chief addressed a long speech to them. These were the proper rules of behavior for dealing with distinguished guests. They had a feast, and then they saw a large number of heathen approaching, all armed with bows and arrows. They noted that the number of Indians who had gathered together was itself alarming enough. There were more than 400 of them, and all or most of them were of good height and well built. So it tells us something about the military capability as well. This is a tourist painting of the Chobolone warriors in the adjacent area near Mount Diablo. Mission San Francisco, established in 1776. Again, the Ohlonies there were subject to visitations, and also we have these wonderful renderings. They were transformed by the missionization, wearing now cotton cloth. And the fellow in the lower right, his hair is shorn and irregular. He is in mourning. They would burn their hair or cut their hair, and the life expectancy was only a few years. Someone in your family was dead within several years. Mission Santa Clara was established or founded January 12th, 1777. And the third mission, which is the Maria mission, there's an estimated 6,000 Indian burials between 1781 to 1818. That's a lot of death and burials. Mission San Jose was established in proximity to Pueblo de San Jose and Mission Santa Clara for protection. They couldn't go further up the East Bay because those East Bay Indians who went to Mission San Francisco fled the mission. And there at Mission San Jose's Indian Cemetery, there were around 4,000 Indian neophyte burials. All the way to 1925, they were being buried at the cemetery. During an earlier Russian expedition, the Langsdorff expedition, here again we see the complexity of color and dualities and regalia. During the period of time, up until around 1834, Indian runaways were rounded up by the Spanish military, supported by Indian auxiliaries, which obviously created tensions amongst the Indians of the missions. We looked at earlier, Lope Inigo is getting one of the land grants. What is interesting is on the historic maps, you can see by Mountain View, it says Inigo Reservation. So it wasn't really a real reservation, but it was a major land grant. Some of the powerful elites who interfaced with the various ancestral Ohlonies include Antonio Maria Sonol. The town of Sonol is named after him, and he married one of the Burnell sisters, the sister of Juan Pablo Burnell. He was a powerful elite. He was a co-owner of Rancho Valle de San Jose near Pleasanton, which will have future ramifications for the tribe. And then another one was Antonio Maria Pico, who was the alcalde of San Jose, and he married another Burnell sister. So at Mission Santa Clara, which was mentioned earlier, Maria de los Angeles Colos, his parents were married between 1838, and she was born around 1839, and she died, we don't have her death record, in around 1929. The world would change again when this man was sent by his father-in-law, Senator Thomas Benton, to seize California in 1846. President Polk had sent the military after the annexation of Texas in 1849. The military arrived near Mexico City with cannon, threatening to destroy Mexico City if they did not cede the area of California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Under that treaty, the rights of Native people and the rights of Spanish-speaking people and their land ownership would have been protected. However, that would change when, under Sutter's land, Marshall found gold, and the gold rush was on. Several 100,000 men flock in through the Golden Gate, spread throughout California, and this is California's first football team. They spread into the foothills of the Sierra and then up north. And they later on will wash down the Sierra, which would eventually silt in the San Francisco Bay, destroying most of the marine life, as well as the important fishing runs. California became a state in 1850. In 1851, President Millard Fillmore and Congress appropriated $100,000 to treat with California tribes for purposes of quieting their aboriginal title to the lands of California. The only legal instrument the federal government had to take land and quiet the title was treaty. Between 1778 and 1869, thereabout, 389 treaties were negotiated, 371 were ratified by the Senate, signed into law by the President of the United States. The remaining 18 unratified treaties, when they went back to Washington, D.C., the newly elected senators argued that Indians of California should get nothing. But the treaties that were negotiated with 3 commissioners, the commissioners divided up the state into 18 districts. 8.5 million acres of land was to be set aside for the Indians. And as I said, when these treaties went back to Washington, D.C., the senators argued that Indians should get nothing, and the warfare continued. As here's an older picture of Peter Hartman Burnett, and he said that a war of extermination will continue to be waged between the races until the Indian race becomes extinct. Must be expected. As the warfare is continuing, Indians around Mission San Jose are still being baptized at the missions. And here we see Ambrosia Bonocco and Evelina Carnates. They were members of the Verona Band community. There was revitalization going on with the various California tribes. The Kuksu was an important organized religion amongst the Central California tribes. This was a dance regalia that was collected in the 1840s and is in Russia. And this is a high lineage ceremonial regalia collected in 1847 from Contra Costa County. Because of the death and the destruction of the lifeways of the Paiutes in Nevada, a series of prophets emerged that formulated what anthropologists and others have called the ghost dance religion, which was a melding of Christian and Indian beliefs. They revitalized their songs, dances, regalia, and belief system with Christian elements. And it went throughout California and ended up at Pleasanton. And as Dr. Panish said, it was actually exported from Pleasanton to the neighboring Miwoks, the Maidus of the Sacramento Valley, and the Coast Miwoks up in Marin. In the 1880s, there was an Indian Offenses Act that basically outlawed Indian religion that dealt with the confiscation of the various regalias and imprisonment for up to 30 days. This is, even though this is Central Valley, the Muwekma elders talk about these are the kinds of regalia that were worn up in San Leandro and at Pleasanton. They revitalized their dance houses, their prayer houses, which are in Ohlone language is called the Tukentak. Some of the Indian kids could go to school. This is in Niles, 1891, of 4 of the Nichols children. And their mother, Susie Nichols, was one of the cultural consultants for John Peabody Harrington. Senator George Hearst and Phoebe Ackerson Hearst, his wife, tired of living in San Francisco, bought 1,900 acres of the East Bay near Pleasanton. And it was Phoebe Hearst who funded the anthropology department and invited Alfred Kroeber to interview the Indians living at Alisal Rancheria, next to her property. So Kroeber comes down in 1904 and would be joined by other colleagues from Berkeley. And here is part of his field notebook where he identifies Jose Guzman, Angela Colos, and Magdalena Armija we will follow these people again. So the tribe partially appears on the 1900 Indian census for Niles, the rancheria there, and also on the Alisal rancheria. There's Angela Colos and her grandson, Joseph Garcia, and I mentioned Paula because Paula shows up as the godmother for this woman who died. This is Evelina Cornetes Marin. She marries a man named Rafael Marin, and she is the founding grandmother, if you will, of the Marin lineage. She had lots of children, but she died in 1904, and that's her in the lower left-hand corner, who was baptized in 1864 at Mission San Jose. She was buried in the Ohlone Indian Cemetery. So on the right here is Paula, Maria Trinidad Reyes Gonzalez, who's a linguistic consultant, and then on the Niles Rancheria, George Santos and his wife, Pellegrina Pinos. Let's keep going. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. Yeah. So there was a man in San Jose named Charles E. Kelsey, who belonged to a philanthropic group called the Northern California Indian Association, and they were concerned about the dying Indians of California and the landless Indians of California. In 1904, he went to Washington, D.C. to the 58th Congress and submitted a memorial that showed the location of the greatly reduced but still extant Indian communities. He included Pleasanton and Niles Rancheria. While he was back there, he and a clerk discovered, sealed under secrecy of the United States Senate with the 18 unratified treaties. The Senate voted to remove the seal, and they found that, to their shock, that the United States government recognized the ownership of California belonged to the California Indians. The problem was they were not U.S. citizens. They had no rights. But Kelsey is named Special Indian Agent, and he is charged for 1905 to 1906 to conduct a special Indian census. So in the National Archives, we pulled out his census, which was also published by Berkeley. So here again, a partial census. There's Jose Guzman, Angela Colos, Magdalena Armija, and George Santos. While these families are falling under the jurisdiction, the Indian children are dying of starvation. This is one of the Santos children, George Santos's children, who passes away and is buried at the Indian Cemetery, Mission San Jose. Another, Jose Guzman's first family, his son, Ben Luis Guzman, he's buried at the Mission Cemetery. He's hit by a train, and he is listed as Indian, buried at Mission San Jose. Well, although there are deaths, there's still births going on, and this is Lawrence Nichols, born in Niles, and he's listed as Indian, baptized at Mission San Jose. So the mission knew that. So there was efforts after Kelsey becomes Special Indian Agent, where people are writing to both this fellow Larrabee and the President of the United States. And Larrabee writes to the President, it is believed that Congress realizes this fully, and if the money which has already been appropriated is insufficient to give every landless Indian a place which he may call his own, that later will be grant an additional appropriation for their benefit, which Congress did. It is the intention of the office to persist in the work that is now going on until every Indian has been cared for. And while it is impossible to undo all that is past and restore the original owners of the soil to their possessions, the Congress will be asked from time to time, if necessary, to deem as what is reasonable and enable the homeless Indians to have a fair start in life, even at this late day. So there is efforts. The President knows this. The Bureau of Indian Affairs knows this. Congress is appropriating monies. So as the tribe is waiting for any type of interaction with the Bureau, they appear at Indian Town. This is the Alisal Rancheria. Again, a partial census. There we see Catherine Peralta, which is Jose Guzman's granddaughter, who is married to Dario Marin. His sister, Mercedes Marin, and Albert Marin, who is Monica Ariano's grandfather and her great-grandmother, Mercedes Marine. And we saw Trinidad Gonzalez earlier in the photo. This is Monica's grandfather on the right, and this is his uncle, Dario Marine. And he and Dario Marine and his wife, Catherine Peralta, were the last to live on the Alisal Rancheria when the houses were burnt down by Western Pacific Railroad in 1916. So Congressman Raker from California is asking questions about what has been provided for the Indians of California. And so Kelsey is asked to respond. And around 122 tribes signed on those 18 treaties. You can see Muwekma territory on the right. They presumably would have been pushed inland to one of the rancherias or the lands that was set aside, but that never happened. So Kelsey further responds, since none of the treaties mentioned in the Senate document were ever ratified, the government took everything ceded in the treaties and more. For example, the reservations have paid nothing. Absolutely no steps or measures have been taken to extinguish the rights of the tribes to the lands described in the treaties unratified in any way, shape, or form. And then he writes at the end, the Indian office didn't even have a record of the 18 treaties until we dug them out of the secret archives of the Senate. So I'm not making any of this stuff up. So he produced a map of California in 1913, which was published by Carlisle Indian School in Pennsylvania. And you can see Alameda, and below Alameda is 30, was the estimated population. And on the right-hand side, you'll see Indian Rancheria. So the Indian Rancheria was recognized. Another brilliant anthropologist from Berkeley, Edward Gifford, interviewed Angelo Colos in 1914. This is from his handwritten works, field work. And you can see at the bottom, Muwekma, meaning the gente, the people. Grover had already published in 1910 the word Muwekma, meaning the people. So the jurisdiction fell to the Reno Agency under a guy named Charles Asbury after Kelsey retired. He was $18,000 in debt out of his own pocket trying to buy land for Indians. And you can see the Verona Band is listed on the right-hand side. As they're waiting for land purchase, 7 Muwekma men enlisted in the armed forces of the Army, Navy, and the Marine Corps as early as 1914, and they stay in the armed services until 1920. They serve overseas in France, and one is severely wounded who's in the Marine Corps, Franklin Guzman. So by 1923, there's an annual report out of the Reno Agency, and it shows the landless tribes under his jurisdiction, the Reno Agency. We see the San Benito is the Amamutsun, Monterey the Esselen Nation people, and Alameda Verona 30. And no one told the tribe they were called the Verona Band of Alameda County. Citizenship comes about in 1924. I originally thought because 17,000 Indians served overseas in World War I. When they come back, they're technically not citizens. They had applied for citizenship. But it was the Osage that was successful. And if you read The Killers of the Flower Moon, it's about the murder of the Osage in Oklahoma. So Kroeber, a year after passage, writes, the Coast Nome group is extinct for all practical purposes in his famous handbook. And then Muwekmas are still dying, 1925. Here's Martin Guzman, son of Jose Guzman. He's buried at Mission San Jose Ohlone Cemetery. So sometime in the 20s, this fellow Lafayette A. Dorrington, who even lied about his rank, he called himself a colonel, but he was a second lieutenant. He is investigated for dereliction of duty by Washington, D.C. He would ultimately remove 135 landless tribal bands from the list of tribes awaiting land purchase under his jurisdiction. The very first one was the Verona Band of Alameda County. And he wrote, there's one band in Alameda County commonly known as the Verona Band, located near the town of Verona. These Indians were formerly those that reside in close proximity to Mission San Jose. It does not appear at the present time there is need for the purchase of land for the establishment of their homes. The problem is, he said they live near the town of Verona. There's never been a town of Verona. He never visited them, never conducted a needs assessment, and he did the same for the other 134 landless bands. He was a drunk. But as the tribe is still remaining landless, John Peabody Harrington from the Bureau of American Ethnology interviews Jose Guzman, records 27 of his songs, and also interviews Angela Colos. And from some of the interviews, we see the Clareños. The Indians from Mission Santa Clara were much intermarried with the Georgianos, the Indians from Mission San Jose. The dialects were similar. And again, we see Muwekma La Gente. So something happens with Dorrington. He's either fired or he retires. But a guy named Oscar Lips is writing to the assistant commissioner. He says, now it seems to me that the thing for us to do is look at the facts of the face and admit that in the past the government has been woefully negligent and inefficient to rectify our past mistakes. It is difficult to locate the blame, but somewhere along the line there appears to have been gross negligence or crass indifference. The reason why I'm presenting this, even though it's 1931, that gross negligence and crass indifference still exists today from the Bureau of Indian Affairs in Washington, D.C. So in 1928, because of Citizen Act of 24, California Indians organized and they decided to sue the United States over the 8.5 million acres of land that they never ceded. Congress freaks out, creates the California Indian Jurisdictional Act, and the Muwekmas enroll. Here are some of the enrollment applications from 28 to 32. This is Lucas Marine. You can see he uses Ohlonies on his BIA application. The examiner did not ever hear of the word Ohlone, and he refers to his mother, Avelina Marine, who died in 1904. He said, my mother's parents born in Mission San Jose. The records of her family ought to be found there, and we did find her record, her baptismal record, her mother's baptismal record, her parents' baptismal records going back to Mission Dolores and Mission San Jose. Catherine Marine, which is Jose Guzman's granddaughter, she was a full blood. She was married to Lucas Marine at the time. Her children were still dancing the traditional dances exported from Pleasanton. This is the bear dance in the 1980s. This is Mercedes Marine's son. She had died in 1914. He was adopted by another member of the tribe, Phoebe Alanese. These are the Thompson or Mija families. Carl Thompson, this is his grandmother. He was a former councilman of the tribe. Dolores Sanchez and her siblings enrolled in the Bureau. That's Dolores again in the middle with her daughter. This is Charlene's grandmother and mother. And the siblings, Albert Arellano enrolls. This is, again, Monica Arellano's grandfather. Francesca Guzman enrolls. She is the great-grandmother of Councilwoman Sheila Guzman, who is a present councilwoman today. Maggie Juarez was an important leader of the tribe. She was a godmother to many of the Indians there. She lived in Newark. And Trina Marine was a leader of the tribe. And she has a large family. That's her on the right. And Mary Munoz is an elder who was on the Elders Council. That's her in the middle. She was born in 1910 and baptized at St. Augustine in Pleasanton. And Jose Binoco was an elder who was born around the 1850s. And he was of Africans full blood. He's one of the last surviving members of the Mission San Jose Indian Band. Let's see, and this is Dolores Marine Galvan, had a large family. All 5 of her sons served in the United States Armed Forces in World War II. The one in the middle there, Hank Alvarez, he just passed. at the age of 100, was in the 101st Airborne Division. She writes a letter to the Bureau of Indian Affairs in Sacramento because they're hurting. This is the Depression. They basically are just barely scraping by. What happened to that Indian deal? A lot of people want to find out about it, so they asked me to write you. We heard that there was a meeting about Indian claims. My great-grandfather was chief of the tribe of Pleasanton. It took 4 years for her to get a letter back. Mrs. Galvan is shown on the roll of California Indians as one half-blood, but she does not have ward status, therefore not eligible for any aid from federal funds through this agency. It took them 4 years. So some of the kids were too dark to go to school in the Bay Area. This is Lawrence Domingo Marin, the son of Dario Marin and Catherine Peralta. He is shipped off to Sherman Institute 1931 till 1940 when he enlists in the United States Marine Corps. That's him in the upper left. He serves till 1946. He's in almost every single major battle in the Pacific. And then his brother, Ernest Marine, is, you'll see that these are some of the men who served in the armed forces. The one in the lower middle, Robert Sanchez, was in the 508th Parachute Infantry Division, 82nd Airborne Division. And in the 40s, kids went to Indian boarding school up at Chemawa, Oregon. Affidavits that were submitted to the Bureau said that she was, this is Trina Marine, she was a descendant of a local Indian tribe, was born in Pleasanton in California in the early 1900s, and it says she is. The Bureau of Indian Affairs crossed out the word is and said was. There was no tribe in 1945. This is their interpretation of the documentation. During the 47 to 50s, family members joined the Bay Area California Indian Council. Families enrolled with the Second Bureau of Indian Affairs enrollment. This is Trina Marine's enrollment in 1950. And then Kroger supports the California Indians in the claims hearings with the anthropologist from Berkeley, and he refers to them as full-bloods. It's just that the anthropologists have taken extinction too far. They are still around, they're still full-bloods, and he uses Mission San Jose, the Pleasanton Refuge, as examples of survivorship in 1955. And in 1951, a settlement was issued for $150, calculated with interest back to 1852 for the value of the 8.5 million acres of land they never received. So each surviving head of household was able to get a check for $150 for 8.5 million acres of land. In the 1960s, the Ohlone Cemetery was going to be sold off for destruction. The tribe came together with the American Indian Historical Society in San Francisco to protect the Ohlone Cemetery, and they were able to get the title to the cemetery. Within living memory of the families, family members were still buried there, and the diocese decided to sell it off with 4,000 burials. So with the Ohlone, the American Indian Historical Society, the Muwekma show up as Ohlone Indian historians. Congressman Don Edwards said he contacted the Bureau of Indian Affairs to preserve the cemetery, to take it into trust, and they informed me they do not have jurisdiction in this matter since the Ohlone Indians are not officially recognized as an American Indian tribe. It is their opinion that legislation of this kind would not have a chance in Congress, just like today, since their official position is to encourage Indians to enter the mainstream of American life rather than to be singled out as a tribe. This is the period of termination and relocation of tribes off their reservations and dumping them into various cities around the country. So the tribe shows up in the newspapers in 1966, the local newspapers, and there's only one such cemetery. We have been told that Congressman Don Edwards supports the tribe may introduce some sort of legislation. So these are the Muwekmas. The Bureau of Indian Affairs says you cannot use any of this as evidence that you're a tribe. You cannot use it as evidence. So the Ohlone story was published in 1968 to 72. There was the third BI enrollments. The tribe enrolls again. They're listed. Here's an application. They're the only tribe to deploy the ethnonym Ohlone. And this is Ernest Thompson and his son Carl on the on Alcatraz. They enrolled again. This is Margaret Martinez. She was the last Ohlone to be baptized at Mission San Jose. In the 1971, there was a settlement for 64,425,000 acres of land, and it was for $668.61. This is Beatrice Marine. She never cashed her check. Many of the Indians never cashed their checks. So the tribe incorporated. Malcolm Moore Golden wrote his book, The Ohlone Way, which is really useless. The Berkeley attacks the repatriation of 550 burials from Stanford University, and he says that is not to say there aren't people around here who are of Indian heritage, but now his methodology, I'd be willing to bet they could not give you even a semblance of a lineage account that was Aboriginal. So who are you going to believe, me as a white PhD anthropologist or these women of color? This is the reburial of the 550 burials over in the East Bay that were repatriated from Stanford. And then the tribe petitioned the federal government for restoration. Yes? 2 minutes, yeah. Anyway, they got a notice of, because of the significance and permanence of acknowledgement as a tribe, decision to acknowledge an Indian tribe, establish a perpetual government-government relationship. The tribe appears in newspaper articles. This is West Magazine, 1992. The Advisory Council on California Indian Policy Act is passed, which was originally a federal recognition bill. Resolution from the state of California supporting the recognition of the three coastal tribes. Holly Record got a letter from Condoleezza Rice. They went to the White House with their petition materials under the Clinton administration, and even the Bureau of Indian Affairs says it's ready to assist Sonangwe Council and the Muwekma trial in seeking administrative federal recognition on the basis your tribes were never terminated. Here I'll stop, because basically when we interfaced with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and they denied the tribe's right to use these documents, and they argued before the court that only one piece of evidence was submitted between 1927 and 1982. They denied the tribe's existence, and they did recommend that Congress should be able to enact legislation. And in 2000, Congressman George Miller enacted or drafted legislation, the California Tribal Status Act, but it would not get out of committee when the Democrats had control of the House of Representatives. So these are the kinds of things that the tribe is confronted by with our elected officials, whether they are liberal Democrats or conservative Republicans. For the most part, there is reluctance to support the rights and deal with justice issues of the tribes of California. And in this particular case, the Muwekma tribe, after we submitted around 6 linear feet of documentation to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. With that, I'll stop. Okay. So, people have...
Thank you, Alan, and everyone. We are going to invite Jonathan Lockwood, spokesperson for the tribe, to conduct our Q&A, and Dr. Lee Panich will also come back out, and Alan will join us via Zoom, and Ray will be collecting cards. So if you have not submitted your questions, if you could please pass them over. Thank you.
Come on. Hi, everyone. I'm Jonathan Lockwood. We're going to be gathering the questions, but while that's happening, if you want to go to Facebook and look up Muwekma Ohlone Tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area and make sure that you go follow and like and share as many posts as you possibly can. And also Muwekma Tribe on Twitter, so you can make sure that you follow Twitter there.
To conduct our Q&A, and Dr. Lee Panich will also come back out, and Alan will join us via Zoom, and Ray will be collecting cards. So if you have not submitted your questions, if you could please pass them in. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jonathan Lockwood. We're going to be gathering the questions, but while that's happening, if you want to go to Facebook and look up Muwekma Ohlone Tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area and make sure that you this comment from one of the audience members says, I remember hearing that the Native American Extermination Act from the 18th or 19th century has still not been repealed to this day. Is this true?
Alan, do you want to handle that one?
Now I can't hear you.
Oh. Okay, well, Alan seems to be lost in Zoom land. I'm not exactly familiar about that specific thing. I mean, there were a number of laws that were passed here in California in the mid-19th century, and certainly federal laws. As we're learning in many topics in our nation right now, there are a lot of old, outdated laws that are still on the books in various places, but I can't speak to that particular one.
Thanks. The next question is, with the history of Catholic missionization and colonization, how might Santa Clara University, as a Jesuit Catholic institution, facilitate reconciliation and reparations?
The Extermination Act, I'm not too sure what act that is. I know that, can you hear me okay? So so I'm not too sure what that is in reference of, but I know that the American Indian Religious Freedom Act was passed in 1978, which provided only federally recognized tribes the right to practice their religion. So unrecognized tribes do not have that right because they're not federally recognized. So I'm not too sure what the Extermination Act was.
Repeat the question again, then I'll share it with
We're just going to
let Nolan, because he's still out there. Just go ahead.
Okay. The next question is, with the history of Catholic missionization and colonization, how might Santa Clara University, as a Jesuit Catholic institution, facilitate reconciliation and reparations?
The Extermination Act was, but I do know that the American Indian Religious Freedom Act of 1978 was passed that provided the rights of only federally recognized tribes to practice their religion and handle sacred regalia. So unrecognized tribes do not have that right to practice their religion or handle sacred regalia, such as eagle feathers or raptor feathers.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the next question was about reconciliation, I believe, and
Yeah.
As a Catholic institution, what has Santa Clara, or what can Santa Clara do? Maybe what has Santa Clara done? I think those questions have to be answered in conversation with the impacted tribal communities, and of course, the Muwekma Ohlone tribe is a key player in that conversation. We, in 2018, then president of the university, Father Eng, convened an Ohlone history working group, and this was just a very first step in this what will undoubtedly be a long process. But we spent 18 months or so reviewing how we tell the story of Mission Santa Clara and how do we engage with Native history on the campus. And so Chairwoman Charlene Nijma was part of that working group. We had another representative from a different Ohlone community. Andrew Galvin was part of that. There was Santa Clara University faculty and staff. And so we reviewed a number of monuments and markers on campus, and there were some first steps. We removed a plaque to Peter Burnett that was in the Mission Church. And so, my presentation and Alan's presentation, we both talked about Peter Burnett, the first American governor who advocated for genocide against Native people. And so, this was, we do have his family, we learned through this process, has a long-term connection to the campus. He was on that first board of trustees. His son was one of the first graduates. His son and grandson both taught in the law faculty here. But, through that process, we were able to learn more about our own history as an institution and remove that plaque. There are other things moving forward that, right now we're working with the tribe to develop a memorial to those 7,600 ancestors who are buried on our campus, or at least who appear in the death records of Mission Santa Clara. So how can we honor those people? These are kind of first steps. These are low-hanging fruit, removing a plaque, building a memorial. But, those bigger, thornier questions about, what does reconciliation actually look like, that's has to be done in conversation and in collaboration with the affected communities. And I think, I'm glad that we're starting that, but it's going to be a long process.
Well, it's a complex question. One of the things the Santa Clara University is doing is formulating the Ohlone work group and providing opportunities for young Ohlones to attend Santa Clara University. The issue on the missionization, that rather than the tribes pleading for the church to apologize, there really needs to be a much more formal interaction all the way up to the Vatican. Not only apologizing, but doing actions. The only action in California that I know of is in Santa Ynez, when the Catholic Church issued several acres of land to the Shumash, the Santa Ynez Shumash. But we do know that the church has vast holdings of land. That includes Del Retiro, the retirement, which a major ancestral heritage site was located on SCL 354. When the tribe went out there in the, I believe, late 80s, they were chased off by Father St. Clair. And he looked at me and he said, "Oh, a white man, someone I can talk to." And I told him who the Muwekmas were. One of them was a Catholic priest in Moraga. And he says, "You don't know what kind of kooks these people can be." So really what needs to be done is surplus land that the church has should be allocated to those landless tribes in California. Because as far as I know, the church did not pay for any of those lands. And I don't mean to be a harsh critic, because the church, on the other hand, served as a bastion of documentation from which we can research out the lineages of those tribes that were missionized into the missions. So, sorry it may be a wimpy response.
All right. Our next question is, what can we do to advance the Muwekma efforts for restoration of federal recognition?
Yeah, so there's a lot of movement on that question right now. There are Justice for Muwekma student groups at different universities and high schools in the area. I think there will be some materials on that, perhaps in the lobby on this today for this event, and certainly at the powwow tomorrow. So you can look for ways to get involved. If you look at the Muwekma website, there's all sorts of ways to get involved there, petitions and calls to action to contact your local elected representatives to make sure that this issue is front and center for them.
Yeah, if you follow on social media, Muwekma Tribe on Twitter, and then, of course, Facebook that I mentioned, and Instagram, it's a good way to stay in touch with the tribe and keep updated on all the events that we have going on. One of the next questions actually was interesting. It's
working with the tribe since 1980 and interfacing with the federal government and Bay Area entities and governments, justice is a fleeting word. Social justice is just fleeting. And environmental justice is fleeting. So Santa Clara University could take a meaningful lead role in formally writing a strong position supporting the tribe's restoration. One thing these Bay Area entities are finally doing is they're reading the tribe's history and heritage and their documentation. This is what our elected officials need to do. And there are two processes that Charlene elucidated upon. One could be a simple administrative reaffirmation that was accorded to the Ion Miwoks in 1994, the Lower Lake Koi, which is a Pomo group, in 2000, along with 2 Alaskan villages, and the Tejan tribe of the Bakersfield area. So administrative reaffirmation could happen under 25 CFR 1.2, according to the federal courts, which means that the Bureau of Indian Affairs can waive the regulations if it is to benefit the Indians. And then the other one is writing our elected officials to wake up and stop stonewalling the tribe.
Thank you, Alan. One of the next questions on this card that has a lot of really good questions is, what did the legal status of a neophyte look like? Were they slaves? But they asked also if the mission, when the mission was closed.
Yeah, so the question is about what does neophyte mean in a legal sense or in a practical sense even in the colonial period. So neophyte was a term applied to Native people who were entering the Catholic faith. But it also, so in that sense, it meant somebody that was new to the faith. But it also had a legal meaning, which was really a condition of unfreedom, right? And it meant that you were eternally bound to the mission community, so you weren't allowed to leave without a special permission. It meant that you were required to carry out your designated labor task, whatever that might be. And if you fled on your own, you could be brought back and whipped. If you didn't carry out the labor that you're supposed to do, same thing, you could be flogged. So it was a condition of unfreedom. And then when the mission started closing down, Mexico got its independence from Spain in 1821, and it was a long kind of process of closing things down. The first emancipation decrees were in 1826, and they used that word, emancipation. This is the 1820s, 1830s. Think of the context within the United States of what emancipation meant at that time. It's the same word. And so, yeah, it was a condition of unfreedom, and I think probably most people involved in it recognized that.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the last question. Is he?
No, he's not.
Okay, good. We're going to move on to the last question. It says, what steps can a practicing Catholic member of the community take toward the acknowledgement, reparation, and support of the Muwekma tribe? Very similar to the other question, but I think in terms of more specific to that demographic.
Yeah, I guess I will preface this by saying I'm not a practicing Catholic, so this is pure conjecture on my part. I think we all who are, everyone who is interested in this issue and in seeing justice for the tribe, it's incumbent upon us to make that known to our communities, whether, for me as a professor here, that's, working with my students and my colleagues to talk about, what happened here. It's doing the kind of research as a researcher that I do and working with, my fabulous colleagues here that are here today. But for, those of you in your own lives, maybe it's, if if the question is specifically about, as a Catholic, maybe it's, talking to the other people in your parish or in your church about this issue and kind of educating those around you. I think it's important to recognize the complexity of the issue, right? I mean, the missions were, flatly disastrous for Native people, but for a lot of, Native folks in California, they are still today Catholic, and so or other, practice other Christian faiths, and so the legacies of the missions are complicated, and I think, as people of faith, we can hold both of those at the same time and try to work forward toward justice.
Well, my best response is pray and embrace your religion, and to make sure that the university and the mission honors the thousands of Indians who are buried there, who built Mission Santa Clara, who sustained the community. But now Mission Santa Clara is an anchor for many, many different Catholic ethnic groups. And more than just a celebration, it's finding a position of understanding that the Muwekmas had sacrificed basically everything with the advent of colonial systems. And although present-day populations of people should not feel guilty about what had happened in the past, but they can work toward offsetting the adverse impacts to the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, as well as the neighboring tribes, the landless tribes of California. These tribes should have equal status with their brothers and sisters that are federally recognized. And they pose no threat to the world around them, the United States.
Thank you for that. And then with that, we all are going to break for lunch. I'm sure everyone's starting to get hungry. And then we'll have the movie also playing. Time Has Many Voices, and that's going to be until 1 o'clock.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Jonathan. So just a little housekeeping. There'll be like a 5-minute break before we start the film. For those of you that are new to the area and you're looking for lunch, right across the street there's a Togo's, there's some places that you can go. There's some food places on campus as well. We're replenishing the coffee and juice from this morning. You can certainly get food and bring it in here. The film is 45 minutes, and so that'll start in about 5 minutes, and then once it concludes, then we'll start our afternoon portion of our presentation. So thanks again for being here. Thanks again for those joining us on the live stream as well. If the house lights can come on, thank you.
Saywood, I heard you had returned to Sanderson.
If he is a man to make you truly happy, you should go to him.
If I lose my inheritance, I lose my independence. You will find the love you deserve.
A young woman has a right to choose her own destiny.
And since we're talking about ancestors, will you introduce us to the next generation here?
I'd like to introduce you to the next generation of Muwekma, which is my son, Lucas Tuheshte Ariano. And his middle name means strong, Tuheshte, because he is strong. Say hello, Lucas.
Hello, Lucas.
Horshetuhi Kanakrakat Lucas.
Today, Monica is taking her son Lucas on a field trip to Mission San Jose to learn about the history of his Ohlone tribe, the Muwekma Ohlone.
Lucas is old enough now. He's ready to learn about his past. He knows he's the proud descendant of the Native Americans who first lived in the San Francisco Bay Area. He's an Ohlone, a Muwekma Ohlone. It's time for him to understand.
At the mission, they will learn about the Spanish invasion of California. In the late 1700s, the Spanish crown made their forays into California. They built their missions and baptized thousands of Native Americans, who then perished in great numbers from disease and hard labor under the Spanish Church. Lucas's ancestors, the Ohlone, lived in 59 territorial communities in the San Francisco Bay Area, bound together by a common language. Their way of life would be destroyed.
It happened so fast. In a matter of a few decades, much of California was abandoned. Native people were decimated and their villages deserted. At another 20 years, and the U.S. government took control of the land. And soon thereafter, they declared the Ohlone extinct.
So you're going to do that for the rest of your other two bundles.
But the Ohlone tribes are not extinct. They are alive and thriving in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Frank Lopez. I'm a member of the Muwekma tribe. I'm a tribal member of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe.
Chetuhi Kana Krakat Gloria Ariano Gomez, Kana council member, Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area.
Virginia Arellano, Muwekma Ohlone elder.
Lucas Tehestra Ariano. I'm a member of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe.
And in what may be a once-in-a-lifetime event, Muwekma Ohlone tribal members are working hand-in-hand with archaeologists and San Francisco city officials to uncover an ancient village where their ancestors lived before the Spanish appeared.
There's nowhere I'd rather be, actually, right now than here amongst my people and working and discovering part of our past.
With the advance of isotopic studies, we're able to reconstruct parts of people's lives that we didn't know we could figure out before. We can reconstruct the mobility of a person's lifetime and also figure out mobility patterns of an entire culture.
Together with the Muwekma Ohlone and with their active participation and with their blessing, we're really conducting one of the most intensive and rigorous archaeological studies ever undertaken at really a early pre-contact archaeological village site in California.
The Muwekma Ohlone are now co-partners in the excavation of their ancestral village. As the archaeology proceeds, the ancient voices from the past will speak, and their modern-day descendants will be listening.
Akoit nepenu no Muwekma kush maniwak hemetak irekte warep. Welcome. This is the story of our ancestors, where they lived for many years.
KCBS News Time, 7:48 traffic with Peter Schofield.
We're starting in San Jose. This is 680 southbound.
Each day, thousands of people drive through the Sinoe Valley on Interstate 680, to or from San Jose. While traffic flow is the main concern for commuters, in the bigger picture, it's always been the flow of water that is important here, as several creeks converge to form the largest watershed in the southern San Francisco Bay Area. In 1910, Spring Valley Water Company built the Sinoe Water Temple here at the convergence of three subterranean water sources. A century later, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission has chosen this site for a new watershed education center.
We're building an interpretive center, which we're calling the Alameda Creek Watershed Center. Here next to the Sinoe Temple, and its primary function will be to provide educational opportunities for the public to understand the history and natural resources of our Alameda Creek watershed.
So the city wants to build their watershed center in this location near the Sunol Water Temple. However, this is the location of an archaeological site, a substantive one, and probably a very important pre-contact Ohlone village, but it's never been studied in any detailed manner. So archaeological studies need to be carried out prior to construction.
Excavation on the site would begin in 2016 and would continue for over 2 years. The archaeological team would unearth significant findings.
Here's one. You can see all the pecking and battering here. Here's another one that's got a bunch of battering on it.
We chose the name Situpintok. It means water roundhouse site. It's named after basically the water temple, and it also has to do with the importance of water for our people. Water is life, and this site is next to the Alameda Creek, being called Water Roundhouse Site. Situpintok was very appropriate.
So what I like to do is we'll just bisect it in half this way and remove the eastern half. So we are here at a large prehistoric archaeological site about 200 feet northeast of the Sunol Water Temple. And we've been out here hand excavating for about a little over a year now. We've got a large midden deposit with an abundance of fire-cracked rock, hearth features. We got human remains, burials. We got informal hearth features. We got artifacts. We got bone whistles. We have projectile points, and just an abundance of groundstone, flakestone tool, the whole assemblage for an occupation site at some place where people were living for long periods of time. Cooking, processing, and bringing back stuff they hunted and gathered and processing into the site. So here I am walking through where we did a bunch of hand excavation. After our initial test excavations, we found that this part of the site, where in the building footprint, was really sensitive for archaeological features of rock and cooking hearths and burials of human remains. So we went to a different strategy of excavating all this area by hand, and in doing so, we exposed a fair number of features, including these groundstone features that consist of large stream cobbles being brought up from the creek about 300 feet to the south of us, and then they're being used for grinding. They would take a pestle and work and create these cups, and they're oftentimes used for acorn and small seed, and they can also be used for grinding for making pigment and other things, not just restricted to seeds, maybe pounding small animals and stuff for food. But you see what cup here, you have one here.
The weather's really nice today. It can get pretty hot out here. This may be burial. I believe it is. We found some bone here. So we're slowly moving in until we expose more of what's underneath the dirt here.
Prior to unearthing burials, the Muwekma met and made critical decisions.
The decision to do analysis on the ancestral burials was to prove that we were still here, because they were, different anthropologists, even, in the early centuries, that we were extinct people. But, the previous chair wanted to prove that we were not extinct, that we were still here and we were connected to these people.
Analysis being done on artifacts and remains is a very sensitive topic within the Native community. Our tribe's decision to have analysis done was very important because we wouldn't have gathered so much information that is very educational for our membership. And so in anything we do it with much thought and respect. And that also was extended to us from the archaeological firm for our Western and again, SFPUC. And so it was a very positive experience, and we're happy that we did it.
San Francisco Bay Area.
As they honored and cared for their ancestors, The Muwekma would head a plan to conduct detailed scientific studies of each burial and would work side by side with the archaeologists in all aspects of the dig.
This is something that's been traditionally done with our ancestors for hundreds of years. They usually have a mourning ceremony or a cry ceremony over cemeteries, for people who have passed on. So, keeping with tradition, we wanted to invite the crew of our Western and SFPUC to join Muwekma in cleansing the ground and cleansing our bodies. So, a purification ceremony, so that way we can move on with removing our ancestors who were never supposed to be removed. So since we're doing this, we want to do it in the right way, honor them, start by purifying ourselves with sage and offering a blessing and moving forward.
In the 2 years of excavation at Situpentok, discoveries would include 36 distinct village features, 66 burials, and more than 13,000 artifacts, covering a time span of 500 years of occupation.
This is Situpentok, the land of my ancestors, who spoke Chochenyo, the Ohlone language. You're about to meet 3 of them. We don't know their names because they lived so long ago, but we've given each a Chochenyo name.
Nepe, Kaitin, Imuwekma Situpentok.
Kaitum was born in 1453, just 2 years after Christopher Columbus was born in Genoa, Italy. Kaitum, living in pre-contact California, would die before she reached the age of 20, while Columbus, when he was 40, began the journey that would land him on North America's shore. 2,000 miles to the south of Kaitum, in central Mexico, Emperor Moctezuma was the ruler of a vast Aztec empire.
There's a lot we can learn about Kaitum from her bones and teeth. This is just a plastic model, but when we're in the field, we look at the brow ridge and the eyes in order to determine if it's a man or a woman. There's also the jawline and muscle attachments on the back of the skull and below the ears. We use the pelvis as well to determine if it's a man or a woman. Usually women have wider pelvises for childbirth. And then when we have complete limb bones, we can use them in order to calculate the stature of the individual. Kaitum was only 5 foot tall. Even at a very young age, there's indications that Kaitum may have suffered from fairly severe osteoarthritis. There was no cartilage between these 2 bones, and so at this articulation, they rubbed one another, forming a very smooth ivory-like spot, which was visible in the field. This would have been painful during her lifetime. She also suffered from mild periodontal disease, which impacts the gums, and had evidence of linear enamel hypoplasias on her teeth, which are thin lines which indicate childhood stress or malnutrition events. Many of the things that she suffered from were also seen in others at this population. Dental disease, osteoarthritis, and nutritional stress was very common. We can tell based on the fact that her wisdom teeth were just coming in when she died that Kaitum was probably 17 to 20 years old at the time of her death.
While much was learned about Kaitum through osteology, a great deal more would be revealed on a molecular level. Isotopes, such as strontium, carbon, and nitrogen, are elements found in the air, water, and ground. These isotopes are taken into plants and into the animals and humans of the area that eat them.
The reason that archaeologists care about strontium at all is that it helps us figure out how humans were moving throughout the landscape. And what's really interesting about strontium is that it is taken up in different parts of our body at different rates throughout our lifetime. I'll show you how this works on this model of a human mandible, otherwise known as a jaw. So this tooth here, the first molar, the enamel of this tooth starts growing in utero, so even before we're born, and stops when we're about 3 years old. So this tooth will record the location of those first few fragile years of life. Third molars, otherwise known as wisdom teeth, they start growing around age 9 and stop about age 16. So this tooth will record the location that we were living throughout adolescence. Bone, unlike teeth, remodels constantly throughout our lives, so it'll keep taking up strontium as long as we're alive. So this bone will tell us where people were living those last few years of life. We selected this set of 3 samples, a first molar, a third molar, and a bone, from 30 different people that were buried at Situpintok, including Kaitum.
Samples were taken to the University of California, Davis for isotope testing using a mass spectrometer. The results represent a series of isotope ratios.
These ratios are all different for each local environment because the local strontium signature of each place is dependent on the geological formations around it and the water running off of those formations. So if you go even a few miles away from Situpintok, that place will have a different local signature than the site that we're investigating. And so we really want to know what the local signature is for Situpintok, and that's where this rodent here comes into play. Rodents are key to this analysis because they have a tight foraging range, which means that they don't move very far throughout their lifetime. And as they age and as they eat, they're within the area of the village that we're studying. So we're using the bones from rodents to figure out the local strontium range of Situpintok. Here is a graph showing the results of the 4 rodents that we have from this study. All 4 fell into a relatively narrow range of strontium isotope signatures, which gave us a definition for the local range for Situpintok. Let's learn about Kaitum's life. Kaitum's first molar tells us that she was born at the site because the enamel of this tooth grows from ages 0 to 3. And then after this period of time, it seems like she moved somewhere else because her third molar enamel is showing a different strontium range far outside of the local signature. This tooth grows from ages 9 to 16, so it seems like during adolescence she was living somewhere else. Shortly afterwards, it seems as though she moved back to the site because she died at the age of 20, but her bone is telling us that she was living at Situpintok shortly before death. So Kaitum was a local resident to Situpintok who migrated outside of the site during some portion of her life, but came back and died right where she was born.
Kopete was born in 1550, 100 years after Kaitum. Living in a lush inland valley of the Bay Area, she and her village Situpintok were part of a much greater population of over 15,000 Native Americans, who together regionally formed a complex web of Bay Area tribal territories. They coexisted for the most part in peaceful social interaction and trade. They could not know that 2,000 miles to the south, the Spanish under Cortez had landed in Mexico and were dealing violence and death to the Aztec Empire, making their way ever closer to Situpintok.
Nepe culpete I moekma I Situpintok.
Kopete was 5 feet 2 inches tall, based on stature calculations, and she lived to be between 35 and 40 years of age, based on dental wear observations. She was buried in a flexed position on the left side, facing north, and was decorated with more funerary objects than any other individual recovered from Situpentak. She had over 1,154 items buried with her.
Kulpeti is one of the interesting individuals found at Situpentak. Her status is evidenced by the array of olivella shell beads, abalone pendants, a flower pot mortar. Those are high-status objects, and the volume of these materials, the beads in particular, is a symbol of wealth. Olivella shell beads are brought in from the coastal people. They're trade items. And the people have to bake them white to turn them neutral because they don't like the natural lusters of the shell. As symbols of wealth and money, or currency, if you will, they have to be identical and similar to create the standard, like we use coins. So they're baking them white on the coast, exporting them whole to the interior. By the time we see them in the mortuary assemblages, we know that they've been cut and shaped into specific types. The whole purpose of shell beads is to function as currency, and that is the symbol of wealth for the people. With Kulpeti, we find a large number of what are called M1 shell beads, and M1 beads are basically rectangles with a hole drilled in the middle. And they're particularly interesting because you can't wear them as a necklace. That means they were attached to a fabric of some sort. What might that fabric have been? That doesn't preserve. Later in time, in Mission Santa Clara, we find that women had buckskin dresses with red vermilion paint on it and arrays of olivella shell beads sewn on in geometric patterns. So we'll find the beads, but the dress won't preserve. It's not unknown in the Bay Area to find certain individuals with great arrays of artifacts, and she's one. And so the question is, why is this individual so bedecked with so many things? Projectile points, pipes, abalone beads, olivella shell beads. These are all high-status objects. Not everyone has these things. And so I wonder whether she is what is known as a Mayan. In the North Bay, the Marin Miwok talk about Mayans. Ethnographically, they were interviewed and were able to say that in their day, there were high-status women who actually directed who could be the figures to be dance figures. They directed the architecture of the dance houses. And so it speaks to us of the ancestral societies as being socially organized and somewhat ranked. You know, there are poor and rich people in Native society of the past. So she seems to be somebody of exceptional order.
Kulpeti has an interesting life story told to us by strontium isotope ratios, which is pretty similar to a lot of other individuals buried at the site. The first molar enamel from Kulpeti fell outside of the local range, which is why she's being classified as an immigrant to the site. Sometime between early childhood and adolescence, she moved to Situpentak because her third molar enamel is local to the site. And then it seems as though she stayed there for the rest of her life, as her bone also is showing the local signature range for the site. Kulpeti's story of immigration is one that repeats itself when we look at all 30 individuals that we studied from Situpentak. Here is a graph of people that were buried at the site early in time, between about 600 and 400 years before present, and I've separated out males and females. We're only looking at results from first molars and bone, which helps us separate out locally born individuals from immigrants. Only 2 females and 2 males who were buried at the site were also born there. You can see that many of the first molars are outside of that local range. This is showing that most of the people were immigrants. They were born somewhere else and died at Situpentak. Patterns changed later in time. At about 400 to 150 years before present, now we're seeing that nearly all of the males buried at the site were also born there. In contrast, about half of the females were born at the site, while the other half were born somewhere else. This stark difference between the sexes suggests that females may have been moving out of their place of birth to live with a marriage partner. This marriage system is called patrilocality, in which females move into the residences of their husbands and their husbands' families. Interestingly, patrilocality is also the marriage system that was recorded by ethnographers at the time of contact with Europeans. What ethnographers couldn't have known is that earlier in time, this marriage system may not have persisted. And this is something that strontium isotope ratios and other studies of this kind can tell us.
Chutaxi lived in Situpintok in the late 1600s. He supported his family with hunting and regular trade across tribal territories. His village of Situpintok shared the boundary of the Bay Area by trade with other Ohlone tribes to the south and west, with the Miwok, Wapo, and Patwin to the north, and with the Yokuts to the east. This fertile land provided for everyone. Far to the south, the Spanish had completed the conquering of Mexico. 24 out of 25 million indigenous people were slaughtered or had died of disease. In but a few short years, the Spanish would establish the first missions in Baja as they marched northward.
Nepe Chutatsi y Mowekma Situpintak.
Chutaxi was 5 feet 7 inches tall, above average for a Situpintok male, and he lived to be 25 to 35 years of age. Strontium ratios showed that Chutaxi was born in Situpintok. He did not spend his adolescence there, as the strontium ratios in the third molar were higher than the village average. However, he migrated back to Situpintok before he died. Chutaxi was buried with 3 bone whistles, a pipe, and a large flower pot mortar. The flower pot mortar found with Chutaxi was much larger than the typical groundstone mortars of Situpintok. It was made of a volcanic stone not found in the area, and there was no evidence that it had ever been manufactured locally.
This flower pot mortar was very different than all the other mortars that we had. It was shaped on all sides. The base was shaped. The sides were shaped to be flaring or straight, and the bowl was shaped in a unique way. And that, with the different kind of material, we knew we had something that was likely imported from somewhere fairly far away.
Tracking down the source area for this extraordinary volcanic bowl would lead to a site on the flanks of Mount Diablo, approximately 25 miles from Situpintok. This was the land of the East Bay Miwok tribes, who were known for making these large bowls and then trading them to other Bay Area tribes.
At Situpintok, only a small number of individuals were interred with flower pot mortars. That suggests that they were extremely rare, and although we don't understand the reasons these artifacts were taken out of circulation, we suspect that they had ritual power. Each one of them is intentionally broken, and all the pieces are put into the funerary offerings.
If those flower pot mortars were broken apart during the time that somebody passed away, the act of breaking those things apart would have been a significant event, because they're really hard objects. So not only are you intentionally destroying something that was a significant object in the community and for this individual, but you're also creating a lot of noise. It's a pretty dramatic event to break those things apart, which might accompany some kind of mourning ceremony.
In addition to the flower pot mortar, other stone artifacts found in the excavation were also from distant sources. The projectile points made of obsidian could be geochemically traced to a volcanic site in Napa, Within the territorial lands of the Wapo tribe, over 50 miles from Situpantak, and an unusual brilliant red paint decorating a bone whistle at Chutaxi's grave was also cause for further investigation.
So you can see here along the shaft of the bird bone whistle that red pigment is right there. And we put it right on top of the XRF window, and then we start our test. Results from the red residue on the bone whistle indicate presence of sulfur, calcium, which is likely from the bone itself, iron, which is likely from the bone itself, and dwarfing all those peaks is the mercury peak, which is presence of mercury is represented by 2 peaks. This indicates that we clearly have a cinnabar residue on the bone whistle.
Mercury sulfide, known as cinnabar or quicksilver, was found on many objects at Situpantak. Though much rarer in nature than iron oxide, it is abundant in the South Bay area at one particular location, 35 miles to the south. That source area later would become the New Almaden Mercury Mine.
I think it's clear that the people from Situpantak didn't make these journeys to these raw material sources to acquire it themselves. And there's good reason for that. We know at this point in time that the Bay Area was densely inhabited. There were more than 10,000 Native Americans living there. Each of them were living in well-defined tribal communities at a territory. Not only that I believe that this trade and exchange of raw materials was in part to facilitate the building of alliances and working networks of trade and exchange so that these communities could work together, could live together, and could share a complex social system that allowed such a densely populated group of people to live together in relative peace and harmony.
The stylistic types of the artifacts we see at Situpantak fall into 2 classes. One is utilitarian, the basic things you need for, gathering foods, processing foods. Other things stand out as exceptionally fine and unusual in terms of the workmanship. But what is key about those high status objects, as I'll call them, is that they're shared amongst other communities over a wide geographic region. The Stockton serrated arrowhead styles, for instance, those are coming from Napa Valley area, north of the bay, where that source of obsidian is. By the time they reach Situpantak, they're already in the final form, which means they're expensive objects. They have to be purchased or exchanged for. When we see the Olivella shell beads coming in, those too are manufactured somewhere else and being brought in. The flower pot mortars are being manufactured somewhere else and being brought in. And so what you're looking at is the economic prowess of the people at Situpantak. That isn't common throughout every archaeological site. It appears where you have tribal centers, where you have villages with social organization and ranked societies.
By the late 1700s, the Muwekmaloni had been living in Situpantak for nearly 500 years, and within the surrounding valley for more than 2,000 years. In 1776, as the United States of America was crafting their constitution in the eastern states, the Spanish crown was extending their empire to Northern California, building a fort, the Presidio, in San Francisco. They would establish missions along the California coast at intervals of approximately 1 day's journey on horseback.
I think the first thing to point out about the Spanish missions is that it wasn't the only mission that they had was the colonial, political, and military expansion of their empire into the Americas, to move it north, to counteract the perceived threat from the English and the Russians. This was a decision by the Spanish government to take this area by force and to have it cost as little as possible for the Spanish government in terms of money and support. And the approach that they did to that was to create these mission feudal enclaves. And the basic premise of that is that they would aggregate the native populations into these feudal settlements and force them, as effectively serfs, to produce a surplus of food to feed these Spanish military presidios.
Over a 40-year period, starting in the late 1700s, the Spanish missions lured or captured native people from the villages. At first, nearby, then reaching further and further afield to supply their continual thirst for more labor. The connection between the different tribes in the Bay Area collapsed. Life changed abruptly for the Ohlone. At the missions, they were subjected to diseases they had little immunity for. Smallpox, tuberculosis, along with violence and poor nutrition. Once captured, they could not leave. On average, they would live only 8 years further within the mission walls.
The people at Situpantak stayed out of the mission system really until 1795. But then, once the mission San Jose was established just a few miles away, for the next 10 years, everyone from Situpantak either went into the mission or fled to somewhere else. At another 20 years in the U.S., government would seize these territories, and soon after that, they would declare the Ohlone extinct.
I've been working with the Muwekma Ohlone tribe since 1980 when I first met Rosemary Canberra. When she introduced herself, she said she was an Ohlone Indian, and I said I didn't know anything about who the Ohlone Indians were. And I took her to the library, and we grabbed Kroeber's The Handbook of California Indians, 1925, and we opened it up, and it said the Costanoan group is extinct for all practical purposes are concerned. Costanoan was another name for the Ohlone. And she said, I beg to differ with you that we're not extinct. I beg to differ with Kroeber. My mother's an Ohlone Indian. She was born in Sunol. She was baptized at Mission San Jose. She enrolled with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And I beg to differ with you.
I believe that had they given the opportunity of educating our people in the greater society, I believe that we would have been able to advance ourselves. But not only in our tribe, but the entire world.
The lineage of modern-day Muwekma to their ancestors can be found in the early baptism records of the Spanish churches. Their history can also be found printed on a molecular level through shared sections of DNA strands.
One of the analysis that we did at this site was ancient DNA and modern DNA. The modern DNA was done with our tribal council at the time, and what we found out is that we are connected to the ancestors that were recovered from this burial site.
Through matching segments of whole genome DNA, new results from the paleogenomic team's lab would further verify what tribal members already knew. That modern Muwekma Ohlone shared genetic ancestry with the inhabitants buried in Situpantak, a continuity extending back at least 2,000 years.
We know where we come from. We're from this area. We felt happy with the results, but we knew we're from this area, and it just solidifies that connection for us.
I'm amazed and proud at how resilient our people have been for these thousands of years. And I know that we will continue to be resilient and push forward for justice for our people. And not only that, to keep our culture and heritage alive, but it takes us to pass it down to our children and to continue to encourage them to be involved and to continue to stand proud as a Muwekma Ohlone in our community.
I hope they understand that we still live, we still exist, we're here. We never left. I want them to understand that our people are smart. They were smart, our ancestors were smart then, and we're still smart today. But most of all, that we're still here. We never left.
I'd rather be actually right now than here amongst my people, helping and working and discovering part of our past, which is connected to the future.
Kana Karakat, Sheila Guzman Schmidt. I am Muwekma.
Good afternoon and welcome back from the break. How's everyone doing? Wonderful. We will get started with our next presentation in a moment. I want to make sure everyone is welcome back from lunch, so just give us a second and we'll begin.
Oklahoma and a direct descendant of Tecumseh. And I'm a second-year public health science student here at Santa Clara University and just truly honored to be here. Before I introduce our next speaker, I want to share a bit about the Native American Coalition for Change, or NAC. NAC was founded in 2016 with a strong start, but we lost momentum during the COVID-19 pandemic as students stayed home. When I arrived at SCU my freshman year, I was glad to be able to help bring this club back to life. Although we're still a small group, I think we've accomplished a lot as we rebuild NAC. Our first priority was bringing back the powwow. And here's the clicker. Let's see. Right. Just so we can get some photos up here. There they are. So here's some photos of our powwow last year. And so we brought it back in 2022, the first time since the pandemic, and the last time it was held was in 2019. And we're now glad to be holding the third annual Santa Clara Powwow tomorrow, really solidifying this as an annual event. Another big priority for NAC was engaging in community service. So at NAC, we want to support the community that has supported us and enabled us to have the opportunities that we have today. And I'm happy to say that I helped found the hygiene item distribution through NAC, which gives free bags of hygiene items to people in need. There it is. And these bags include things like toothbrushes, toothpaste, floss, soap, shampoo, conditioner, deodorant, hand sanitizer, and more. And so we first distributed 60 of these bags at a local YMCA in 2022, and then another 60 at an Indian Health Center event in January of this year. And we even had Native high school students help us distribute them at this last iteration of the event, which you can see on the top left. So that was a really great event and a really great way for us to give back to the community. And this project has just been a huge success, and I'm excited to continue growing it during my years here at SCU. NAC also had a very involved Indigenous Peoples Day last year. We helped host an Indigenous Peoples Day market with Aztec dancers and fry bread. And that night, we also had an hour of remembrance to remember those buried at the unmarked graves at the Mission Cemetery and all Indigenous lives lost on campus. In addition to this event, NAC helped pass legislation in the Associated Student Government that was instrumental to getting Indigenous Peoples Day recognized as a university holiday starting this year in 2023. In addition, we at NAC enjoy engaging with the community in any way we can. I consistently represent NAC at the Turn Weeks for Climate Action here at SCU by tabling at their Good Market event and co-moderating sessions about Indigenous culture and knowledge. Through NAC, I have also had the opportunity to present at a local elementary school on Native American culture. And through all of these efforts, we were named the 2022 Registered Student Organization of the Year here at SCU. Thank you. Oh, there it is. And so you can actually see Burnell on the left, Burnell Neville, he's one of our advisors. In the middle is Alec Korn, a graduated senior, who actually was recently accepted to medical school. I'm very proud of him. And then there's me. And just to close out, for those wishing to support NAC, we always welcome support for our powwow and our hygiene item distribution, which are our main events. On the left, I have a QR code for our hygiene item distribution fund, and so the proceeds from there just go into making these bags for people in need as we hope to grow this event. And I've also included on the right our email for anyone who's interested in supporting just NAC in general or helping with the powwow next year. We always welcome people who want to be on the planning committee or who wants to volunteer day of. And I just want to invite everyone once again to our third annual powwow, which will be tomorrow from 11:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., rain or shine. Hopefully it'll be a nice day. And I just want to finish saying that we at NAC are incredibly grateful for all of the community support we have received as we continue to grow. Through community service, the powwow, and events like this symposium, we hope to support a strong and unified Native American community. Although we can never repay everything the Native American community has done for us, we do our best to try each and every day. Now I want to introduce Dr. Les Field, whose talk today is titled, The Tribe Vanishes, Legibility and the Recognition Petition of the Muwekma Ohlone Tribe. Dr. Les Field is a professor of anthropology at the University of New Mexico, where he has been a faculty member since 1994. His areas of research focus are Nicaragua, Colombia, Ecuador, Indigenous California, and Palestine, centering on Indigenous identities, narrative and history, nationalist ideologies in the state, resources and development, social transformations in landscapes, and conflict zones. His classes range from introductory anthropology classes to classes that focus upon history, society, and culture in the geographical areas where he has conducted fieldwork to graduate-level theory classes. Previously, he taught at Duke University, San Jose State University, and the University of New Hampshire. He has served as a tribal ethnohistorian for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe since 1991 and has also worked with the Esalen Nation. He is the author of The Grimace of Macho Raton, Artisans, Identity, and Nation in Late 20th Century Western Nicaragua, and Abalone Tales, Collaborative Explorations of California Indian Sovereignty and Identity, both with Duke University Press. He has also co-edited 2 volumes. Without further ado, Dr. Les Field.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not doing a PowerPoint. I think PowerPoints are great, but I'm not very good at them, so this is going to be an old-fashioned paper. It's called The Tribe Vanishes, Legibility and the Recognition Petition of the Muwekma Ohlone Tribe. It recounts the Muwekma Ohlone Tribe's process of reaffirming their federal recognition, which necessarily brings together 2 narratives. One is the history of events that have occurred in the history of the Muwekma Ohlone Tribe, about which my colleagues Lee and Alan have already presented very informatively and perceptively. The second is the product, is the history of Muwekma's reaffirmation process and the formal petition that the tribe has produced, which is itself based upon that tribal history. It is the second part of the narrative, the Muwekma petition for recognition of their previously recognized status, assembled and submitted during the 1990s and early 21st century, that this paper focuses on. Both of these narratives together tell of an overwhelming preponderance of evidence painstakingly gathered in the pages and hundreds of pages of the Muwekma petition, which simultaneously substantiates the historical and contemporary existence of the Muwekma, in other words, their unbroken historical continuity. At the same time, this narrative shows and relates how much of the evidence and the clearly logical conclusions based upon the evidence have been rendered inadmissible by the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Federal Acknowledgement, or OFA. How is this possible? This is a question of legibility, how evidence is not read, understood, or valued by those authorities who make these decisions. The manner in which Muwekma history and contemporary identity are rendered illegible hinges first and foremost on a persistent misunderstanding of their history as one of an unacknowledged native people, when in fact the Muwekma descend from a previously unambiguously recognized tribe. That misunderstanding is facilitated by pervasive misnomers, instances in which the Muwekma Ohlone, even when legible, are identified by governmental and also anthropological authorities alike by names that in no way correspond to how Muwekma people have identified themselves. And in this way, a tribe, a Native American people, notwithstanding their actual unbroken historical continuity, appears to vanish in plain sight, an optical, analytical, and bureaucratic illusion. This very intentional reference to Alfred Hitchcock, if you remember the film The Lady Vanishes, is also meant to communicate the uncanniness, perhaps the creepiness, of an ongoing bureaucratic and political dominant sleight of hand, which reproduces the persistent erasure of Muwekma history, identity, and community, notwithstanding the evidence rendered in their acknowledgement petition. In that light, the first analytic and narrative step in this telling is therefore to state as clearly as possible that the struggle of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe is not to achieve federal recognition, but rather for the Department of the Interior to reaffirm their previously acknowledged status. The recognition of Native American peoples in this country comprises a history as old as the United States itself, and was for the first century of nationhood determined by the treaties that the U.S. wrote and signed with Native peoples in the process of conquering, dispossessing, and forcibly removing and sharply delimiting the territories and resources of Native peoples in the original 13 states and on an expanding western frontier. That period came to an end in the 1870s, but in the following decades, an alternation of policies directed at further disenfranchising Native peoples of territory and status during the allotment period of the 1880s and subsequently the partial implementation of Native sovereignty as tribes, during the New Deal's Indian Reform Act of 1934, and a return then subsequently to a complete abrogation of treaties and recognition in the 1950s termination period, the post-1960s activist era and Nixonian reassertion of tribal sovereignty, and so on, all has led to an indeterminate and inconclusive situation for Native peoples who were either never recognized or had been previously recognized, but disenfranchised in various ways. The deficiencies of that situation led to the 1975 Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs creation of the American Indian Policy Review Commission, or AIPRC, which in turn led to an administrative process known as 25 CFR 83 that Alan has already referred to, that instituted a federal acknowledgement process, or FAP, whose regulations were issued in 1978. It is crucial to understand that 25 CFR 83 was directed by the Department of the Interior only at Indian tribes who, quote, existence has not been previously acknowledged by the Department of the Interior, unquote. The FAP, administered by what was previously known as the BAR, or Branch of Acknowledgement and Research, and currently as OFA, or Office of Federal Acknowledgement, determines whether a petitioning Indian tribe had prior federal acknowledgement during what is called the technical assistance phase of reviewing the petition. And this is actually what occurred in the Muwekma case. Muwekma history, through the strength of the data presented in the petition, was thus defined by descendancy from a previously recognized Native group. The Department of the Interior document also states clearly that there are other pathways to federal acknowledgement. Number one, the Congress through legislative action, and number two, the President by executive order have the power to acknowledge tribes applicable to tribes that have never been recognized or to ones that have been. By contrast, the way of federal acknowledgement by Congress or by the President, that's only applicable to tribes that have never been recognized. By contrast, the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs in the Department of the Interior has been empowered to reaffirm previously recognized Indian tribes and has done so several times in the state of California since the mid-1990s. The Ayom Band of Miwoks in 1994, Lower Lake Rancheria in 2000, and the Tohon tribe in 2012. 3 moments in the history of Muwekma's petition clearly elucidate that Muwekma history links the contemporary tribe to a previously recognized Native American tribe. The most consequential historic misnomer for the Muwekma ancestors, the Verona Band, recurs in these statements. So I'm going to do 3 statements right now from the 90s and early 2000s. On May 24, 1996, after the first review of the Muwekma recognition petition, a letter was issued to Muwekma by Ms. Deborah Maddox, Director of the Office of Tribal Services, which stated, quote, based upon the documentation provided and the BIA's background study on federal acknowledgement in California between 1887 and 1933, we have concluded on a preliminary basis that the Pleasanton or Verona Band of Alameda County was previously acknowledged between 1914 and 1927. The band was among the groups identified as bands under the jurisdiction of the Indian Agency at Sacramento, California. The agency dealt with the Verona Band as a group and identified it as a distinct social and political entity. Number one. Number two, in the year 2000, the United States Federal District Court of the District of Columbia recognized in Muwekma Tribe versus Babbitt that, quote, the Muwekma tribe is a tribe of Ohlone Indians indigenous to the present-day San Francisco Bay Area. In the early part of the 20th century, the Department of the Interior recognized the Muwekma tribe as an Indian tribe under the jurisdiction of the United States. In more recent times, however, and despite its steadfast efforts, the Muwekma tribe has been unable to obtain federal recognition, a status vital for its tribe and its members. And finally, in 2006, number three, the United States Federal District Court of the District of Columbia stated in Muwekma Tribe versus Kempthorne that, quote, the following facts are not in dispute. Not in dispute. Muwekma is a group of American Indians indigenous to the San Francisco Bay Area, the members of which are direct descendants of the historical Mission San Jose tribe, also known as the Pleasanton or Verona Band of Alameda County. From 1914 to 1927, the Verona Band was recognized by the federal government as an Indian tribe. Neither Congress nor any executive agency ever formally withdrew federal recognition of the Verona Band, unquote. When we link these 3 declarations together, the logical question is not what more could the Muwekma petition do to reaffirm their recognized status, but rather, how can it be that reaffirmation has not already occurred officially? Yet, in 2006, the Department of the Interior reached a negative determination with respect to the Muwekma petition, based primarily, and quoting from the federal determination document, because, quote, the petitioning group has not been identified as an Indian entity on a substantially continuous basis since 1927. Therefore, the petitioner does not meet the requirements of Criterion 83.7a, which requires that the petitioning entity have been identified by reliable external sources on a continuous basis, substantially continuous basis as an Indian entity since 1900, unquote. Okay, from what we have elaborated so far, we can reach a rather startling conclusion. That is, once the OFA and Interior concluded that the Muwekma tribal leadership was understood to comprise, one and all, only the descendants of a previously recognized tribe, the FAP and the stipulations of 25 CFR 83 no longer applied because that legislation applies only to tribes who were never recognized, which consequently means that the negative determination, whatever the fallacies of which I will soon elucidate, is entirely irrelevant and specious because it refers back to legislation that is simply not relevant to a previously recognized tribe like Muwekma. It is impossible to overestimate the enormity of this conclusion, nor to sharply wonder how this was not clear and legible to OFA. But who were the misnamed Verona Band, whose relation to the Muwekma Ohlone tribe affirms their previously recognized status? What were the actual names Muwekma ancestors used to refer to their people, which track the history that substantiates their continuous existence, documented into the petition and forming the basis for the reaffirmation of their recognized status? Well, some of this is a recapitulation of what Lee and Alan have already said, but you'll see where I'm going with it. The Spanish missions of the late 18th and 19th centuries and early 19th centuries kept scrupulous records of births, deaths, marriages, and baptisms that are very useful for the Muwekma Ohlone today, recording the names of specific identifiable ancestors, as well as the names of village sites from which newly baptized individuals, the neophytes, were originated. The village of Oljon, O-L-J-O-N is how it's been spelled. In Spanish, we pronounce that Oljon, was located on the coast of what's now San Mateo County, south of the city of San Francisco. This name changed into Ohlone and Ohlonian, terms that were used by families from all over this region, starting at least in the mid-19th century, probably before, to refer to themselves. The name Muwekma, which means, as we've said several times since this morning, la gente, or the people, in the East Bay Ohlone language Chocheño, was used by the Ohlones in a post-mission period Ohlone village, Alisal, that we'll be talking about more and that has already been mentioned, to refer to themselves, which was reported by linguist John P. Harrington in the early 1930s. Very frequently in the 19th and 20th centuries, the Ohlones of Alisal and elsewhere in the East Bay and South Bay referred to themselves as Mission Indians. In the case of those in the East Bay, Mission San Jose Indians, and down here, Mission Santa Clara Indians. I began learning about these names when I started working for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe in 1991 as an ethnographer and as an ethnohistorian. In this capacity, I substantiated the use of the ethnonyms Muwekma by Harrington in his notes and of Ohlone around 1850 in dealings between scholars, the federal government, and Muwekma ancestors. During the mission period, the extraordinary demographic crash of coastal Native California peoples and societies occurred under the impact of new and inferior diets, exposure to new diseases for which there was no immunity, and the overcrowded and unhealthful conditions in the mission dormitories. By the early 19th century, this led the padres of the missions and the soldiers in the nearby presidios to travel far afield to forcibly convert and recruit whole new core of neophytes into the existing missions. The mixing of individuals and groups from previously distinct villages, language regions, and kin groups, and a reformulated set of identities tied to each mission, and often via the utilization of one or two common languages. Ohlone peoples from the South Bay, East Bay, and peninsular villages interned at Mission San Jose, for example, were brought together with people who originated in much more distant villages where Miwok and Yokuts languages were spoken. Following the independence of Mexico and the secularization of the missions in the mid-1850s, following Mexico's independence, many of the neophytes, and I should say it's earlier than that the secularization began, many of the neophytes interned at Mission San Jose retreated from the site of the mission to work on Mexican ranches in and around the old mission site. In the 1850s, following the admission of California as a U.S. state, Muwekma ancestors who were by then descended from the many peoples interned at Mission San Jose and other missions, as well as from, the Mission Santa Clara and Mission Dolores, moved away from the post-secularization residential areas, which were located too close to the main areas of white settlement on the rim of the East Bay. And they moved to a large land grant in the Livermore Valley, east of the Diablo Range, called the Bernal Rancheria. On the top of a site that had been a pre-contact village, Ohlone families from Mission San Jose created the new village that I've already mentioned and that's already been mentioned this morning, Alisal, which in Spanish means the alder grove. Alisal is where the majority of self-identified Ohlone's Mission San Jose Indians of the Bay Area lived in the 19th and early 20th centuries. In what is now the southernmost part of the smaller city of Pleasanton, with a smaller number living in neighboring Niles and Sunol. Anthropologists such as C. Hart Merriam began visiting Alisal at the end of the 19th century and recorded that the people there worked mainly as vaqueros, or cowboys, and spoke the East Bay Ohlone language Chocheño, in which the term Muwekma was used self-referentially, as well as speaking a Plains Miwok language referred to as Kik. At Alisal, Muwekma ancestors wove a tight web of connection, relationship, and community leadership through ritual godparent responsibilities, the commemoration of funerals and births, and the renascent traditional dance ceremonies, which we have already seen some regalia from in both presentations, which included the local variant of the ghost dance as recorded by ethnographer Edward Gifford. Gifford described a thriving cultural revival in which ghost dance leaders who were intrinsic members of the Alisal community acted to spread the ritual to other tribes up and down the California coast. Although the ranch where Alisal was located was originally part of a land grant made under the Mexican regime to the California or Hispanic Californian Bernal family, by the end of the 19th century, this property had passed into the hands of the widow of gold mining multimillionaire and later U.S. Senator George Hearst and his wife, Phoebe Apperson Hearst. The arrangement by which Alisal existed and persisted in the East Bay lands of the Hearsts was therefore informal in every sense. The Ohlone did not have anything like title to the land on which their village stood, and they were already considered landless or homeless Indians in the early years of the 20th century. Indeed, in 1904, the Northern California Indian Association petitioned the 58th Congress on behalf of the landless Indians of Northern and Central California. An attachment to their document listed the number of Indians, the languages they spoke, and their county of residence. The 1905 to 1906 Special Indian Census, conducted by Agent C.E. Kelsey, not only recorded the Indian villages at Pleasanton and Niles, but also listed some of their families living there, as well as reiterating the landless condition of the native communities and the need to buy land for them. By 1913, the Alisal Indian community had become known among the Indian agents from Sacramento, and to no one else, particularly among the Ohlones themselves, as the Verona Band. Why? Because a private railroad station for the use of the Hearsts and their friends was constructed near the edge of the settlement, and they called this Verona Station. Railroad track workers accidentally started a fire in 1915, which burned both the station and the homes of the Ohlones of Alisal. From 1914 until 1927, the Reno and then Sacramento Indian agencies filed reports that showed the presence of Ohlone people at Pleasanton and Niles, recording their names and repeatedly iterating the Verona Band misnomer. The late 1920s witnessed an effort on the part of the Indian Agency located in Reno, and then in 1923 in Sacramento, to redress the so-called homeless Indian problem, quote unquote, the homeless Indian problem. This problem had been caused by three conjunctural processes. First, the relentless removal of indigenous Californians from most of their territories, which began with statehood in the mid-19th century. Second, the state's political campaign in the 1920s to prevent the U.S. Congress from signing those 18 treaties that you've heard about with California's tribes, which would have established a much more extensive reservation system. And third, the effects of California's already massive agro-industries that demanded a poorly paid itinerant workforce that moved from one harvest to the next. In the first third of the 20th century, the dominant crops in Northern California were hops, apples, and wheat, and the migrant labor force was the adult Indian population that literally had nowhere else to go. Then, as now, the sensibilities of white middle-class Californians were offended by the unsightliness of migrant camps, and then, as now, the solution was merely a Band-Aid. Starting at the end of the first decade of the 20th century, the federal government agreed to purchase small homesteads for groups of Indians identifiable as bands, groups that were then, through this process, federally recognized, and among these federally recognized groups was the Verona Band. Yet, in 1927, the Sacramento Agency Superintendent Lafayette Dorrington omitted the federally recognized status of over 100 bands, with his unilateral decision not to request funds for the purchase of rancheria properties. For Alisal, which apparently he never visited, because he did use the term Verona Band, Dorrington wrote, quote, "There is one band in Alameda County, commonly known as the Verona Band, which consists of about 30 individuals located near the town of Verona." I don't think there's a Verona right in the East Bay. The Indians were formerly those that resided in close proximity to Mission San Jose. That's how we know he never went there. It does not appear at the present time, that there is any need for the purchase of land for the establishment of their homes. So he never went there, and he removed them from the list, along with over another 100 bands. Indian tribes can only be legally terminated by an act of Congress, and this never occurred. Lafayette Dorrington's decision to remove the Verona Band from the list of tribes for whom land should be purchased functioned such that the relationship between the federal government and Muwekma's ancestors was therefore afterwards ignored. But this has never had any de jure significance or truth value. This history, which you've heard parts of now, in several other presentations, leads up to what happened in 1996, when, based upon evidence presented in the Muwekma petition, the OFA identified that period between 1914 and 1927 as a period of unambiguous recognition of the Verona Band, which the subsequent federal court rulings elaborated by stating that the Muwekma Ohlone were unequivocally the descendants of the Verona Band. And those were those quotes that we started with. With this initial determination, BAR/OFA instructed Muwekma that their response should focus only on the period after 1927 and would not even consider any information before 1914. This meant that the important data about recognition prior to 1914, such as the Kelsey census, was disregarded, as well as absolutely key information explaining who the misnomed Verona Band was and why that misnomer acted to obscure extensive and relevant aspects of Muwekma history. In effect, this preliminary declaration made the entire areas of Muwekma history illegible, that initial determination. The tribe, in effect, appears to vanish before 1914. With the final determination, the destructive force of illegibility became even more powerful, if not more straining, of credibility. In OFA's final and negative determination of the Muwekma petition, based once again on the monumental weight of evidence in the petition, the reviewers were forced to reconsider and stated that the Ohlone Tribe Incorporated, which was comprised entirely of the descendants of the previously recognized Verona Band that they said existed between 1914 and 1927, that this entity called the Ohlone Tribe Incorporated, organized in the mid-1960s to protect the Ohlone Cemetery at the old Mission San Jose from freeway construction, they were forced to reconsider the Ohlone Tribe Incorporated. The cemetery had been deeded by the Catholic Church to the American Indian Historical Society, led by Rupert Costo, the tribal chair of the Cahuilla tribe in Southern California, who in 1971 titled the property to Ohlone Tribe Incorporated. Looking into the past, the Ohlone Tribe membership was entirely Verona Band people. Looking ahead, the Ohlone Tribe was comprised entirely of families who became the membership of the Muwekmas. I quote here from the final determination. New oral history evidence shows that the members of the petitioning group, in other words, Muwekma, and their ancestors, who were among the people on the IAHS, that's the American Indian Historical Society's list of Ohlone contacts, participated in activities in the 1960s with members of the Galvan family who were on the IHS's list of members. A reevaluation of the documentary evidence from the late 1960s, informed by this new oral history evidence, leads to a revised conclusion that there is a reasonable likelihood that between 1965 and 1971, Rupert and Jeanette Costo of the IAHS identified an Ohlone Indian entity that was the precursor to the petitioning group, in other words, Muwekma. This was further restated further on. Quote, the new oral history evidence submitted during the comment period provides a basis for revising the proposed finding and concluding that there is a reasonable likelihood that the identification by the Costos of a group of Ohlone descendants was an identification of a group consisting of members and ancestors of members of the petitioning group. Okay, so now we have 1914 to 1927. We say that's the Verona Band. 1965 to 1971, that's the Ohlone tribe, and they're connected. Okay, they're connected. They admit that. The reviewers also considered the history leading to the formal creation of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe in 1991. They allowed that the creation of the Muwekma Indian Cultural Association in 1981-82, a nonprofit organization focused on the educational and housing needs of the Ohlone population, and then the creation of the Muwekma's cultural research management firm, Ohlone Families Consulting Services, in 1984, which formed in response to the expanding and profoundly disrespectful treatment of Ohlone remains and ancestral artifacts in a region experiencing immense economic growth. And finally, the Muwekma Ohlone tribe's formal constitution, comprised of members of a historically continuous Native American people linked to the Ohlone tribe of 1965-1971 and the Verona Band of 1914 to 1927. That should have done it, right? What a fascinating, paradoxical tableau for fans of suspense and contrived mystery. A Native American people who exist only intermittently in the space-time continuum from 1914 to 1927, from 1965 to 1971, and from 1982 until the present. The final determination, which I requote more fully now, concludes in this vein of time warp fantasies. Quote, because the petitioning group was not identified as an Indian entity for a period of almost 4 decades after 1927, and for only a 6-year period during the 55 years between 1927 and 1982, it has not been identified as an Indian entity on a substantially continuous basis since 1927. 3 massively disruptive fallacies evaporate this fantasy world of intermittently reviving identities and zombie resurrections, apparently deemed credulous in the offices of OFA. The first was established at the beginning of this paper, that the Muwekma petition, having obliged Bar and OFA to admit in 1996 that Muwekma's ancestral tribe, the misnamed Verona Band, was unambiguously recognized. No matter the factual incorrectness of the starting date, only at 1914, Muwekma should no longer have been required to continue along the 25 CFR 83 pathway, which was and remains a corridor only for unrecognized tribes. Moreover, again to reiterate, Indian tribes can only be legally terminated by an act of Congress, which never occurred. Lafayette Dorrington's decision to remove the Verona Band from the list of tribes for whom land should be purchased functioned such that the relationship between the federal government and Muwekma's ancestors could be ignored, but this had no legal status. Secondly, simply as a matter of logical inference, how can a tribe only be who they are intermittently, as the final determination argues? Say if this were applied to an individual, say my daughter, could we accept this? If the government says to me, well, we have your daughter's birth certificates, so we know who she was at birth, and we have her registration in kindergarten 4 years later, so we know who she was then, but we have no data to prove who she was between. What would our reaction be? And then if we were to come back to the government and say, well, look here are photographs showing my daughter with her family during these 4 years. Here's correspondence showing between family members that talk about her during this period. Here's photographs from my synagogue newsletter showing her at a community Seder during those years. And the government, if it were to come back and reply, well, we don't see that data as admissible evidence, what would our reaction be? I believe we would reject such responses and understand that their intent to make parts of our histories, maybe our entire selves, appear to vanish is unacceptable. Because, in fact, the third and equally consequential disruption of the final determination's negative finding is exactly that a mass of evidence does speak directly to the substantial continuity of Muwekma between 1927 until 1965, no less than the body of evidence showing continuous Muwekma history well before 1914. This evidence is amply elaborated in the Muwekma petition. The problem is not a lack of evidence. The problem is OFA's refusal to see that evidence as legible. Well, what then is the evidence? Evidence which, as the FAP regulations mandate, have been identified by reliable external sources on a substantially continuous basis. The voluminous Muwekma petition presents evidence is precisely all about continuities, oddly enough precipitated by the failure of the U.S. Senate following statehood to ratify the 18 treaties that had been negotiated with Indian tribes up and down California. Because the treaties went unratified, the U.S. Congress began a process in 1928 that permitted California Indians to sue the U.S. government for the lands taken from them. And that process required a sequence of enrollments. There were enrollments of individuals, true, but of individuals identified as belonging to tribal entities that existed in the present tense in each enrollment period and as administered under the jurisdiction of the Sacramento Agency of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. These enrollments were reviewed and approved by the BIA. For example, Muwekma ancestors, including the current members' parents and grandparents, enrolled in the Indians of California census rolls authorized under the Act of 1928, approved in 1933 as Mission San Jose Indians. The BIA noted on the enrollment forms that these Mission San Jose Indians had never had land bought from them. In 1944, an initial payment of funds for the lands taken from California Indians was approved, and another round of enrollment occurred in 1955, and again, the parents and grandparents of today's Muwekma members participated and enrolled. Anthropologist Alfred Kroeber, whom you've heard about already, recanted his statements, in part at least, about the extinction of the Ohlone people at the California Indian Claims Commission hearings of 1954 to 1955. And subsequently, the Muwekma's parents and grandparents received a check for $668.51 in the early 1960s, just before they organized as the Ohlone Indian tribe to protect their ancestors' grave sites at the cemetery at the old San Jose Mission site. What this history shows in bold print is the uninterrupted process by which the descendants of the Verona Band, so-called Verona Band, continued to enroll, like Indians all over California, in federal censuses. These enrollments were approved decade after decade by these federal authorities, substantiating the native tribal entities in the present tense each step of the way. With the Ohlone community, within the Ohlone community, particular individuals, many of whom Alan named and showed, led these efforts, and the tight web of connection, relationship, and community leadership through ritual godparent responsibilities and community commemorations of funerals, births, and multi-family meetings, all of which were occasions where tribal authorities, tribal leaders encouraged their family members to enroll. In addition, because of their approved identification as Native people who were part of a tribal identity, some Ohlone children were eligible to attend Indian residential schools, some of whom did at the Sherman Institute and the Chemawa Indian School. Now, we know that these residential schools were certainly the site of horrendous crimes against Indian children, and we've learned more and more about that in the recent years. Yet the obverse is that the presence of Ohlone children in these schools provides another indisputable piece of evidence for the ongoing, continuous relationship between the federal government and the Ohlone ancestors of Muwekma as a tribal community. So, there is no gap in Muwekma tribal history, not before 1914, not between 1927 and 1965. It would be ludicrous indeed to cast doubt on the direct historical continuity between the people enrolled in the Indian tribe, Ohlone Indian tribe of 1971, and the very same people and their close relatives as they began that process in 1982, which led to the organization of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. The efforts to render illegible all that substantiates tribal continuity, and thus to appear to make the tribe vanish, are all revealed as specious. All of the data in the Muwekma petition that led to the BIA's admission of the previously unambiguously recognized status also substantiates tribal continuity over all of the decades of the 20th century. The conclusion to this paper and to this analysis is therefore not the negative determination of the petition that was based on specious reasoning, but rather the many ways that, notwithstanding the Herculean work and efforts of the tribe and its allies to assemble the petition for recognition, the federal acknowledgement process has dramatically failed to enact justice for the Muwekma in multiple ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Field, for that information. We don't have a formal Q&A with Dr. Field, but we'll do that if you're able to at the reception. We're going to take a little break. We'll come back at 2:15 for our first panel. Feel free to refreshments in the back. We just need to get the stage set up. So thanks again for joining us today, and so we'll come back at 2:15. Jonathan, you ready? I'm going to do I'll convene everyone together. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. And so I hope that, I think as I've sat in all the different presentations today, just lots of information. And our hope is that over the course of these next two panels, you can begin to sort of unpack a lot of the stuff that we've been learning, and then hopefully, if you're able to stay for the reception, you can engage with our panelists one-on-one as well. So at this time, we're time for our 2:15 panel, Making Sense of the Final Determination and Broken Federal Recognition Process. And Jonathan is going to do a little introduction of our panelists, and then we'll turn over to Dr. Wilcox.
Thank you. All right, this is going to be an amazing panel with lots of information, and we're going to start off with Dr. Michael Wilcox is an indigenous Native American scholar of human descent who has taught at Stanford University since 2001. He received his doctorate in anthropology and archaeology from Harvard University in 2001, where he was instrumental in founding the Harvard University Native American program in fulfillment of Harvard's 1638 charter as an Indian college. He has been on the faculty of Stanford since 2001, first as an assistant and associate professor of anthropology, and currently as a senior lecturer in Native American Studies in the Center for Comparative Studies in Race and Ethnicity. He currently leads research projects from the Stanford Indigenous Archaeology Lab and the Archaeology Center, and is a faculty affiliate in Stanford School of Earth, Energy, and Environmental Sciences. He was awarded the 2021 to 2023 Woods Institute Environmental Ventures Grant, and he also has a recent publications, including the Pueblo Revolt and the Mythology of Conquest, and also his current research involves documentation of the indigenous rebellions and in the San Francisco Bay Area, as well as communities in Hamakua, Hawaii. The next speaker we're going to have is Colin Cloud Hampson of the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska and the White Earth Band of Chippewa. Joined the law firm of Sinosku Chambers, Sasha Anderson and Perry in 1994 after graduating from Stanford Law School in its Indian law practice. He established the firm's San Diego office in 1999 and became a partner in 2002. Mr. Hampson represents tribes and tribal organizations on a wide range of Indian law matters, including gaming, commercial, and economic development matters, gaming regulation, energy, water, construction, jurisdiction, recognition, legislative issues, environmental law, healthcare, tax, and Indian self-determination matters. He must be extremely busy, so we're so glad that he could make it out here in California. He also holds an MA in International Policy Studies and BA in American History, both from Stanford University. And Dr. Laura Jones is the Director of Heritage Services and University Archaeologist for Stanford University, responsible for stewardship of the university's nearly 100 archaeological sites and 200 historic buildings. She earned her bachelor's degree from the University of California at San Diego in 1983 and a master's degree in 1985 and Doctor of Philosophy 1990 from Stanford University. Her archaeological experience includes serving as the director of a number of major excavations of prehistoric occupation and cemetery sites in the San Francisco Bay Area, where she works closely with the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Primary themes in this work include mortuary treatment and subsistence strategies among complex hunter-gatherers. She served as senior scholar and director of community programs at the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching from 2001 to 2006 and is the co-author of a major study of doctoral education, The Formation of Scholars, now published in 2007. Of course, we have Chairwoman Charlene Nijma, is the chairwoman of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, which is comprised of all known surviving American Indian lineages aboriginal to the San Francisco Bay region. Charlene began her engagement in tribal affairs at an early age of 8, when she was exposed to her tribe's efforts to repatriate her people's ancestral remains during the early 1980s, and has served as chairwoman since 2018. The previous chairwoman, Charlene's mother, instilled in her a deep sense of duty to care for and protect the balance between Mother Earth and its inhabitants. In 2008, with a group of like-minded family and friends, Charlene started Seventh Generation Recycling, a commercial textile recycling company. In 2012, she founded and continues to chair the Green Education Foundation to support local schools. The foundation led to Charlene forging partnerships internationally to build a closed-loop recycling program that currently diverts 60 million pounds annually of textile waste from our nation's landfills. And of course, we have Dr. Les Field, who received an appointment in the Department of Anthropology at the University of New Mexico in 1994, where he currently serves as department chair. His areas of focus are Nicaragua, Colombia, Ecuador, Indigenous California, and Palestine, with his main areas of interest and research centering on indigenous identities, narrative and history, nationalist ideologies and the state, resources and development, social transformations and landscapes, and conflict zones. Offering a wide variety of undergraduate and graduate courses, his classes discuss the theory of ethnology, society and culture, social violence, human rights, among other topics. He has worked with the Muwekma Ohlone tribe since 1991. And for shorter introductions, we have with us Dr. Lee Panich and the tribe's advisor, Kennedy Nijma.
Okay, I think this is. Okay, it just goes. Nice. Okay, thank you everybody for being here. The format of this panel is I'm going to ask a couple of questions to Colin and Charlene, and then a few general questions to the entire group. There are 16 that we've put together, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to get to all of them. But hopefully we'll have a chance afterwards to talk about these or circulate the answers that people have. Okay, so I'm going to read this little preface paragraph. This is for all the panelists. At the crux of the BIA's final determination on Muwekma's petition for recognition is a 38-year-old gap in which they claim that the tribe ceased to exist. The BIA acknowledges that Muwekma was previously unambiguously identified, federally recognized from 1905 to 1927 in congressional acts and federal censuses, and then again acknowledges the distinct political community from 65 to 71, when the tribe was fighting to protect its cemeteries and burial grounds. The BIA then acknowledges the tribe's existence from 1985 onwards. So I have some questions, first for Colin. You represented Muwekma through the challenges of their final determination back in 2000. Can you give us a brief summary of what you challenged in court and what you think the courts got wrong?
Mic is on. Excellent. Very nice to be here with you this afternoon to talk about the Muwekma Ohlone tribe's effort to recover or reestablish its recognition with through the federal government. I was honored to represent the tribe beginning in 1999. I actually was able to work with Chairwoman Canberra when I was a student at Stanford, and then that relationship continued through when I became a lawyer in our firm's Washington, D.C. office, when the tribe sought legal help with their recognition effort. They had received in 1999 their previous recognition determination and had submitted a petition, and we filed a lawsuit in 1999 seeking a court order to direct the Department of Interior to speed up its consideration of the tribe's petition in light of the previous recognition and its request for and its entitlement in the tribe's view to reaffirmation. The court granted that, or granted relief to the tribe and ordered the BIA to issue a decision. The BIA ultimately did issue the decision, as we know, and we brought a second lawsuit in federal court in Washington, D.C., challenging that decision. We challenged it on a number of grounds, including that it was arbitrary and capricious, meaning not consistent with the law, not consistent with the regulatory requirements for Part 83 recognition decisions. We also challenged it as an unlawful withdrawal of the tribe's previous recognition. And the final claim was equal protection violation on the grounds that that Interior was treating the Muwekma tribe differently from other similarly situated tribes, namely the lower band of the Lower Lake Band and the Ione Band. Specifically, also, by the time we were briefing, the Tohon reaffirmation had occurred, and we also pointed to the reaffirmation of an Alaska tribe. The court rejected the claims. I would say, from a big picture perspective, what the court got wrong was essentially was accepting the Bureau of Indian Affairs explanation for the different treatment between Muwekma and the other tribes that had been recently reaffirmed. The reaffirmation process is an expedited process that Interior began using initially with the Ione Band decision in 1994 and used it a few other times following the Ione decision. And the tribe, we argued in the court case that the tribe had satisfied the requirements that are reflected in the reaffirmation decisions. The court remanded the case back to Interior at an early phase of the case, remanded it back to Interior and directed Interior explain the different treatment. And Interior produced a 21-page explanation, which in our view were what we call post hoc explanations, explanations that do not reflect the reasoning of the agency when the time the decision is made, but are after the fact and justifications. And we made that argument to the court. The court essentially ruled that when the court remands a case back to the agency can provide, quote, an explanation even though it is post hoc. So the court did not accept that argument. I think the court was wrong. I think the court was wrong in rejecting the arguments that we made under that the Interior Department misapplied its own recognition criteria, rejecting the evidence that Professor Fields referenced of children going to school, to BIA schools, and to, the evidence of enrollment or of Muwekma people organizing the families to enroll in the California Judgment Act enrollment process in the 20s and 30s, in the 50s and 60s. And we also argued that that Interior failed to apply its regulations that require it. Well, the regulations are very clear that conclusive proof is not required, that a reasonable likelihood that the evidence that is presented is establishes that the criterion has been satisfied. In my opinion, the final determination does not reflect application of that standard. It reflects an evidentiary standard more consistent with conclusive proof. If it's not there, I don't see it. Is essentially how the final determination reads, and I'm not going to consider the evidence of events that occurred beforehand or afterwards, or evidence of one category to satisfy evidence in another category. So in the sense that the court essentially adopted the agency's defense of its decision, I think the court got that wrong.
Thank you. There's a follow-up question.
I'm going to stop right there. Yeah.
There's a short follow-up question. What path is open to Muwekma now, and what legal path is open to restoring their status, in your opinion?
So I think Interior certainly can grant the tribe reaffirmation. Interior could also reconsider the tribe under the Part 83 process, as Alan Leventhal pointed out, and I think Professor Field pointed out. BIA regulations authorize Interior to waive any regulation that might prevent that, so that there are administrative remedies available, and certainly Congress could recognize the tribe.
The congressional process, can you speak a little bit more about what they need to do?
Well, they need to pass a bill. So we need to have a bill introduced, and it typically goes through the committee process, though not all bills go through committee, but that's what I would expect, and then it would have to be approved by the House and the Senate and signed by the President.
Okay, so 3 different layers it has to go through.
Right.
For reaffirmation. Thank you so much. I have a few questions for Charlene. Looking back over the past 4 decades, is there anything that you believe the tribe should have done differently for strategic reasons, or would the politics that are pushing up against Muwekma's restoration be unavoidable under any circumstances?
Yeah, I don't think anything, looking back, as a child and watching the tribe, move through this process, I don't think there's anything that could have been done. I think we've been doing everything possible to make this happen. I keep going back to, it's the land that we live on is too valuable to leave to the Indians. So the politics is at play. It started back, at first contact with Spanish, living along the coast, living next to the ports, living on this very wealthy land. They want to suppress the indigenous people here, and hoping that we continue to be removed and gentrified out of our area. But one thing that we were taught is never to give up and to keep pushing forward.
Well, it's so clear from the history of the tribe that if you were to characterize the history of Muwekma as persistent presence, that always been here, always been fighting, always been taking up the responsibility of making sure that future generations have a place and a space to live in. And it's amazing to see your leadership for sure. 2 other questions. Many folks in the Bay Area have heard the name Muwekma so often, I don't think they hear it so often, that they presume that the tribe is also federally recognized. Over the last 4 decades, how has the Bay Area's consciousness of the tribe changed, and how did the tribal leadership do it?
I have to say, isn't that a beautiful thing? That this community, the outside community, is speaking and rising up where our politicians should be rising up and taking action. But it's the community giving voice to our voice, raising our voice, and speaking up on our behalf to take action, to getting Congress to take action on our behalf and right a wrong.
Thank you. The final question, just for you, is when you took over as chairwoman, you commissioned a renowned anthropologist, Dr. Christine Grabowski, to detail the political and social continuity of the tribe. What do you think were her most important findings?
What she really stressed to me is how wrong the BIA got it. They had made major mistakes in our case. One of them is our name. They misnamed us. We never called ourselves the Rona Band. You know, we called ourselves Ohlone, Pleasanton, Mission San Jose Indians. That's what we called ourselves. And it was our name. And the biggest mistake is they never bought us land. She stressed that. Because your name wasn't on record for them. But you were there, even though a tribe, land base does not create or make a tribe, she kept saying to me. It's the people. And your people were clearly there, together, surviving. And that was the thing, is not having land base that was supposed to be bought for us, and our name was wrong. They had it wrong. So that after 1927, they ignored us after that. The government ignored us. And you don't exist. You're not here. We don't see your name on the paper, and we don't see you here which is not the case, because we were always in their face.
Yeah.
Michael, can I add something? Yeah. Following up on what Colin said about the two viable paths to recognition, Congress is one path. Congress just recently restored the status of Little Shell in Montana. They went through the process also. They got denied on the same criteria that Muwekma got denied. So if you can restore one tribe in Congress, you can restore another tribe in the same situation. It's not about the evidence or legitimacy. It seems obvious in the last 5 years, Chairwoman has been battling this politics against Muwekma, and they treat Muwekma differently than other groups. Like we mentioned, a reaffirmation can be done. They reaffirmed 3 other tribes. And when they try to justify the differences between Muwekma and these other tribes, the logic falls flat. Okay, they look at specific differences between Muwekma and these other tribes, and every tribe has differences, but they don't look at the similarities. They were very similar in that they were all recognized, none of them were terminated, and they're all the same people. Those similarities were enough for Muwekma to be restored. And Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland can restore the tribe now. She has the power to do it. So does Assistant Secretary Brian Newland. They just have to have political courage to do it, because politics pushes against restoring tribes these days. It's not just Muwekma, but Muwekma is a powerful case because of their location.
Thank you. So these are questions for the whole panel, if you want to jump in and answer one of these. What did the BIA fail to see during that intervening 38 years between 1927, and 1971? What did they fail to see during those intervening years, and how did the BIA get it so wrong? How can a tribe, as the BIA described it, wither away and then reappear, mobilizing to protect its burial grounds a short number of years later? Where did the tribe go?
I don't think it's a question of evidence. It's a question of intent. Right? So there are political forces, economic and political forces in the Bay Area and in California that don't want to see a federally recognized tribe here. So they don't want to see the evidence. So they find reasons to exclude it. Willful blindness to the evidence. So it's not really about the evidence, which I think we've cataloged very well about the continuity of this community. It's about whether or not the powerful, big money, big development, big political machine in the San Francisco Bay Area can cope with a powerful Indian tribe. And if they could stop that, that was much more convenient for them. And they had the power to do it, and they did. And so it's not really a factual question. right? It's these power networks and pressures that get put on people about, and then the whispering in the hallway, oh yeah, they're really an urban tribe, right? They don't really need land, or they really don't have very good paperwork they didn't have a tribal government with an elected tribal leader in 1940, right? So they find excuses that serve their financial and political interests. And I mean, that's really what's going on. It's a power play. So the notion of having to negotiate, I mean, you know how powerful real estate development interests are in the Bay Area, how valuable our land is, millions of dollars an acre in land value. The notion that you would introduce a new power player into that, a power player of color into that conversation, threatens those powerful interests. And they have the power to stop it. And they stop it on these kinds of technicalities.
And I want to add to that, what's more powerful than those interests are the people. So that's what Muwekma's been doing that's been different in the last, I'd say, 5 years, is getting their message out there. And the community has been listening and, again, raising their voices to raise Muwekma's voice. Muwekma really didn't do that before, and I think the politicians really kept all these conversations private. In the past, it would be in the court system or private meetings with congressmen and senators, and the public never knew what was going on. Now the public knows because they're exposing it all. They're bringing light to what's been a thing in the shadows, right? So that's changing.
I'll jump in too. I agree. It's not a question of evidence. The evidence was there. The evidence was before the Department of Interior, their Office of Federal Acknowledgement. There was evidence of the, as Professor Fields mentioned, the Ohlone Family Consulting Services that provided employment to tribal members up through the present. The BIA acknowledged that the tribe was recognized by external sources. That's criterion A from 1982 to the present. So there's sort of the criteria they look at three aspects. One is external identification, two is a social interaction, and three, political interaction or political exercise of political authority. So at least one of those criteria they found the tribe existed with respect in that time period. There was evidence that the tribe existed with respect to social activity and the exercise of political authority as well. They just rejected it, and I think improperly so, and not in a manner consistent with the regulations. It was there. They just chose not to acknowledge it as a dispositive.
I actually want to go back to the last question you asked me about Dr. Christine Gobrowski's report. Right. One other thing she really stressed to me is the other mistake. The BIA didn't ask us to look at evidence before 1927. She stressed, and this is her report based on continuity and origin. She did her dissertation on continuity of tribes. She said there's no way you can look at a tribe in the middle of their story. You have to look at where they came from, the origins, and then see how those same people move throughout time together to today. But they only asked, when the tribe petitioned, we're not going to look at anything before 1927 or 1985 or 82, I believe, right, Les? So she said there's no way you can do that. You can't. You have to look at the big picture and how everybody came together from their villages and all the way to today. And she said, I stand with Muwekma 1,000%. Muwekma is truly a tribe, a community, a social, political community that has survived the genocide in California. You guys were able to stay together without a land base, miraculously without a land base. You guys survived.
Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon. Maybe people are not totally aware of this, but many times tribes are named through an administrative fiat. They'll just identify a tribe with a name that means absolutely nothing to the people who live there. And my understanding is that no one would ever have identified as part of a Verona band because no one even had access to those administrative records that were describing them using those terms. So it is a small detail, but a big deal. Another question for Colin and the panel as well is looking back at the federal case in which Muwekma argues that its right to equal protection under the laws was violated. Explain to us how the judge arrived at his eventual decision, and why did the judge agree with the BIA's post hoc rationalizations by the federal dealings rationale to deny Muwekma? That's a complicated question, but
yeah, essentially in that explanation that I described, they referred to. They described the interaction of the three, mostly Lower Lake and Ione, of those tribes interacting with the United States as more voluminous, more frequent than Muwekma. There is with Lower Lake, the BIA. So all three tribes were very similarly situated. They were all identified as eligible for land under the Homeless Indians Appropriations Act. BIA bought land for Lower Lake. They tried to buy land for Ione and failed. They ran into title troubles with the parcels of land they were going to buy for them, so they never bought it. With Muwekma, they identified Muwekma as eligible and retained Muwekma on the list for a number of years, but then at some point, as we know, Mr. Dorrington decided to remove them from, or to no longer consider Muwekma eligible for land. Now, and this was, I'll point out, at that point in time, this was just before the termination policy started. So there were folks in the BIA who were already thinking that the BIA needed to, quote, get out of the Indian business in California. Mm-hmm. It was California's too big, too many little communities. They were already behind. They had not provided for all of these communities in central and northern California. Better just to stop and not do it. And that actually led to the congressional termination policy. But the folks in the Sacramento agency who were working with Dorrington around that time were pulling back in terms of BIA support for tribal communities with respect to, and so the pattern of federal dealings is essentially the BIA saying, well, the BIA interacted with these other two tribes more, and so that's different. Now, that wasn't a distinction or even a basis for the reaffirmation of Lower Lake or Ione. They merely said that they were previously recognized, not terminated, and for unknown reasons, not served for some period of time. That describes Muwekma. That's exactly Muwekma's circumstance. This distinction between, well, they bought land. The land they bought for Lower Lake. They never bought land for Ione. They bought it for Lower Lake, and then they sold it. They terminated the rancheria, and there were, some. They pointed to a couple of instances of additional interactions between Lower Lake and Ione and the BIA. There was an instance where folks from the Ione community went to the BIA and asked them for assistance, and I think they said no. And one of the questions that they asked them was, well, have your people gone to schools, to BIA schools? Have we served you? And I think the answer to that was no. Well, in Muwekma's case, Muwekma children had gone to BIA schools. And now even since then, in another context, but a very similar context, in order to take land into trust for a tribe after the Carcieri decision, the Supreme Court ruled that a tribe had to be under federal jurisdiction in 1934, and Interior has to have make a determination that they were under federal jurisdiction in 1934 in order for the tribe to be eligible for fee to trust acquisitions, taking land into trust on behalf of the tribe and transferring it to the United States in trust for the tribe. They have to make a determination that the tribe is under federal jurisdiction. Well, now there have been several decisions, including in the last few years, including the Mashpee Wampanoag decision involving a fee to trust transfer, where they relied expressly on attendance of the tribe's children at BIA schools. In the Mashpee decision, that was they had attended Carlisle Indian School, and the reliance on a solicitor's opinion. All of this post the Muwekma decision. They point out that the boarding school policy was a very comprehensive, extensive, important policy of the United States government to assimilate Indian children, and they established these boarding schools for Indian children. and took charge of the children, and they concluded that was the exercise of jurisdiction not only over the children but over the tribe. So the Bureau's position in the recognition decision from Muwekma is flatly contrary to the reasoning of these FETA trust decisions and these under federal jurisdiction determinations. That's a problem for the reasoning of their decision.
So does that push Muwekma's federal recognition or being under jurisdiction up to 1947 when their children went to Indian boarding schools, theoretically?
Yeah.
So the gap narrows in terms of them trying to have to prove continuity between point of last recognition and 1965. So now the gap is between 1947 and 1965. It's a very small window.
Except that there's an enrollment that occurs in the 50s with the Indian Claims Commission. So then you've got the 50s too. So then every decade there's a substantiation.
They were enrolled in the 60s as well under the California Judgment Act. Yeah, I think the Bureau's decision not to recognize or not to treat enrollment of Muwekma's children, and they've done this in other recognition decisions in California. They take a very firm position that a enrollment in the claim for claims purposes is not recognition of a tribe as an entity. But if you look at the applications, as has been discussed, if you looked at the enrollment applications, they expressly request the applicant to identify their tribal affiliation, and that has to be witnessed by another person, and it's reviewed and either approved or rejected by the BIA examiner. And there were applications rejected. There were people from out of state. There were people they were rejected because of questions about the tribal affiliation response. So I think it would have been absolutely appropriate, and I argue the correct resolution to say that is the BIA not only recognizing the tribe as a tribal entity because it's enrolling its members under the California Judgment Act, but there's associated evidence of the families organizing in order to witness for one another and become eligible under the statute. One other, I guess, one talking point I do want to get out there that I prepared. One broken feature of the recognition system that I believe exists is the federal government has a trust responsibility to Indian people of this country, and they have a trust responsibility to the Muwekma people. And as we've learned about the history in California, first there was the mission system. So the Muwekma's ancestors were forced into the missions to work, and essentially as indentured servants. They were at some point and then and they were no longer subject to the mission system at the end of the mission system. The United States government took over the control of California, did nothing in this region for Indian people, and in fact, the treaties were negotiated for this area, and the Senate tucked them away and never ratified them. Nothing was done for tribes in central California, in this part of the state, until the early 20th century. And Muwekma was eligible but not served. And essentially what the BIA is saying with this is, well, we violated our trust responsibility. We didn't serve you. We didn't help you protect, we didn't help provide for your land. We didn't provide a home for you or education, well, except for the few children. But you have to show that you survived, and as a community, as a polity, and you have to document it. And you have to maintain those documents for 100 years and present that to us. And, if there was if you ever had the documents, but they were lost or burnt down in a fire, which happens to a lot of, local and federal and state government offices, too bad. If you can't document it, then from our standpoint, it doesn't exist. I think that's a breach of the federal trust responsibility, and really something that the Department of Interior and Congress should make right.
Well, the trust responsibility is one that I don't think too many people are aware of, nor the way that the BIA functions. But part of the story here is definitely the personalities that are within those offices and how intractable those institutions can be. And there's some curious kind of strange things that I'd like to ask you about. The same solicitors who were involved in litigation in which Muwekma prevailed were the same solicitors that wrote the final determination denying Muwekma's existence. Does that seem appropriate or legal, in your opinion?
No, we actually, that was an argument in our lawsuit. We argued that the involvement of lawyers defending the agency in our first lawsuit should not be the same lawyers involved in preparing the final determination, the preliminary and then the final determination, that the tribe is entitled to, well, first the attorneys or the personnel within Interior, they should not be advocates against the tribe. They should be advocates for the tribe. That goes to the trust responsibility I'm just referencing. The Interior's obligation is to implement the United States federal or United States trust responsibility to Indian people of this country, and to oppose the tribe's claim for recognition in the litigation, and then also to oppose the claim for recognition in the evaluation of the criteria and the request for reaffirmation, I think was fundamentally unfair.
Anybody else?
Yeah, they got upset when they lost the first lawsuit. They were forced to expedite the petition, and the same people gave them a negative determination. I mean, that's not fair.
Well, I'm afraid it's bigger than that. It's not just being annoyed that I'm being asked to expedite a finding for one tribe and not the other, and somehow that's unfair, or I feel embarrassed because somehow my work is being attacked. There's also, the sort of looming political threat that if you're the BIA and the Congress and Senate who approve your budget are not happy with what you're doing in the San Francisco Bay Area, right, your budget might get cut. So there's always this larger threat that the big money interests in real estate, in gaming, right, in economic development in Silicon Valley are looming out there as political donors to our elected officials. And you're right, Ken, if they don't hear from the rest of us who are not making big donations to PACs, that's who they hear, right? And they need to hear from the rest of us that we're fed up with this, that we want justice, that we want honest, good government, and we want Muwekma to get justice. But if they don't hear from us, they hear from the moneyed interests who have lobbyists, right, who walk into their offices and tell them, hey, the BIA really needs to slow walk this, or the BIA needs to, I'm going to be really upset in the Senate Finance Committee if I find out that the BIA is working against my powerful constituents. So there's that pressure in the background. I mean, federal agency officials feel this pressure every year. Congress is threatening to cut the budget to meet the debt ceiling thing, right? If you're a federal official, you know this, right? And so you need friends in Congress, right, to appropriate the money that helps you pay your mortgage and send your kids to school. And so they feel personal pressure too, right, that comes from this political pressure, that comes from the just sort of overwhelming interest, of dark money in our politics in this country. And you're right, I think you're right, Ken. The antidote to that is mass action, right? Because the tribe is never going to have enough money to fight that.
Right. Our voice matters. The people's voice, the constituents that vote our politicians in matter. And I believe that's what they're most afraid of are their votes. Are they going to be voted in next year? But I keep telling them, and most recently I told Representative Rokana, we need leaders who represent the people, not politicians.
Anybody else?
Well, I was going to hopefully talk to Charlene about this afterwards in our next stage of conversation. But we were recently in Washington, D.C., and we were a delegation visiting different congressional offices and senators' offices. And it was very educational. And I was wondering if you would comment on what your takeaway was from our recent visit there.
I found it, we had our ups and downs, since I've been visiting DC in January. And my takeaway, because I think our issue is, I've always said this, it's a nonpartisan issue. I think the Republicans and the Democrats need to care about doing the right thing and correcting a great mistake that's happened here in the Bay Area for Muwekma. And then not just Muwekma, there's other tribes, like throughout the history, what's happened and what you've mentioned, the other 100-something tribes that were removed to buy land for. They're out there too. But today, and what we're talking about is Muwekma's case, but they need to start correcting their mistakes and righting and correcting this injustice that's happening here in California. But being out there, I've noticed we had better reception about, it from the Republican Party. Honestly, they never asked. What I've noticed is the Republican Party, the delegations that we met with, congressional delegations, never once did they ask myself is, would your tribe be willing to give up any of your sovereignty? The delegation that I met with here in our Bay Area, and I can't say they speak for the party because the Democratic Party supports Muwekma's restoration, but the 5 delegation here in our districts asked me in a meeting in January to give up a piece of our sovereignty. I was shocked that they asked me that because we've given up enough. We've had our land taken, our culture, our language, our people displaced. My great-grandmother died from disease and left children orphaned. A lot of that happened throughout, and this is a shallow history. This was very recent. It wasn't like 100 years ago, 200 years ago. This was very recent. So to hear our delegation ask me to give up a piece of my people's sovereignty, my children's rights to whatever they want to do on their lands, however they want to govern themselves on their lands, that is their right as a sovereign nation. And I saw that clear distinction on the Hill when we were there.
My impression of meeting with a lot of the congressional people and the senators was that we got a lot more opposition from people in California. For example, Senator Padilla staffers really gave us a short, quick meeting, didn't read the report Charlene submitted, even though they had it for 2 years. They discounted the social justice students that came with us. When they mentioned that next year there'll be voters, they just kind of scoffed at that, like they didn't care about these kids and their demand for justice. It was the California politicians, but Democrats outside of California seem to be supportive, right? So you have to look at what's influencing these few people. And again, it's not the Democratic Party, because all of them in the Bay Area have passed resolutions supporting the tribe's restoration, all the Democratic parties. So we know we have support from the Democratic Party. We know we have support from the Republican Party. It's those few people that are based in the Bay Area that have special interests lobbying them. That's the only conclusion I can come up with.
I think just to your point earlier, Charlene, is in the state delegation, or the state legislature, it's more grassroots. Some of these guys are quite young, like Alex Lee. He's in his 20s, and he represents my district. But they all supported the state resolution, right? Yes. And so it's a disconnect between the local grassroots Democrats and the kind of moneyed interests of the federal politicians or the national politicians.
Right.
So over the summer there was a resolution, or could you talk a little bit about what happened over the summer with the California State Assembly? And
SJR 13.
Yes.
Well, that was last year. Dave Cortese, Senator Dave Cortese introduced SGR 13 back last year, March 7th. And everybody jumped on board. You know, Alex Lee co-sponsored.
Can you describe what it
it was just, I'm sorry, the state resolution was just asking the state to support Muwekma's efforts for federal recognition. That it was very simple, and it wasn't giving us recognition, it was just supporting our effort. So this was introduced by our state and local delegation, Dave Cortese, Alex Lee, State Senator Bob Wachowski, he co-sponsored with Dave Cortese, and then there was, Ash Clara signed on. We had Robert Rivas sign on. I think there was Lowe, but I have to say Rivas, once he got the pressure, because I was told that they're getting calls from lobbyists to not get the state. The state didn't have any business in the federal recognition process. No business in Indian, dealing with Indians, I guess. I don't know. It was strange. So anyway, Robert Rivas signed off because of the pressure he was receiving. So he signed himself off that bill. But it still moved ahead. Dave Cortese asked me, what would you like to do? I said, my council wants to move forward, and let's bring this out to the light. Let's see who comes out in opposition of our recognition, because they will be forced to, rear their ugly heads. And they did. They came out. We had to put a little pressure on it because the bill moved over to the Government Organization Committee with Chairman Bill Dodd, but he wanted to stop it right there. He didn't want to hear any testimony or have a vote on the SGR 13. And let me remind you, Chairman Dodd, his district is in Grayton Rancheria's area. So he was getting pressure from from Grayton Rancheria and all the gaming tribes in California to not have this resolution move forward. But I stressed to Dave Cortese, we need to move this forward. We need to make sure this is heard and get a vote. And he did. He moved it forward, but Chairman Dodd decided to hear testimony but not have a vote on it. And the only testimony that was against our resolution was a few gaming tribes. But we did receive a letter from the tribes down south, the CIGNA, is that the California National Indian Gaming Association, and with the tribes down south all signed on to that letter opposing SGR 13.
Wow, so it's people far away are opposing.
Right.
So it's really not about Muwekma, it's not about the evidence, it's not about the story, it's not about continuity,
politics.
It's about something different here.
Yeah, it's politics.
It was a very strange sort of situation where I guess there were a lot of people who were zooming in. It was still mostly the pandemic when this was taking place, and they allowed the comment period to go on really for a couple of hours. And you had one testimony after another in favor of recognition. There was a kind of palpable sense like, yeah, there's a lot of support for this. And then they turned around and said, well, we're tabling that. Right. So it was a kind of cynical sort of treatment of the tribe that left a really bad taste in the mouth because it was so, they had no intention, but they were allowing people to talk.
Right.
And I wanted to also add that state recognition, if we look in the national framework, look beyond the state of California, that's something that occurs in many states in this country, and states that you might be surprised. I mean, certainly Connecticut and New York State have state recognition. So does Alabama. So does South Carolina. So does Virginia. So states in the South that typically are seen as conservative and perhaps anti-Native have procedures by which Native people are recognized, which in turn has been very important in their process of getting federal recognition. So it's not a good thing to be provincial just because we're in the great state of California, that we don't have to look outside to see that this is, in fact, in the national framework, something that occurs. It occurs in many different states, and it is part of federal recognition. It really is.
Well, I was going to say one of the talk about public visibility and the pressure that can be brought to bear upon politicians to make the decisions that the people want to have happen. So in recent years, we've noticed a change in the attitudes of the general public towards the tribe, partially probably through land acknowledgements, which start a conversation about who's here and who's supposed to be here. And land acknowledgements are an important first step. It's not a final step. We need to put pressure on institutions to see these things that way. It's not just a performance to do red washing for institutions. But more importantly, you've engaged in a lot of public education projects that are, the visibility of the tribe has really been enhanced in the recent memory. So could you talk a little bit more about the importance of public engagement with these issues and putting pressure on politicians?
Well, I go back to our voice, the community being our voice. And you're right, acknowledgments is a first step, but we need to move beyond that acknowledgement. We need to start looking at one of the other priorities that I have for the tribe. The first priority is restoring our sovereignty. The second priority is, creating a homeland for our people, and that will come with the support of the community as well, right? Like I said, we live on valuable land. We have billion-dollar companies that have built their wealth on Muwekma land. So being able to create a native village, I really believe it's possible to keep the people here on our homeland, because our children can no longer stay here. The next generation will be gentrified out of our 10,000-year homeland. So it's important that the community, I know that we do share the value of justice, right, and correcting mistakes. And with that, bringing our visibility out to the forefront is so important.
And to add to that, Muwekma has been doing a lot of community engagement, talking to the Presbyterian church community, talking to the high schools in the area, the Pali students at Palo Alto High School, the Bellarmine students. It seems like the high schoolers are the go-getters to me. They're the really socially activist-minded, and they're ready to change the world. And we've been impressed by their leadership and what they've done. They've organized postcard writing campaigns to the Bay Area delegation. Thousands and thousands of postcards are flooding them, right? Phone calls. They are getting inundated with the community. The church groups are organizing. We're having letter writing campaigns, not just in California, but in other states. So the word is spreading, and it's just a network, right? Like Jonathan Lockwood said, is follow Muwekma on Twitter, on Facebook. You'll see the rallies that are going to be planned, the protests that we're going to do. I mean, it's just going to keep rising in terms of momentum.
And I want to add to that, it starts with the students. The students create the change. And I want to say it started right in the beginning when I first became chair in 2008, middle school, Peter Burnett Middle School. The renaming of Peter Burnett to the Muwekma Ohlone Middle School. It started with the kids. They asked the question, what happened to the Ohlone people? Where are they? And they reached out, they brought us forward. They amplified our voice out in the community, and that change happened. So it's definitely the kids that make the change in our communities.
Yeah, I was going to say that's how I see the energy of things. That this particular generation that Lee and I are teaching right now is way more politically active than I could ever have predicted. And among the things that people are interested in is social justice and not letting things be the way that they are just because they've always been that way. So it's really hopeful to see the kind of change and engagement from community college students too, always, in terms of and Santa Clara students too are doing things. So I think just planting these seeds and getting people out there to make this case to the public and then put the pressure on politicians has been so important.
And we don't want to forget about the Justice from Muwekma Stanford students, too. They did amazing work for us.
Yes, thank you. Justice from Muwekma. So there's a class that I taught, and there's a community-engaged learning component. And they started off, I think they gave you kind of a kickoff in social media skills. And yeah, so the energy is with you folks, honestly. And as a matter of fact, I don't want to tell your story for you, but you got involved in this work as a student at Stanford really early on.
I did. I met Chairwoman Canberra when I was the resident assistant of the Native American Theme House my senior year, and that time it was called the Lathrop House after Jane Lathrop, the Mrs. Stanford. And the community decided at the house and in the Native community, we decided that it needed to reflect the Native community that was there, and so we needed to change the name. And of course, we wanted to honor the Native people of the San Francisco Bay Area, and so we reached out to Chairwoman Canberra and Alan Leventhal, who many of you saw on the video presentation this morning, helped us, and the tribal council helped us develop a list of names, of words, of possible names for the house, and the community selected one, and we had a ceremony with the tribe. It was awesome. It was very cool. And that really, that cemented a relationship that the Stanford community had with the Muwekma Ohlone tribe going back a few years before that, involving the
Yeah, I have to say I was also a student when I first met Chairwoman Canberra and Charlene when she was about 8 years old. And so, yeah, that energy that you can get and that idealism that you can have as a student when you come into contact with this really compelling story of this community that's surviving, and getting stepped on over and over again and never giving up, right? Always bouncing back. And incredibly welcoming and open and grateful for all the help that students can give them. Right? I have to say I wasn't going to do anything in Native American studies because my father had done consulting work for Native American tribes, and we used to go to dinner, and some tribal chairman, I think in Arizona, told me, we hate anthropologists. And so I thought, well, I'm going to be an anthropology major, but I'm not going to work with Native American tribes because they hate anthropologists, and for good reason. And so I was working in South Pacific Islands in graduate school, and then I met Charlene's mother, and she's like, "What do you mean you're going to Tahiti? Right? We need you here, right?" And so to find a community that really valued anthropologists. Just as we're all sitting here today, that saw the value in sharing information, in bridging from the research skills that we learn in school as anthropologists and archaeologists, that actually saw that there was a usefulness to the tribe. It really is pretty unique, I would have to say, for anthropologists and archaeologists to feel that they're actually useful in the context of a Native American tribe. So I think that really, and so they built, right, these friends and allies, and enduring really relationships over 40 years, right? Because you're being useful. I'm not just studying something and writing a book to get tenure. I'm helping, these people who are struggling so hard for just this basic level of equity.
Yeah. Lee, did you want to add to that?
Since we're, it's a love fest for the students, I just want to point out that here at Santa Clara, there's a direct line between student activism and this event today. That, in I think 2018, we have a quarterly diversity forum, and it was students who said, what about Native representation on our campus? And that's what led to the formation of the Ohlone History Working Group that Charlene was part of, and this event today is an outgrowth of all of that. So shout out to you all. And for all the students, high school, the community college, Stanford, Santa Clara, whatever, when you all become the next, when you go to work at Google and Oracle or whatever, hopefully that will bring about culture change at those institutions as well.
Yeah. So there's another question here about repatriation, and it's kind of central to the story of Muwekma because much of the organizing in the late 20th century is around burials and the protection of human remains and sacred sites. And Laura, you're involved in one of the earliest repatriations in the country, probably the first voluntary repatriation. And I want to stress that repatriation is not, when it comes down to it, it's a fulfillment of human rights legislation. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the UN Declaration on the Rights of People state that part of being treated fairly includes the right for faithful disposition of your dead. So it's not just something that's a small issue. It's a very big issue. And part of erasure, and if you look at the definitions of genocide, are taking away the narratives of people and the disposition of their sacred sites and the places that are thought to be most important. So it isn't a small issue. And UC Berkeley's not here to represent itself, but there are 500,000 artifacts over there that have been there forever. And Muwekma has knocked on that door. Les and people here have done that for a long time. It's important that Berkeley's there to shine a light on what bad institutional behavior can look like. And no, it's the truth. It's just bad. And you really need to have people who are in those institutions kind of move on and retire. And seriously, that's when things take place, then changes are made. But always the pressure of the public, because we really need this public pressure. And the argument is about economics, it's about community, but it's also about the rights of human beings to be human in the kinds of communities that they want to construct. I was going to ask Laura, in the early years, this is another question I have for you. Oh, that's a hard one. Okay, I'll give it the hard one. All right. Stanford University has an enormous presence in Northern California's body politic. Has the institution fully reflected on the legacy of Leland Stanford and his relationship with California's indigenous people? What can we do more? So I'm there too. What can we do
I was going to
better?
say no, we haven't. I think we really are beginning to unpack that. We recently completed a project, the Chinese Railroad Worker Project, that was really about trying to understand how Leland Stanford made his money. Right? What's the money that built Stanford University, and it being built, on the blood and sweat and tears of immigrant Chinese labor. And we've been struggling with our Chinese American descendant community groups about how to tell that story. I think similarly, even though Leland Stanford didn't directly participate in genocide in Santa Clara County, when he was governor, he was approving funds for militias that were hunting Native Americans in Northern California, right? Yeah. So coming to terms with his power and how he used it, I think is really important for Stanford.
Yeah.
And I think we're just beginning to really ask that question. Fortunately, I mean, if anybody believes it, the university is not named after Senator Stanford. It's named after Leland Stanford Jr. We were the Leland Stanford Jr. University. But it's built on the backs, right, of the railroad workers, of the land, the unceded land that the railroads took across the West and sold to settlers. And I do think we really do need to reframe that, our origin story, right, from the Big Four railroad, the glories of the Transcontinental Railroad. I'm not saying that the Transcontinental Railroad wasn't a big event, wasn't a big thing in American history. It was. But to understand who all the losers were in that story, we have a wonderful book, Railroaded, the book one of our faculty wrote about the corruption, the financial corruption of the railroad scheme, right? I do think we can't teach our students this story in 2023 without being honest about it and not just boosting the rah-rah Senator Stanford, right? He was a great American philanthropist. He was really the first one to give it all away. But that doesn't diminish his impact, right, on Native people in California, right? So we have to be able to tell both those stories and set up. This is the general thing we're promoting here is transparency. Let's be honest about where that money came from. Let's be honest about what those policies did. Yeah. We can also be honest about the good he did with his money. But, has it trickled down to Muwekma students at Stanford? I don't know, right? So
I know that there's a scholarship here for Muwekma students, but I don't think, does Stanford have anything like that?
No, but we should, shouldn't we?
We should. There's no
We
reason
have
why not.
8,000 acres of land, too.
We also have 8,000 acres. I'd encourage you to, if you have a chance, there's the president of the American Anthropological Association was talking about the importance of land acknowledgements, and he has a very pointed one for Stanford that you should look up. His name's Akhil Gupta, and he talks about the responsibility of the university to Muwekma people. it's trillions of dollars worth of property. There's just a lot that went up in Atherton, just looking at my phone. 2.5 acres is $25 million. Okay, so, and then you look at all the big businesses that are around here, and it seems that there's a lack of willingness to just take the very most minimum basic first steps to fix things. Okay, so I was going to ask another question of the entire group. Let's see. Let's go all the way to the top. I'm looking at all these crazy questions here. Okay.
How we doing for time, Mike?
I think. Are we almost?
Yeah, I think maybe we can go to 3:30.
3:30. Okay.
It's about 8 more minutes.
Well, how about I just do this? If you have something you'd like to add to the panel, I'll start with Ken, and we'll work this way. Just take a couple of minutes to share some final thoughts.
No, I just want to repeat that, it's really simple. It's overcoming the politics. Like Colin mentioned, Laura mentioned, the evidence is there. Lee, Les, all of them presented, all the evidence that MWECMA has. We need to get past trying to prove MWECMA's legitimacy. Like Charlene, she was in the office of one of these persons running for Senate, Adam Schiff's office, and she was just tired of explaining after meeting her story. And she just said in the beginning of the meeting, listen, I'm tired of explaining our history. We need accountability. You know our history. MWECMA's history is out there. And so that was a direct, just right to the point, is you just need to do the right thing. And we need to force them to do the right thing. We need to get them to be accountable. They need to become more leaders than politicians.
Yeah, thank you. And I was going to say, every time I talk to Lee, there's a new piece of evidence. So we're still looking for evidence. There's evidence that hasn't really been examined yet. So Gustavo and Lee are working on a project. I'm helping out with a project to document this, that history that's not mission focused, but it's in the Bay Area's hillsides. That's an area of really important research because it provides a bridge between the present and the past. A direct link. And when you get the names and you get the missions and you have the information that Lee and Alan were talking about, it's really directly very clear to see. But go ahead, Lee, if you have some more.
No, I mean, I think at that level, yeah, I mean, like what Laura was saying, to be an anthropologist or be an archaeologist, our discipline is by its very nature extractive and has been, especially in California for over 120 years, and to be able to be doing work that serves the community is important. But I think Ken's point is also valid, that the Mwekma Ohlone tribe knows who they are and they don't have to prove it to anybody, right? So there's that, and so it really is, I mean, the research will continue and it will just be mounting up higher and higher piles of evidence, but it really is incumbent on our politicians to do the right thing, I guess, is ultimately what it boils down to, right? That's what we're all saying. And I've really been interesting for me to listen to Colin about the ins and outs of that process, and just thinking about, remaining hopeful about the future pathways to kind of rectify this injustice.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that kept jumping into my mind is the idea that colonization is not an event, it's a process that keeps going. And what you see when we take our eyes and think that colonization is something that happened back there in the past, you ignore its present-day manifestations. And the most potent vehicles of colonization are controlling the story of colonization, and the second is making it almost impossible for people to participate in their own political self-determination. If you're just looking at the census, they're trying to count citizens. They're not looking for Native people. Native people don't vote until 24. The census is designed to create congressional districts based on population of voting people. So there's all kinds of problems we have with the evidence that's out there, but I won't keep going. Laura, do you have some other thoughts?
No, I really liked what you said about controlling the story, because I think we've been trying to tell this story, right? Colin and I and your mom, and we've been trying really hard for 30 or 40 years to tell this story. And what's exciting to me about it is that I do think that new media are allowing the tribe to tell its story to more people more effectively, right, than we were able to do 20 years ago, right, or 40 years ago when the Back from Extinction movie that Les and I were in, right, that a San Jose State professor made. But, it was shown in classrooms in the Bay Area. So maybe a few thousand people ever saw that video. Right? But you can do something now in social media, and millions of people can see it. Right. So that's what gives me some sense. It's both the the interest of young people, and not just young people. My mother's very interested in social justice now. She's 83 years old, but it's much easier for her to engage because she can get this information. It's much easier for her to sign a petition. So I am really, I know we worry about threats to our democracy, but we really do have a lot more tools as citizens than we had before, and that can really amplify and make evident what we want our elected officials and our government to do. So that gives me optimism, right? That it was so hard to reach people. How many people are you going to talk to at the powwow, right? Where you had to get actual FaceTime with people to tell them the story. And now you have these vehicles that can reach millions of people and tell them the story. So it really does give me some hope.
Yeah, on the subject of hope, Chairwoman Nijme, your leadership has been really instrumental in moving things to a different level of public engagement. And I want to ask you what does a good future look like for you and your children? What does a just future look like?
A just future is being able to stay on our homeland. Creating that village, that's the vision that I have, is having all the children, the future generations, to be able to stay here. And I have hope for that. I have hope because of the community that is ready to listen now, ready to hear our story and share it out in the greater community and around the world. So I have a lot of hope.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Colin, do you have any final words? And we'll go to Les.
I agree. The evidence is there. The story's been told. It's time for people to make the right decision.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, when I first started working with the tribe, and I was working with Ohlone Families Consulting Service, which is the archaeology firm, what struck me was that the process of doing that work was also the process of taking control of the story, which was also the process of social justice, and that was partnership. And so the story of your tribe, Charlene, is always to me like one of the most potent tools I have as a teacher about what is that process of change, right? It's a process of rectifying the wrongs of the past by doing the right thing now, right? And also of these partnerships. And if we look at the people that are here on the stage, it's a remarkable thing, the people that you have brought into partnership with this tribe and with this process, and very inspiring. And I think maybe that's also, some people feel very threatened by this, right? The fact that these partnerships change careers, they change training, that this is really something happening. And so we just have to keep going, just like you said.
And not give up. That's what we were taught. And that's why I'm here today. And, our tribal members are here today because of the resilience and strength and tenacity of our ancestors. That's why we're here today.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thanks for listening and having a super wonderful day of engagement of Muwekma's history and contemporary struggles and victories and things like that. So I think we're at time. So thank the panel for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Nijme.
Thank you to all of our panelists for inviting us into your thinking and helping us to better understand the determination and roads forward from here and how we might be involved. I know we want to continue this conversation at the reception with the panelists, but we're going to take a 10-minute break before our final conversation. Thank you again. If we can give one more round of applause. As our panelists are making their way back, I'm just going to make a couple of announcements. So after the next conversation, we do have a few closing remarks, and then we'll open to the reception. So we do hope that you'll be able to stay through the reception and continue the conversation with us, which will be in the foyer or the lobby of Mayor and then outside as well. So in a few minutes, we'll begin our panel on the paths to restoration, and again, that's followed by just short closing remarks and then our reception. Thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate it.
Perfect.
We need, yeah. So he's good. I saw Charlene she was leaving the bathroom. Where did she go? Yeah. Again, we already were. It's 3:50. Let's be in until 3:30. So there's Charlene. Yeah, ready? I think this one goes to what, 4:30?
Okay, let me tell.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to invite our panelists up to the stage.
Okay, I'm in. We're going to tell the story.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, and hello to those who are just joining us. We're ready for our conversation, Paths to Restoration, Congress or the Secretary of the Interior. Our interviewer today will be Dr. Field, and our panel will include Chairwoman Nijma, Dr. Jones, and Mr. Hampson. Thank you very much. Take it away.
Thank you, Lauren. Feel like we need to say, like in a talk show, we're back. So we have some questions here, and we'll get to talk about these with the whole panel, but I think I'll start with a question directed towards Chairwoman Charlene Nijma, and that question really follows on our delegation to Washington back in March, and also the general strategy going forward with the possibilities for reaffirmation of recognition. And so the question is this: if we had Deb Haaland, Secretary of the Interior, here in the room with us right now, and we were sitting with her, what would you say to her?
Well, I would start, I just saw this and read this article of her own words, and I would remind her of her own words. And I have quoted here. She stated, "At the Interior, we have an obligation to work with tribes to protect their lands and ensure that each tribe has a homeland where its citizens can live together and lead safe, fulfilling lives." That's what I would remind her of her own words.
And this is a kind of a follow-up question that occurs to me is, do you feel a sense of urgency with a Native American as the Secretary of the Interior for the first time in history? Do you feel like it's obviously, when we're talking about Muwekma history, now or never is not an issue, it's always moving forward. But do you feel like with Secretary Haaland in the position that she's in, that there's a certain urgency with trying to achieve what we can right now?
Yes, initially that's what I was hoping for. You know, she's an indigenous woman leader in this position where she has the authority to correct the mistakes of her department. So, yes, I think that the hope is that she would listen to our story and take action.
And isn't it true that as part of organizing for our event today that many people in the Interior, in the Department of the Interior, including Secretary Haaland, were given links so that they could watch?
Yes, so I do hope they are listening to the broken process of their department and our story, the history of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe in the San Francisco Bay Area, how we struggled to stay together and we're still here today. And time is of the essence because, like I said, we are being gentrified out of our homeland and we want to stay here. But we will fight to stay here because that's what we've been taught. That's all we've been doing is surviving and fighting to stay on our homeland since first contact.
Let's move to thinking about the Senate and about longtime Senator Dianne Feinstein, who said that she doesn't want another urban tribe. What do you feel like a way that we in the community, as scholars, tribal members, is there a way to approach her in order to turn her opposition into something that's more open?
No, I don't think so. No, I think she's set in her ways. You know, she's built her career here. She's not sure where she's at now, but I don't think there's any way to change her position. She's always been dead set against the tribe and having an urban tribe in the Bay Area. In her area. In her area. Right, because the previous chair, who happens to be my mother, Rosemary Canberra, did state that that she heard those same words from Feinstein herself.
Way back.
Way back, 25, 30 years ago. She doesn't want an urban tribe in her area.
Colin, looks like you have something that you're thinking of saying to add into this conversation.
No, only that's what I have. My understanding as well is that she's been a fairly strong opponent of expansion of tribal recognition, and also expansion of really concerned about gaming, tribal gaming, and so I can't see her changing her mind on that either.
You know, I have to say we tried at Stanford. She is a Stanford alumna and has many friends at Stanford. And, you know, when we were collecting the letter in support of recognition from then Provost Condoleezza Rice, I know Provost Rice spoke to Dianne Feinstein. I know other people at Stanford have spoken to her on behalf of the tribe, and never saw even a glimmer of flexibility on her part.
That's both telling and sobering to realize that. If we could talk about something that's on the other side of things rather than the political side, in terms of where the tribe is moving in its own efforts at cultural and linguistic restoration. I was wondering if you would talk to us about specifically the language, the Chochenyo language, and where the tribe is in that effort.
So that started back in the early 2000s. There was a group of council women who the council commissioned to learn the language, to do the research, connect with a linguist, from what I understood, a visiting linguist from UC Berkeley, who took the time. It was a few years. They spent hours learning the language. So now there is, I want to say, a handful of our members who speak the language fluently. We have 2 councilwomen who speak the language, can hold up a conversation. It's beautiful, but we want to expand that, and teach the members, because it's the children that are eager to learn the language. We can greet ourselves, we know the basics, but we really want to continue that and have conversations and have that grow in the community and for future generations. And most recently, we're working on our cultural revitalization of our dance. It's been 125 years since last year when we first danced March 11th. It was 125 years before that when our last Capitan, Antonio, danced. So it was a very special moment for us. When we danced at the Mexica New Year, they opened up space for us to dance. And this was in support with our Miwok relatives, helping support that effort. And we're still kind of under their wings. They're teaching us our songs, our dance, because we have close relations with them. So we have very similar dance and regalia. And it's been a wonderful experience. And the children, it goes back to the kids. They're very eager to learn this and carry it forward for the next generations.
And Laura, in your opinion, what's the role of local universities like Stanford? What should it be in supporting processes like linguistic revitalization and other efforts to reassemble the pieces that were blown apart by the history of missionization and statehood for the cultural legacies and heritage of the Muwekma?
That's a really good question. And I think, sitting here on the stage here at Santa Clara, one of the things that university partners really can provide the tribe is the landless tribe, right? Is facilities, is access to theaters and rehearsal halls and practice halls, and to expose the Muwekma youth to colleges and college life, and to connect them to resources, right? The Muwekma gathers some traditional plants at Stanford. We're thinking about having a regalia workshop because some of our Native American students are really quite experienced in some of the beading forms that Muwekma could readopt. And so I do think it's being open to that experience and really the honor of being asked, right? It's incredible, right? So I think it's actually more rewarding for the university, but I think I'm always aware, right, of the challenges with a tribal territory as big as the San Francisco Bay Area, of the tribe finding places to gather, finding places to, and finding specialists to help them with special projects, right? Like the language project, like gathering certain kinds of plant materials, like the regalia. And so I do think that universities are a really important site for that. And I mean all the universities. There's 70 universities in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I know many of them have reached out to you. And so I do think that's an incredibly important source of support. And a source, I hope you and I as educators would say, also kind of an inspiring and supportive source for Muwekma families and their kids in envisioning their future here, that they can achieve higher education and hopefully earn enough money to stay and not be gentrified out of the Bay Area.
Do you envisage curriculum, say, at universities for the instruction in Chochenyo? Do you think that's something that should form part of language training programs that are part of university department programs?
I do. And at Stanford, we have language programs where students can just ask, here's the language I want to learn, and the university will find them a tutor to learn it with. So it's, there's a huge amount of interest in the Bay Area in the Chochenyo language. And I would really like to see someone who is, I can't speak Chochenyo, but I would really like to see some support for the Tribal Language Committee in helping to develop some of that kind of material. I think there's huge interest in K-12, in learning the real names and learning how to talk about our environment and the beautiful place we live with its Chochenyo names. I think there's a huge amount of interest in that.
I do have to say here, the tribe has had a wonderful working relationship. It's had its ups and downs with some institutions, but we've had a wonderful working relationship with Santa Clara University, and Stanford. 35 years of working with the different staff who were interested to learn our history. So I don't want to bash you guys too much, because you guys been open arms to us and our needs, when we needed space to meet. Here, even at Santa Clara University, at San Jose State, even when we didn't have a place to house some of our ancestors because landowners didn't want to find space to rebury them. So the universities have been really good working relationship with the tribe and supporting the needs at the time, since I was a young girl. I was 8 years old over here at the museum building a tule hut. I remember that vividly. With now adults, they were toddlers. I was running around the museum chasing the kids, trying to keep them in line. But it's just wonderful to see here now, 42 years later, just, wow, the next generation, my generation in the leadership role, and moving forward with trying and continuing these partnerships with the same people who are here today, who were students at the time, and now who are staff members or in leadership roles in these institutions. So it's just coming full circle. And I want to say I appreciate everybody here on the panel, and you, Les, I know you've moved away, but you've always been in contact with the tribe and supporting our efforts in any way you can. And Alan, who's not here, I wish he was here, but everyone's efforts in these different institutions supporting us and opening up space for us when we needed it.
Well, let's keep with our theme of thinking future.
Yes.
And so I wanted to ask Colin, as a person who's been so involved in the legal aspect of tribal recognition and fighting that fight, what do you think the most likely path forward towards reaffirmation is at this point? If you were to just sort of just guess, what do you think will be most effective and will bring us to that next level?
I think it's hard to say. I think, it sounds like the tribe is pushing on both avenues, the administrative at Interior and Congress. I don't think you can ignore either one, and because it's hard to say sort of exactly what the future holds and which one will bear fruit. So it's impossible to say what happens in politics. You know, in Congress, it's governed by all these political considerations and timing, and but surprises happen. At Interior, it's political as well, but surprises happen. Sometimes the right decision is made. So I think the tribe is on the right track in pushing on both avenues. I'm not going to predict.
Okay, but were the tribe to in the foreseeable future be successful, can you talk about what's entailed in, say, for example, for a tribe that gets reaffirmed to bring land into trust status and to create the basis for the vision that Charlene has laid out for a tribal village here in the Bay Area? What would happen? How would that go down to create the land base and to bring land into trust?
Well, the tribe would still have to acquire the land. Being recognized does not result in a tribe receiving land from the federal government. Unfortunately, I mean, it should be the case, but it's not. So the tribe would need to acquire the land essentially by gift or purchase, and then go through the process of conveying that land to through the Fee to Trust process. And that is a federal administrative process. There's environmental reviews and title searches. It takes a while, and in California is particularly slow. So it'll take some years probably to get that done. And but then once the land is in trust, the tribe has a homeland protected by federal law, and that's huge.
It is. So Charlene, what are your thoughts about where those lands in trust might be located? Are we thinking about the old site of Ali Sal up in the East Bay? Are there other sort of ideas that are in mind? Just trying to think ourselves into the future.
Right. I don't have a particular place. It's really based on wherever anybody would like to have us, really. It would be beautiful to be on the homelands where my grandmother was born. That would be beautiful, but it's really where anybody will have us. Like Colin said, we'd have to buy land at fair market value or through a gift, So that's a long ways ahead of us.
It is.
So right now, priority is restoring our status.
But there was this project that Ellen informed me about in Sunol, around the Sunol Water Temple, and a village site that was there, that was discovered, that was uncovered and excavated. Can you talk about that project?
I wasn't a part of that project. I came in towards the end. So Si Tupantak, it was a village site, a 2,500-year-old village site. So I could talk about the DNA analysis that was done there.
Please
and
do.
How through Stanford researchers and Illinois researchers showed the connection from our council members to 12 ancestors that were recovered there. So it's just another piece of the evidence that we add to the massive amount of evidence that we do have, is that it just confirms everything we've always been saying, that we are the people from this area, and we've never left, and we're still here.
I mean, just so everybody knows, that analysis of those remains were published in the highest profile academic and national journalist publications in the country. So the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which is definitely the highest profile scientific publication in the country,
and then the New York Times and USA Today and all of the major newspapers. And what was found was exactly what Chairwoman Charlene has said, was a direct genetic connection between these ancestors who were over 10,000 years old?
2,500.
2,500 years old, and contemporary members of the tribal council. So again, the question should never be how much more proof do we need, but how can it be that this hasn't already happened? Who amongst us can show that kind of ancestry, can show that kind of continuity with genetic material? That's just unbelievable. Does anybody want to comment on that?
Like you, I'm incredibly impressed by that. When you think about the population of the Bay Area, in 1800 there were tens of thousands of Muwekma Ohlone here, and when you think back into time, 10,000 years, hundreds of thousands of Muwekma Ohlone have lived here, and to be able to find that signature in the living members of the tribe is incredible. I mean, it's very impressive. It really is. Especially when
surprised.
I think about, when you think about our ancestors
exactly
in Europe, and these mass migrations and how we never stayed in anywhere very long, right?
Exactly.
We kept moving and conquering and spoiling and moving again. And, to have a link to 2,500 years ago and 10,000 years ago and 15,000 years ago, as all the First Nations do here in North America, it's really incredible.
I'm not surprised, because I've always been told we are from this land, and we've never left, and we don't plan to leave now.
But it must have been thrilling when you found that out.
Yes.
Yeah.
But not surprised.
Not surprising.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think once again one's left with just the incredulity that the tribe is not reaffirmed with these kinds of evidences, multiple lines of evidence, and that coming from, again, the partnership between science and the tribe, right? It was the tribe that permitted that analysis, the tribe that authorized that analysis, and that's a very strong narrative in the anthropological community, unfortunately, that tribes are opposed to science, that tribes want to grab these remains and put them in a place where scientific analysis can never take place. And I always cite the example of Muwekma Ohlone as a complete and total disproof of that notion that that sovereignty and the reassertion of native identity are in any way opposed to the advance of scientific analysis. But they go best when they're hand in hand.
Right. It's so true. And my mother took a different approach to science, because when white anthropologists in the 80s, when they were doing the science, they only spoke of us of the past. And that was her biggest concern, is we are no longer going to be talked about like we're in the past. We are still here, and we're going to do this analysis because we can benefit from this, and we can use to show that we are here. We're still, we are the same people that have never left these lands, and we're going to tell our own story. We're not going to have these guys over here tell our story, because they're saying we're extinct, and we're not. So she took on that role to share the story and work with the friendly people who wanted to work in partnership with the tribe to do that analysis and do that work. And we're still doing it today. It's not easy, right? Because we do have that stigma where tribes don't like to do analysis. But we had to continue to prove who we were, and we're still doing that today. That's the sad part in all this, is we're still trying to prove who we are. But that was one of the reasons why we did that analysis, to take control of our own story and share it ourselves.
I'll just comment that in my experience, I think that view that tribal folks are against science is misinterprets concerns expressed about control and consultation.
Mm-hmm.
There are, too many instances where tribal people's remains or physical, blood, parts of their bodies are taken for scientific study without their consent and without their, otherwise without their consultation. And not that everyone's going to consent all the time, but it's really just, it's as an initial matter about being asked, and that consultation and that consent sought.
Well, and I would have to say, having done a lot of consultation, it needs not to just be performative. Just when Mike was talking about the performance of a land acknowledgement, you need to do sincere consultation and respect the answer you get, right? And so if the answer is, no, I don't want to know that, or no, I don't want to do that kind of project, or no, my tribe that's not a priority for us, you need to accept that, right? And that requires the realization of whose heritage it is, right? And the ceding of authority as some sort of expert PhD, right, to tribal sovereignty. And that's something that happened only in recent decades, right? That expert academics had to cede that authority to tribal governments. And I think it's revolutionized anthropology and archaeology in North America for the better. But there are still many toxic places in the U.S. where tribes don't feel respected and are using their authority to stop research. And they're doing that because they're not in a collaborative educational relationship with their local institutions. And so I think that will gradually change everywhere, but it's not every archaeologist who sincerely wants to engage in tribal consultation, unfortunately. Right? So because, as I told you before, these powerful interests that benefit from destroying these sites, and unfortunately many, I think 75% of the archaeologists in North America are employed in, salvage archaeology, right? So they have that conflict of interest where they need to dig it up to get paid. They need their client's project has to go through. And they probably want, at a personal and professional level, to be consulting and collaborating with tribes. But when the tribes say, hey, wait a minute, why are you doing that? Right? They're in that very difficult position where they're not working, right? They're not paying their rent. They're not sending their kid to school unless they can find some tribal partner to say it's okay. And so there's still that sort of poison in the environment that's about modern land uses trying to desecrate, Native American sacred sites. And so that's still out there, right? I think as an obstacle to anthropology and archaeology really being in solidarity with tribes.
Isn't it true that there's an archaeologist still at San Jose State who is very actively engaged in disrespecting Ohlone remains? She appears, I guess, on websites holding skulls very proudly when she's been asked not to do that.
Before NAGPRA, all of that was really common. And, I think it was shameful and unethical then, and it's completely outrageous now.
Yeah, so this idea that consultation and between different sovereign participants means you get to say no, right? Consultation isn't saying, hey, we're doing this. Well, we told you, now we're doing it. It's about that capacity to say no, or it's going to be with a different agenda or a different purpose, and afterwards we will be responsible for those remains and so on. And I think Alan and the tribe has really been a very, very potent force in showing different kinds of archaeology. I think another
aspect. There's archaeology, and of course there's cultural anthropology, and we've talked about Alfred Kroeber a little bit, and his position is the father of California anthropology, the man who established the anthropology department at the University of California, Berkeley, and whose students spread out over the whole state to do research on different peoples with the idea of trying to find this pristine sort of picture, and which also meant that the real history of people like the Muwekma was disregarded and discarded and disrespected. How do we bring forward that change in anthropology, or amongst, for that matter, lawyers, to understand a different kind of consultation process, a different kind of understanding of Native history and our responsibilities?
You know, I participate for Stanford in consultation processes that are related to land use and environmental decision making, and and so there are these government to government consultation meetings that happen. Charlene and I will be doing one soon with the Army Corps of Engineers, and I think the most important relationship is between that project proponent, that landowner, whoever that is, whether that's Stanford University or SFPUC, whoever it is, right, City of Santa Clara, whoever it is that's proposing this project, really needs to come to terms early as possible, with the fact that the tribe needs to be at the table, that the archaeology background work that's done needs to be diligent, that when resources are identified, that those are disclosed to the tribe, and then that the tribe's priorities and values are considered in that. We work very hard at Stanford to identify those resources and design to avoid them wherever possible. We don't do test excavation anymore either, after consultation with the tribe, right? But you need to do this before you got your permit, right, or before the draft EIR is ready. So it's these relationships that Charlene is forming with these big landowning entities and the cities and counties that give them permits, that consultation needs to happen during design, because otherwise everybody's all invested in this thing that they need, and then they come to Charlene and they say, boy, we really need to expand our fill in the blank, affordable housing, prison, hospital, and I won't speak for Charlene, but I can say that Muwekma has always been a generous citizen of the Bay Area, committed to its financial prosperity, and has been supportive of good land use projects. But then they're asked to sacrifice the protection of their ancestral dead to get that done. Yeah. And that should not be necessary. And so what's broken in that consultation process is the asking before, when you start, we need to build affordable housing. Is this a good place to do it? And to have the tribe be at the table, right? And to have them participate in those decisions. So that Sunol site, your mother asked me to come out there, and I was just sort of shocked, right, that SFPUC was going ahead with construction after they had hit this village site. And they had more land. But they didn't want to go back through the permitting process. They didn't want to start over. They were 6 years into that, right? So if they had had that consultation in year 1 instead of in year 6, there might have been a different outcome. So I think that's really the next stage for consultation, is to really insert the power and moral authority of Indigenous people at the absolute beginning, for them to be at the table at the beginning. We have these things called pre-project meetings, right? Where Stanford or any other landowner goes to the jurisdiction and says, hey, we're thinking about doing this. And this is another network that we really need to crack. The city planners, right? Those people, some of these people are my colleagues. They need to ask the question, right? Are there tribal resources there? Right? It needs to be a value we all have that we tell our city council people when we elect them. Hey, we don't want to see any of that. Right? We want to see that you made a good faith effort, that you were in consultation with the tribe. Not when you found the first human remains, right, but that you were in consultation with the tribe during project formulation. Right? That you actually exhibited the values that you say that you stand for. And I think we've got, Charlene, I think has had some traction in some of this earlier consultation process. But that's really what it takes to stop the destruction, is to ask those values questions of people and embed it in the very beginning of a project. What are your project goals and objectives? And every city and town and county in California should include that project objective of respecting Native American sacred sites. And that means you need to do that consultation. It's like one of the first things you need to do. Because otherwise, you're just back again, right, to picking up the pieces.
Yeah, I think Laura hits a good point, being at the table, first initial, before anything gets started, just being at the table.
And I think federal recognition will amplify that. Mm-hmm. People in the Bay Area, environmental, agencies, cities, counties, they need the tribe to advise them on this. They are looking for advice about this. And they're confused sometimes about where they're supposed to get it, right? Because they see misinformation about the tribe's status. And the Muwekma Ohlone tribe is the tribe they should be asking for advice. And I think, both the public knowledge of the, the re-acknowledgement effort, and then the eventual ultimate reaffirmation, which I believe will happen, is I think going to be enormously helpful in that regard.
And of course, training people from the beginning to act in this way. Anthropologists, archaeologists, city planners, civil engineers, to all have this perspective in their training. So that's where the education part comes in.
I always get involved when it's going to litigation and all that stuff has already not happened, yeah. And so we're saying stop, and the agency or the developer is saying nope, we're going forward
because they've invested.
And it's very
so
tough.
Much.
They're committed.
Well, I have to say, I think what happened at Tupentalk with San Francisco PUC, they were going to move forward with the project, but my mom said, you can move forward, but we're going to dig by hand because I know this is a village site. So we're all going to work by hand to make sure once we hit our ancestors, we are going to remove them respectfully so that they're not destroyed by a big backhoe.
Yeah, that's what we did at Three Wolves. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, it was all by hand. Mm-hmm. Well, are there any final comments in our remaining minutes from anybody about looking forward, the future, thinking about what might happen, and how to make the good things happen?
I'll just say from the bottom of my heart, I want to express my sincere view that Muwekma's cause is a just cause, and they are truly deserving and entitled to status as a tribe under federal law, and that them achieving that, their achieving that status would be a benefit for the entire region. So I hope the attendees at this conference will come away with that very strong feeling and understanding.
And, you know, I think if you are a person who prays, I think you need to pray for Deb Haaland to have the courage to do this. It does take courage in the face of the big money, political, corrupt machine to step out and say, I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to do justice for this tribe. And so that's another... There's more than one way to communicate how we feel about this as a community and how we want to support Muwekma. And there is our sense of outrage and injustice. And there's also trying to explain to people like the secretary that that we want her to show that courage, and that we're holding her coat while she does, right? That we will reward politicians who do the right thing. And so they can satisfy us as citizens who see injustice and want it righted. And that can also be rewarding for them, morally, emotionally, spiritually rewarding for them. And it doesn't need to just be how am I going to raise my campaign contributions and get reelected. You can take that risk and show some courage, and it can have a good outcome for you too.
I agree with you, Laura. It does. It's going to take great courage, from different people from our delegation, our congressional delegation, and from Deb Haaland to step up and do the right thing. And it will be rewarding, because the politicians or the leaders who take action will be voted right back in by the very people they represent. Because if they take action, then they're listening to our voices. They're listening to us, that there's an injustice here that needs to be corrected. And once they take action, of course we take action by voting those same people right back in, because they share our same values. Thank you.
I think it's appropriate that the chairwoman have the last word, so I'm going to bring this conversation to an end, and thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, you all could actually remain, because I think as we conclude our symposium today, we actually want to do a recognition of all of our presenters and panelists. So maybe if Lee and Matthew and Ken and Jonathan, you want to come up? Because we want to do some recognition as well. We do have a reception that follows this, and so I hope you can keep it. At the end of the day, I think our hope is, what do we take with all the information that we've learned today? And I think that is our hope as an institution, the reason why we put the symposium together. So in many ways, it is that call to action. What are we called to do to help move this issue forward? And so on behalf of Santa Clara University, we want to thank all of our panelists, and we have a special token to commemorate our occasion today. So I'll go ahead. Thank Les, Charlene, Laura, Colin, Michael, Lee, Ken, Jonathan, and Matthew. So let's give them a round of applause.
And let's also thank Ray and Lauren, because they have been incredible supporters of the tribe and have really pulled this together in a way that has been really wonderful to see. So I want to thank Ray and Lauren. Please, if we could give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Would be wonderful.
I also wanted to give a special thanks to the folks behind the scenes, the technicians at Mayer Theater, the staff, the folks that made the live streaming possible with media services, the catering. We did our land acknowledgement earlier, but also acknowledge the labor. The labor that goes into all of the work behind the scenes. So I want to, if we can give a round of applause to all of the folks at Mayer Theater as well. And the photo, right, Andrew? Adam? Thank you. So please join us in the lobby for refreshments and safe travels back. And please come back to our campus and please be on the lookout. And tomorrow, rain or shine, is our 3rd annual powwow in the San Ignatius lawn. So please join us. Thank you, everyone.